Hey everyone, welcome to this video by Simplilearn. Imagine you have opened a great bookstore. You've got awesome books, but no one knows you're there. Your store stays empty. That's where SEO comes in. SEO is like putting a big bright sign on your store in the online world. It helps people find you where they search for books on the internet. Here's how it works. When someone types bookstore near me into Google, good SEO helps your store's website show you on the top. It's like Google is saying, hey, check out this cool bookstore. In this course, we'll teach you how to make your website easy for Google to find and show to people. You learn how to use the right words and make your site look good to both Google and customers. In this course, we will show you how SEO works. You learn how Google rank websites, and we will dive into on-page and off-page SEO techniques to boost your site's visibility. We'll explore keyword research, showing you how to find the term people use to search for products and services. We will discuss how to write compelling contents that ranks well and keep visitors engaged. By the end of this course, you will have a solid understanding of SEO and the skills to make your website stand out.
Craving a career upgrade? Subscribe, like, and comment below. Dive into the link in the description to fast-track your ambitions. Whether you're making a switch or aiming higher, Simplilearn has your back.
So, sticking with our ice cream blog theme, really SEO, search engine optimization, really is the practice of increasing your pages that Google has indexed up the rankings. So the end result is we want all our pages to be ranked #1 for particular keywords. So if you want to be ranked for ice cream recipes, well, there's certain things you need to do. So that's generally how it works. We need to apply search engine optimization to increase a page for a keyword we want to be found for. So let me give you an example. So let's just say there's 100 students that participated in an essay competition. And so the competition in this particular case is evaluated on the basis of, is the content relevant? Are they using suitable titles for their essay? Do they have structure when they're participating in this essay or talking about the essay? And do they have a suitable synopsis? And is the content neat and readable? These seem all logical for an essay competition. Well, guess what? They seem logical for SEO because that's exactly how SEO works. It's exactly all those points I just mentioned about structure, logic, readability, organization, title. All those things are what's important in SEO. And so we need relevant content. We need titles for our pages. Google needs to be able to see structure. We need to have synopsis of what the page is about, and that's called the meta description. And then again, the content needs to be readable, and that's important. And so in order to be readable, again, we're going to talk more about site speed because site speed is important. Okay. And when we talk about responsive design, when I say responsive design, that means your site, your page needs to load both on desktop and also on mobile. And so all these things are important. Just like an essay competition, Google is the judge and they need to be able to determine what page is best to rank #1, #2, #3, etc. on Google search. And then link building. Remember I mentioned link building a moment ago? Well, link building internally and externally also plays a vital role. And so we're going to talk about that a little bit later in the class when we talk about off-page SEO.
Ever wondered how websites appear at the top of the search results when you type a query into Google? Well, that's the magic of SEO. SEO stands for Search Engine Optimization, and it's the process of fine-tuning your website to rank higher in organic, that is unpaid search results. In simple terms, SEO is all about making your websites more visible to people who are searching for the things online. When someone types a question or a topic into search engine like Google, SEO helps your website appear higher up in the list of search results. This means more people are likely to click on your website. Just like how you are more likely to visit the shops on the main street than those tucked away in an alley. Study shows that organic search drives are whooping 53% of all website traffic. In fact, a recent survey by Moz revealed that 61% of marketers consider SEO to be the most effective digital marketing strategy. So in this video, we will cover what is SEO, types of SEO, how does SEO work, things to keep in mind while doing SEO. Also, if
Craving a career upgrade? Subscribe, like, and comment below. Dive into the link in the description to fast-track your ambitions. Whether you're making a switch or aiming higher, Simplilearn has your back.
If you are interested in advancing your career, consider Purdue University's postgraduate program in digital marketing. This program offers certification as a digital marketer through live interactive learning. Dive deep into fundamentals and advanced digital marketing strategies utilizing Harvard Business publishing cases and hands-on participation in 20+ projects. Access the full spectrum of digital marketing tools with ChatGPT and AI tools, complemented by 35+ dedicated resources. Alright, so let's start with the first topic, which is what is SEO? Imagine you have a fantastic store, but it's hidden down a dark alley. SEO is like putting up bright lights and clear signs so people can easily find you online. That's what SEO stands for, that is search engine optimization. It's about making your website more visible in search engines like Google. When people search for something, search engines use complex algorithms to rank websites. SEO helps your website tick the right boxes for these algorithms. Good SEO means your website appears higher in search results, which can lead to more visitors and potential customers. It's like putting up the big sign outside your shop so more people know you are there. When your website ranks higher in search results, it's like having a prime real estate in the digital world. Study shows that most people don't click past the first page of search results, so being at the top can make a big difference in how much traffic your site gets. SEO isn't just about getting more visitors though. It's also about attracting the right kind of visitors, people who are interested in what you offer and are more likely to become customers or engage with your content. By understanding what people are searching for and optimizing your website to match those queries, you can connect with your target audience more effectively. So this was about SEO. Now let's understand about the 3 types of SEO. Alright, there are 3 main types of SEO you need to know about. First one is technical optimization. So this is like the backstage work of SEO. It involves doing things on your websites that improve its performance in search engines, but people don't see them. For example, submitting your website sitemap to Google helps search engines understand and index your site better. The next one is on-page optimization. This is about making sure that your content on your website is top-notch and relevant to what people are searching for. You do this by using the right keywords in your content and providing a great user experience. It's like making sure your website is likable and helpful to visitors. The next is off-page optimization. So this type of SEO happens outside of your website. It's all about building your website's reputation and authority on the internet. One big way to do this is by getting other reputable websites to link to yours. These links, called backlinks, tell search engines that your website is trustworthy and valuable. By understanding and working on these 3 types of SEO, you can boost your website's visibility and attract more visitors, helping your business thrive online. So this was about the types of SEO. Now let's understand how does SEO work. So basically there are some steps to how does SEO works. First, search engine crawling. Search engines like Google use automated programs called crawlers or spiders to browse the web. So these crawlers follow links from one web page to another, collecting information about each page they visit. They gather data on the content structure and other elements of the web pages, which is then stored in the search engine's database. Now, next one is search engine indexing. Once the crawlers collect information about web pages, the data is organized and stored in a massive database called an index. The indexing process involves analyzing the content keywords, meta tags, and other factors to understand what each web page is about. This indexed information allows search engines to quickly retrieve relevant results when someone performs a search query. Alright, now the third one, which is search engine ranking. When a user enters a search query, the search engine's algorithms shift through the index pages to determine which ones are most relevant to the query. The algorithm considers various factors like keyword, relevance, content quality, website authority, user experience, and more to rank the pages. The pages that best matches the search query and meet the algorithm's criteria appear higher in the search engine results pages. Websites with strong SEO practices, including optimized content quality, backlinks, and user-friendly design, are more likely to rank higher in search results. So in summary, SEO, that is search engine optimization, boosts a website's visibility online. We discussed 3 types: on-page, focuses on content, off-page builds site authority, and technical ensures smooth site operation. SEO involves understanding how search engines find, organize, and rank websites. To succeed, maintain quality content, use relevant keywords, and earn trustworthy backlinks. Regularly track performance to refine strategies. Remember, SEO is an ongoing effort requiring adaptation to industry changes for sustained online success.
Basically, Google follows 3 basic steps to rank a website. They need to crawl your website. They need to take what they crawl back to their servers. And when they take it back to their servers, your web pages, they need to have them available for indexing. So when somebody actually types in a keyword into google.com, it'll be available to be found on organic search. So that's what indexing is all about. And then Google's job when somebody does type in a search query is to basically rank those pages that they've indexed from number 1 to infinity, depending on how many pages are relevant to that search query. So really it's about crawling, indexing, and ranking. So crawling is simply a process done by which Google has bots. And what these bots do is they go to your web server and they're going to crawl every page that they can find. And how do they find these pages? Well, they basically follow links. You might have heard the term spidering, but that's what they call search engine spidering. So basically what Google's doing is they're building a web, so to speak, all the links that they're following. And so when they can follow all these links on your website, they're going to be able to crawl them. And when they crawl them, basically they're going to take that content and store it on their servers so it's available in their index. So based on this method, Google finds out which websites have relevant content and which ones don't based on certain keywords that are typed into Google. Because if they can't crawl your website, you're not going to be found. And if you can't be found, then you're not going to show up for relevant keywords. So we need to make sure your site's available to be crawled. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. Okay, but let's show you an example. So let's just go to Google search. And if I type in the keyword Simplilearn, okay, I could see I have 1,010,000 results. Okay, and that's how many results are showing up for Simplilearn. Okay, now they may not all be Simplilearn pages, but nonetheless, Simplilearn is ranked number 1 here organically, and there are 1,010,000 pages related to the keyword Simplilearn. Now, when it comes to organic search, we don't want to get it confused with paid search. So anytime you see paid search, you're going to see something that says ad next to it. Okay, so we could see that there are paid ads here, but when it comes to organic search, those are generally below paid ads. And so that's where Google counts the 1,010,000 results. And so that's the whole idea behind crawling and indexing. Google's able to crawl Simplilearn's website, and based on all the pages that they gather, they're going to make those pages available in organic search. So if you type in a keyword and your web page is not available for indexing, then you're never going to show up for that keyword. So that's why it's important to make sure your website is available for crawling and indexing. And so when a user types a query on Google search, the most relevant websites that are in Google's index are going to appear in the search results. So in the example I gave with Simplilearn, well, Simplilearn is the brand name of the company Simplilearn. So there's a lot of relevancy there. So that's why you see Simplilearn show up here organically, number 1. Like we mentioned about what is SEO and why SEO, we talked about that user experience. So there's a lot of factors that go into ranking, relevancy being one of them. So in the Simplilearn example, Simplilearn is relevant to a lot of the Simplilearn pages because that's who they are, Simplilearn. However, Simplilearn also needs to make sure that, for their pages, the page load time is fast, meaning these pages load very fast for the end user. And Google also takes into account other factors, like how long someone is staying on a website. Or are they bouncing, meaning are they going to one page that they land on and then leaving the website? Okay, and so the user experience is very, very important. There are other factors also like language and location. And so, for example, location, if you do a search, say in India, the results are going to be a little bit different than, say, the results in the United States. Why? Because Google is indexing as many web pages as they can find. So if somebody's doing a search in India, their results may be a little bit different than the results show up in the US because Google has different bots, and these bots are crawling different pages at different times. And so Google's index is updating continuously, but it's not real-time syncing. So if you do a search in India, you may not see exactly the same thing because both search engines, the Google in India and the Google in the US, may not be exactly synced up. So an example would be, if you're looking for cafe. So if you search a cafe in, say, San Francisco, you're going to see different results. Now, if you do a search for cafes in Mumbai, you're going to see different results. There's going to be local search here at the top. There may be some paid search, but again, you may see different results because one, location, but two, Google's search engines in India and United States, Google.com, aren't exactly synced up exactly at the same exact time you do that search. So location is important, language is important, and relevancy is important, along with user experience. So all those are important factors.
So keyword research is like finding the words people type into search engines. It's vital for online success. Picture it as using the right words to get noticed on Google. By knowing that words people use, you can make your content match what they're looking for. This is crucial because it means the right people find your website. It's not just about being at the top of the Google, it's about talking in a way that makes sense to your audience. Keyword research is like a guide, helping you know where your audience is looking. It's the key to making sure your website is easy to find and has what people are searching for. The significance of research lies in its ability to align your online presence with the actual language your audience uses. It ensures that your content resonates with their queries, attracting a relevant audience interest in your offerings. Essentially, keyword research is a strategic tool that not only boosts search engine rankings but also establishes a connection between your content and specific terms your audience employs, making your online presence both accessible and meaningful. Alright, so this was about what is keyword research and why is it important. Now let's understand how to do a keyword research using ChatGPT. For that, let's go to google.com. So as you can see, we have opened Google. Now all we have to do is to write, first of all we'll write AIPRM. Alright, so AIPRM or AIPRM for ChatGPT you can type. Now let's open the first link. We'll click on the first link. So this is basically an extension. It is a marketplace of prompts. They provide you prompts that you don't have to type the whole prompt. They have pre-made prompts that you can use. Alright, now we can click on this Add to Chrome button over here. Add extension. Alright. So as you can see, this is a whole new outlook of this ChatGPT. This is AIPRM prompt extension. So basically they give you pre-made prompts. As you can see, this you used SEO optimized content writer, fully SEO optimized article including. So there are numerous, as we can see, 4580 prompts. So you can choose accordingly whichever prompt you want, and you can also search over here. And this is topic, activity, sort by. You can also sort, and prompts per page. You can customize it according to yourself. So as you can see, here is the topic. We can go to topic and we can select. So we want to basically do a keyword research. We'll go to SEO. We'll click on SEO. After that, in activity, we can select this keywords. Alright. Now as we can see, there are numerous prompts according to what we have selected. That YouTube SEO, keyword generator, SEO, optimize your Google business profile, etc. So we can select as per our choice. So what I have figured out which is best is this one, keyword analysis. I repeat, keyword analysis. So as we can see, find the table of best keywords with search volume, CPC, paid difficulty, SEO difficulty. So for those who don't know about CPC, CPC or cost per click is a measure in online advertising that represents the amount you pay when someone clicks on your ad. It's essentially the cost of each interaction with your advertisement. Higher the CPC values often indicate more competitive keywords or advertising spaces. And as you can see, paid difficulty is also written. So paid difficulty refers to how challenging it is to compete for a particular keyword in paid advertising. A higher paid difficulty score means that it might be more expensive or competitive to bid for that keyword in paid search campaigns. So now there is SEO difficulty. So SEO difficulty basically is a measure of how hard it is to rank organically for a specific keyword in search engine results. A higher SEO difficulty suggests that it might be more challenging to optimize your content to appear higher in unpaid organic search results for that keyword. It takes into account factors like competition and the existing strength of other pages ranking for the same keyword. So these are the meanings of these things, as we can see. So we have already clicked on this. Now, as you can see, seed keyword that you search for. So let's say I'm searching for cloud computing, let's say. Cloud computing. And let's click on this. So as we can see, they are creating all this. Now let's explore keywords related to cloud computing along with their respective search volume. Alright. So as we can see, keyword, these are the keywords that we got, and these are the search volumes. So we all know what search volume is, the number of searches, and the CPC, as we already discussed. What is CPC? Again, if somebody wants to know about it, CPC or cost per click is a measure in online advertising that represents the amount you pay when someone clicks on your ad. So these are the amount you pay when someone clicks on these ads. Alright, so paid difficulty, again, it refers to how challenging it is to compete for a particular keyword in paid advertising. So this is paid difficulty of each of these keywords. Then SEO difficulty. SEO difficulty is a measure of how hard it is to rank organically for a specific keyword in search engine results. So these are the SEO difficulty. So we can select accordingly, and the table index is a mix of 100 keywords including long tail, LSI. So long tail keywords are also there, as we can see. We'll discuss long tail keywords also after this. So this is how you can do keyword research using ChatGPT. We'll do one or two more demos regarding this. So let's do another example. So we are going to select keyword analysis, and then we'll have to put seed keyword. Remember to select SEO first of all. Here we can see SEO, and then in activity you have to select keywords because we are doing the keyword research. Alright, now after selecting this keyword analysis, we basically want all these things like search volume, CPC, paid difficulty, SEO difficulty, so that we can choose the right keywords accordingly. So let's see, here we have to put the seed keyword. So let's say the seed keyword is, let's say, DevOps. Alright, now let's click on this. So they are giving us the keywords, a lot of keywords they usually give. Let's explore the keyword analysis for DevOps. So as you can see, high search volume, very high search volume, high. So these search volumes regarding these keywords are shown, and the CPC is also showing, and paid difficulty, SEO difficulty as well. So we basically want the SEO difficulty is to minimum or like medium. So we can search or extract those keywords accordingly. So they have written this table includes a mix of 100 relevant long tail keywords, LSI keywords, and FAQ related to DevOps. It provides insights into search volume, CPC, cost per click, paid difficulty, and SEO difficulty to help optimize your content and reach the target audience effectively. So through this you can select these keywords, and I think if we'll click on continue, it will keep on going for more keywords. So as you can see, long tail keywords now it is showing. So these are LSI keywords. So we will discuss these terms, long tail keywords, LSI keywords after some time. Later in this, I repeat, later in this video. So this is how you can simply do a keyword research using ChatGPT. Again, this keyword research is completely free. You don't have to pay a single buck regarding this. Now let's try another method of doing a keyword research. For that, all we have to do is to go to Google and we'll type keywords everywhere. Alright, so here's the first link. Let's click on this. This is another extension, install for Chrome. We'll click on install for Chrome. Now let it open, and now we can click on add to Chrome to just add this extension in our Chrome browser. As you can see, add extension. So I think it is added now. Now all we have to do is to pin this one. Alright, so now let's go to ChatGPT, or let's open a new one. So as you can see, this is keywords everywhere icon. Please continue. As you can see, clarify, explain, rewrite. So for that, to use this extension's powers or functionality, all we have to do is to click on this template button. Alright. Now here, the thing is, first of all, we'll select choose a category. Similarly, that we have done previously, choose a category. So as you can see, copywriting, marketing, SEO, social media, productivity, professionals. We'll select SEO because we want to do keyword research. Then in subcategory, we can select keyword research, and because we want to do keyword research, then there's a template. So here we can see first is keyword strategy. So you can click on keyword strategy if you want to do basically strategize the keywords. So basically I'll tell you what keyword strategy is. Keyword strategy involves planning like how to use specific words or phrases in your content to achieve specific goals. Like it's about selecting and targeting keywords that align with your overall objectives, whether it's to boost website traffic, increase conversions, or enhance your online visibility. Then there is get search intent for keywords. So it itself tells what it is, like intent. Understanding search intent for keywords means grasping the reason behind someone online search. It involves figuring out what a person is looking for when they type a particular keyword into a search engine. Aligning your content with users' intent ensures that your information meets their needs, improving the relevance of your content. Then here is related keyword generator. So a related keyword generator is a term or phrase closely connected to the main keyword you are targeting. Including related keywords in your content helps search engines understand the content and relevance of your page. It's a way to capture a broader range of search queries related to your main topic. Then there is long tail keyword. So basically a long tail keyword is a more specific and detailed phrase, usually consisting of 3 or more words. While these phrases may have lower search volumes individually, they often attract a more targeted audience. Long tail keywords can be valuable for niche topics, are generally easier to rank for than broader, more competitive terms. So these are all these things. So let's say first of all I want to search for related keyword generator. And so first of all, as you can see, category, SEO, subcategory, keyword research, templates, select accordingly whichever you want. I've explained all these. Related keyword generator I want basically. When we'll select related keyword generator, this will come up. Language is English, we want in English only. Here is the seed keyword we'll have to write. This is total keywords, how many keywords do we want. We can select accordingly. Basically I want 40 itself. So this is a prompt template that automatically gets created whenever you select a particular template. So let's say if I want to select keyword strategy, so it will create itself a different kind of prompt. So if I'll select long tail, then a different kind of prompt will be generated. So this is a self-made itself, it will create a prompt. All you have to do is to write a seed keyword over here. So let's say, as I said, I want a related keyword generator, and let's type here DevOps. Alright, so total keywords I want 40 itself. Now I'll click on execute template. Alright, so these are the 40 keywords that we wanted. So related keyword generator, continuous integration, infrastructure as code, Docker, Kubernetes, Jenkins, and they're also telling me the search intent, informational. So all of these keywords are informational. So firstly, they'll create a table regarding these keywords. After that, they will basically list of same keywords separated by commas. As you can see, same keywords are separated by comma so that you can easily use them wherever you want. Alright, so this we have selected for the what we call related keyword generator. Now let's select another one. Let's click on template again. We'll go to related, or let's say long tail keyword generator. Now we'll put DevOps again. Yes. Alright, so as you can see, I think we'll have to select another new chat we'll have to create. Alright, now again we'll go to template, long tail keyword generator, DevOps, and let's say this time we want 50. Alright, so we'll see whenever we are doing this editing, here also it is getting edited. So let's type 60, then it will get 60, and whenever we'll type DevOps, this will also get edited, as you can see. So this is a prompt. Now we'll click on execute template. Let's see how it goes. So these are basically a long tail keywords, as you can see, not a single keyword. DevOps best practices, Kubernetes deployment, Jenkins automation, site reliability engineer, etc. Basically the search intent of all these keywords is like informational. This one we can see commercial, transactional, deployment. So they also show the search intent, and these all are the keywords separated with commas. There are 60 total keywords. Now let's do another one. We'll go to template and we'll type, let's say this time we'll type mobile itself. Now let's see the keyword strategy for mobile. We have typed mobile as a seed keyword. Now execute template. So as you can see, category, keyword, search intent, title, and they're also telling us the title about, as you can see. Let it complete this one, then we'll show this. So it has generated the table, as you can see. Please note that this table includes 24 entries to maintain clarity and conciseness. If you need additional keywords or adjustments, feel free to let me know. We can click on this continue to create more, but let's first just see. As we can see, first of all, types here. There is device types, category, mobile phone, search intent, navigational, and we can see title is also there. If we'll click on this, as you can see, title, search intent, title, essential guide to choosing the perfect mobile. Let's open this. Essential guide to choosing the perfect mobile phone. Description also is there for your content, so you don't have to do anything regarding this. As you can see, explore our comprehensive guide on selecting an ideal mobile. So description they also provide. A complete description is there. So basically you can just copy paste it and just copy this and just put it into an Excel sheet to just have a look at it clearly. So in Excel sheet you can easily figure out what all keywords you want to use in your content or your article. So these two extensions are important for you if you want to do keyword research using ChatGPT and make your work easy. These two extensions are completely free, so feel free to use them. One is AI PRM, another one is Keywords Everywhere.
On-page optimization, as the name suggests, is the practice of optimizing web pages to rank higher and get relevant traffic from the search engine. On-page optimization includes both content and HTML source code optimization. Search engine optimization can be very complex. So when you're trying to understand it for the first time, I find it very easy just to break it up into general concepts that you might already have an understanding of. When you look at the hundreds of signals that go into SEO, they can be broken up into either relevancy or, because sometimes it's both, popularity. So relevancy and popularity. Out of all these signals, they fit into one of these two things. We're going to break all the signals we have into these two areas. In this section, we're going to talk about the on-page factors. That's because these are the factors that you have direct impact upon. And you can make a small tweak and have a big impact with organic traffic with your on-page relevancy factors. The primary on-page relevancy factors that I'll cover in this lesson are title tags and meta descriptions, header tags, which are used for headlines and subheadings, website URLs and URL structure, image alt text, internal links, keyword usage, and sitemaps. Let's start with one of my favorites, and that is the title tag. This is also called a page title. The page title is not shown on the page. Now rather, it is displayed on the browser tab. And this is what makes it highly important, is that in addition to being displayed on the browser tab, it is also the title tag or the page title that is shown on the text in the Google search results as the link to the page. The page title influences both the click-through rates and people's first impressions of our website. Next up, we have the meta description. Now, the meta description can be a bit confusing. The meta description is in the code, and it does not influence rankings, but it does influence clicks. People will see your snippet or your page information in the search engine results. That gray text is the meta description. If you don't have a meta description, then it may pull information from the page. You can affect this and improve the chances of your meta description appearing if you write a short descriptive phrase of the content or the purpose of the page. And just because we edit these elements does not guarantee that they will show up. I often say that we affect the change, but we cannot control it. This is because the search engine may override your changes and show different content in these areas. Sometimes it may help and it might be a better description, but many times it's not. Now let's go to the next element, the header tags. These are also referred to as the heading and subheading. And this is how HTML was built when the web was first created. It enables a logical hierarchy of content. So starting with the headline, then displaying a subheading, and then subheadings after that. The idea here is that you're establishing a hierarchy of information. So you start with the H1. Like a newspaper, there's only one main headline per page. It describes the main purpose of the page. Then, a subheading, the H2. This is how you break the subcontent into subcategories. Obviously, you'll want to use a keyword in there as well. You see, by describing the purpose of the page in the headline, and then again in a subheading, you're naturally going to use your primary and secondary keywords because you're going to associate them with the product or the purpose and the benefit. The key is to keep it short. You see, after the headline are the subcategories, the H2s, and then your H3 is typically used as a paragraph heading. Now, putting the keyword in these headings alone does not make your page optimized. Remember, the purpose is to provide a quick reference for people to find the content they need within seconds. So short, explanatory heading and subheadings, paragraph headings are very effective. And naturally, you'll be using keywords to help people locate the information that is most important to them. Now, if we go back to the search engine results page, the SERP, there is another element in that listing. The page title is the large blue text. The meta description is the gray text. Now, the green text is the URL of the page that is listed. This is the address of the page. Just like the address for your home, the internet knows that the URL is the address for that page. This is extremely important for SEO for a variety of reasons. The most important, though, is your keyword usage. I like to make sure that I have at least one relevant word in the URL. Now, also, here, keep it short. One of the worst things you can do is have a URL full of keywords, or even worse, hyphenate them all. And remember, people use these URLs. They provide context for the page. People also copy and paste URLs into mobile messages, emails, and social links. So it is extremely important to keep these short, succinct, and I like to say readable. Now, I've just briefly touched about the importance of the URL. And now let's look at the URL structure. First, let's start with the primary core of the URL, the domain name. In the example with the URL I have here, example.com, that's the domain name. So this is the first thing that people see with your online business. Now, beyond the internet, this is going to be what's in all of your ads, emails, brochures, business cards, and online, your social profiles, all of your marketing efforts are going to drive people to this domain. There's a lot of advice about buying or using domains that have your keywords in them. And unfortunately, domains have been being sold for decades, so there's less chance of finding a domain with the keywords you want. Now, the search engines don't make the keyword used in the domain a primary ranking signal, so that's good. However, the domain is your business. It needs to be memorable. If you have a very, I call it a spammy looking domain name with multiple words and hyphens, or one that's hard to spell or confusing, people are going to make an initial impression off of that. So make sure you have something that's going to make a great first impression. Here's the rule for a domain name. Something that's easy to spell and easy to pronounce. Ideally, sure, it's something you can type and share. Something you're going to be able to put on a business card and be proud of. Not something that you bought primarily because you want it for SEO reasons, and you think with that you're going to succeed. As an example, just think about Amazon. Their domain name says nothing about books, and yet it grew to be one of the largest e-commerce companies in the world. The same with Alibaba or Google. Their domain names were not the keyword, but their marketing and branding built their company. Now, everything after the domain is a subdirectory. This is based on your website organization. As an example, if you have a website selling shoes, then the subdirectory can be called shoes. It's easy, right? The subdirectory is the folder that contains the relevant files or pages for that group. Think of a file folder with documents inside. The file folder is usually based on a major category of content or products. Now, inside the folder are individual documents or pages. These files or pages usually come after the subdirectory. In this example, you see the file.html. The next step in optimizing the URL is to name the page in a way that explains the content of the page. To use our e-commerce shoe website, a page name would usually be a specific product name. This way you would end up with domain name /shoes as the category / brand name running shoe. Insert that here. If you've ever looked at the HTML that make up the instructions of the page, you'll understand a bit more of how search engines get the information from the page. The text on the page and the markup, such as the headings, provide instructions as to where the text is located, the importance and prominence of the text, in addition to the arrangement of the overall page. HTML is a set of instructions for a browser to assemble the page, and the search engines use that as well. Now, the search engines spiders cannot see images. As the internet developed, many attributes were added to provide for accessibility and additional features. Users that are sight impaired cannot see images. And the alternative text tag describes the image. Further, there are many times when our bandwidth isn't strong and not all of the images will load. In that case, we need the alt text description to provide the context of the image and its purpose. Search engines use this alt text description to gain additional context about the page, the content of the image, and its purpose. Now, we have an entire section on links, but at this point, I just want to cover internal links. An internal link is a link from one page on your website to another page of your own website. Now, this is important from a relevancy perspective. You'll see internal links in your main navigation. You'll likely have a link that says home, one that says contact us, or about our company. What you're showing to search engines and to humans is that this section, if you click on this link, is about our company. Or this is where you find our contact information. You see, these links are not votes like external links. However, they provide relevance and context to the information on your own website. Let's dive in a little more on keywords. When a search engine crawls and processes your website, it doesn't simply look for the instances of specific keywords. It's a lot more complex than that. It's using a technology called natural language processing. Natural language processing uses algorithms to try to understand the meaning of text. You see, search engine processing is attempting to be human. This is the same way that people see and hear the words, and we're using the words to find the meaning expressed in the words. Similarly, when a search engine goes to your website, it may seek keywords, but it's looking for the context of those words. You may say football, but just having the word football repeated throughout your website isn't going to help you rank specifically for football. What you need to do, and what is more common in actual human conversation, happens very naturally. When we talk about football, we use naturally additional words, such as goal and referee and World Cup. You see, Google and the other search engines are going to take these into account. By usage of other synonyms and other common words, you present the context of a bigger, broader idea for your website. The next site signal that we have is sitemaps. Now, there are two kinds of sitemaps. There's the sitemap that is for humans, and there is the sitemap that are for search engine robots, crawlers, or spiders. The one that is for human is called an HTML sitemap. You've probably seen these before. The link is generally in the footer of a website. If you click on it, it shows you the major sections of the website, provides some search functionality, but looking at it as a human, it shows you the hierarchy of the website and where to find important information. It shows how everything fits together. Now, there's something else that exists called an XML sitemap. It's not linked from any page of your website, but exists as an independent file on your server. Now, this is something you can see, but it is formatted for search engine spiders. Using a programming language called XML, it shows the hierarchy and the priority of each of the URLs of the website, every page, every document, every image. And it also shows the date that each page was last updated or changed. So at this point, we've covered a lot of things that are important and things that you should be doing when optimizing your on-page content. Now let's go a different direction and cover things that you should not be doing: keyword stuffing, hidden text, repetitive anchor text, and cloaking. The first one is keyword stuffing. Now, back in the early days of search engine optimization, people used to increase the instances of words on the page. Now, this is well before natural language processing. At that time, search engines were looking for occurrences of specific words. Well, search engines, they're very smart about this. What may have worked 20 years ago or 10 years ago, keyword stuffing does not work. You're not going to rank better for any given phrase by including it a dozen or more times on the page. In fact, you might get an over-optimization penalty by constantly repeating the same word over and over. Focus on writing content that engages with your visitors and uses language naturally. Now, the next one is hidden text. Unfortunately, I still see this. This is when you write content that is solely for search engines and not for people. Now, typically it is attempted by writing a lot of repetitive keywords as text, coloring it white, and placing it against a white background. You see, this was developed as another way to add more keyword-stuffed text without the user seeing the overuse of keywords. Now, it didn't work too well in the past, and it definitely does not work today. This tactic backfires in two ways. First, search engines can tell when it's white text on a white background. It's easy to tell from a computer science point of view. Search engines read the HTML, and in the HTML are the instructions for colors. When you hide text, modern search engines are smart enough to figure it out, probably better than a human. Now, secondly, it's done to hide repetitive keyword-stuffed text, which is the second thing against you. These outdated, unprofessional tactics will most likely get a website penalized by the search engines. The next one is repetitive anchor text. You may have followed a link to a page when looking for a business or information, and instead of the information you want, you get a page that doesn't feel like it was written for people. Every sentence is redundant, repetitive, and almost every keyword is linked even when there doesn't need to be a link. It confuses the flow of the information on the page. Now, again, this used to be a tactic that sometimes would work, but it's no longer helpful. Search engines and their natural language processing algorithms have advanced significantly. They can tell when something's not readable. When something is probably intended for machines and rankings but not for people, search engines will figure it out. Please don't waste time on redundant links trying to inflate the relevance of your links and pages. The last thing to cover here is cloaking. Cloaking is the idea of showing one thing to the search engines and something entirely different to humans. Now, this is related to the rest of the tactics I just covered. It's something that used to work, but it was expressly against the search engine guidelines. While it may have worked if the search engines discovered it on your website, you could have been penalized or dropped from the search engine results entirely. Now we've covered all of the most important on-page optimization factors. Let's take a look at what the theoretically perfectly optimized page would look like. In this example, we can see many of these elements being used together. You can also see that the base key phrase, digital camera, is being repeated, but always included with a specific context. First, at the top of the page is the URL, which has digital cameras in the address. The page title follows using the context of the information and adding the word reviews. You can also see at the top of the page that the main navigation and secondary navigation, also called the breadcrumb navigation, provides context of the page's location within the entire website and natural keyword usage. The H1 headline is the key phrase, but also happens to simply be the best title for the content of the page. The subsequent Subheadings provide additional information, such as ratings, recommendations, and features. The links provide relevant ways to access additional content. The image utilizes alt text. There are also clear calls to action, which provide relevant offers to visitors. As you can see, the context of all of the content is very strong and sends a clear relevancy signal to both search engines and readers. To conclude this section, I'd like to cover the top influencing factors. Now, sometimes you may find these as lists, but I found it a bit more practical to separate them into categories. Typically, every year, you'll find these collections of lists from surveys, experts, or speculation. Some are from testing, but honestly, you can't ever truly test a search engine, as they change a little bit with every algorithm. So the best thing is to take from these lists these factors that are the tried and true factors over the years that have worked consistently. Also, those tactics that not only make your website more effective with users, they tend to do well with search engines. So if a tactic serves that dual purpose, it's a good tactic. So these are not exclusive and have-to lists for every situation, but guides and indicators for you to use. The top on-page factors from surveys, opinions, and data are these: a relevant page title, page headings, anchor text links, a keyword-based URL, a keyword or contextual file name such as page name, image name, or PDF file name, alt text and images, and finally, what you do with the content on a page to make it more readable, lists, bullet points, and bolded text. The top factors for off-page linking tend to contain these items: the total number of domains linking to you, the number of highly influential domains linking to you, the number of unique domain IP addresses, the total backlinks without nofollow limits, the total relevant anchor text in links to you, and finally, the types and context of keywords in anchor text links. The domain also contributes factors to your overall rankings, such as the age of the domain, which would include ownership information, such as the length of time owned and operated by a company, the real business information tied to that domain, such as the business address being the same as the business registration address for the domain. In addition, the signals from social accounts driving visits to the domain. Functionally, the search engines also utilize some attribution based on the quality of programming of the website. For instance, taking care of the basic search engine protocols of the robots.txt file, XML sitemap, and HTTPS protocol. Websites that implement these features have shown that they are familiar with search engine guidelines and protocol. Now, one of the changes over the past few years has been the implementation of page speed as an increasing ranking factor. Slow loading pages with a lot of extraneous code that slow the delivery of the page will be penalized as they take away from the user experience. Optimizing the page code, speeding up the load time of the page can directly impact your rankings, and this is closely related to the mobile friendliness of your website. If your website is not mobile friendly, it will be limited in visibility, as Google's primary index is focused on mobile devices and mobile delivery. Behavioral factors are the newest factors, and with the advent of artificial intelligence, it is making determining the intent and is making determining easier for a search engine to derive a judgment of relevancy based on interaction. While the extent of these signals is not fully known, it is suspected that they are minor but growing in importance. These include the amount of users that search for a brand name, business name, and go to that result, showing brand awareness. Also, the amount of direct visits, bypassing search. Time on page, pages per session, which is also called the depth of visit. And lastly, the behavior of a searcher from the results page. How many results are clicked? How many times do they return to the results? This evaluation is looking to judge if the results presented were satisfactory or deficient for that query. The two broad categories of ranking signals are popularity and relevance. Of the on-page factors, the page title is the most important individual field. The URL is important and should be memorable. Alt text is important for search engines as well as for sight-impaired humans. Avoid keyword stuffing, hidden text, repetitive anchor text, and cloaking. Natural language processing is a technology that aims to understand the intent that humans have when searching for information.
And so off-page SEO is simply the process of linking or promoting your website using link building. And so if you remember, I talked about this earlier on. There's two types of links, internal and external linking. And so for on-page SEO, we used internal linking. For off-page SEO, we're going to talk about external linking. And external linking allows us to improve our website's recognition or relevancy or credibility. And why do we want to improve our relevancy and credibility and trustworthiness and authority? Because we want Google to know that our web page is trustworthy. It is recognized by other websites, and it is relevant for a particular keyword. And so if we can do that using off-page SEO methods, then Google's going to rank our web page for the keyword we want to be found for. So it's really off-page SEO is synonymous with link building, and there's plenty of opportunities to do link building. It just comes down to creating a strategy. So again, some of the benefits to off-page, well, we talked about being credible and trustworthiness and relevant. We need to do that in order to rank. But there's some other benefits there. So if we have a link on another credible website, then it's likely going to increase the traffic to our own website. It also creates high domain authority. And so what I mean by high domain authority is if we have basically links to other web pages pointing back to us, then basically our domain authority is going to improve. And when our domain authority improves, other websites are going to want to link to us. So the higher authoritative we are for our website, then other web pages are going to want to link to us. And so the more external linking we have, the higher the domain authority. So it all starts with linking to other high domain authority websites. So linking to a high domain authority website, for example, having a link on Wikipedia that points back to our webpage creates high domain authority for us, and it helps drive traffic. So some of the other benefits of off-page SEO are credibility. So if we're linking from Wikipedia to our webpage, it does create credibility for us. It also helps us increase our page rank. So remember that external linking helps build domain authority, helps build credibility, trustworthiness, and it's going to in turn help us rank for that particular page. And then certainly not last, having a good off-page SEO link building strategy increases our brand awareness, because if we're on other high authority websites, Wikipedia, or say a social platform, it's going to increase our brand awareness. And increasing our brand awareness increases our trustworthiness. And so if somebody is looking to, say, become a digital marketing specialist, then likely instead of typing in digital marketing specialist on Google, they may type in our brand name, in this case, Simplilearn. And so these are all the benefits to off-page SEO. So it's nothing more than having links on other websites that are pointing back to ours. And again, there's lots of benefits. It helps drive traffic and increases our authority. So those are things that we want to take advantage of when we want to rank. And the key behind off-page SEO or link building is always going to be content. So from an on-page SEO perspective, having quality content allows that content to be optimized for a relevant keyword and ranked. But also from an off-page SEO strategy, having high quality content allows us to have other sites, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a website. It could be a social platform, or it can be another blogging platform or blogging website, link back to ours. Why? Because the content is original, it's natural, it's well structured, it reads well. And so that's the whole idea behind off-page. You can't have links on other websites if you don't have quality content. So one of the ideas behind off-page SEO is not only do you want to create good content, but you probably want to spend a lot of time or a bit of time on others' websites. So remember the example I used earlier in this presentation about having an ice cream blog and ice cream recipes? Well, it probably wouldn't be a bad idea to say spend some time on other blogs related to desserts, related to cakes, related to food in general, related to vegetables or other items that people could link from. So the whole idea is understanding who else is out there, who has relevant content that you could share. So you could share your content with them, they can share their content with you. And generally that's how it works naturally anyway. In the web sphere, if somebody likes your content, they're going to link to it. They don't necessarily have to wait for you to ask them. But it might not be a bad idea to understand who else is out there that has content similar to yours so that you can, get a link on that particular website or blog post. And so some other ideas behind having external links pointing back to your website is social media. So social media is not just Facebook or Twitter, but it expands beyond that. There's Quora, there's Medium, there's all sorts of content generated websites like Reddit. So the list goes on and on. You just need to find what's relevant for your content. If it's relevant for your content, then it's worth putting or trying to get the external link on that social media platform. And then again, going back to my ice cream blog recipes blog post, if you find a particular blog that you want to have an external link on, there's nothing wrong with reaching out to that particular blogger. In some cases, very flattering, but in other cases, if the content is relevant, then why not? It's only going to help your end user experience. If you add somebody who has, say, a blog about cakes, having their link on your blog post. So there's nothing wrong with it because it also adds to the user experience. And if you're going to ask somebody to put an external link on theirs, you might want to be open-minded and make sure that you are able and willing to put an external link on your blog post or website pointing to their content. That's how the web works, especially if the content's of quality, relevant, and of good nature.
Welcome to our video on Best Digital Marketing Trends 2024. In this session, we will explore the latest trends, strategies, and the best practices that can help you grow your business online. Digital marketing is the utilization of digital channels and technologies to effectively reach, engage, and convert a specific target audience. This includes a diverse set of strategies including, but not limited to, search engine optimization, social media marketing, email marketing, content marketing, influencer marketing, and various other approaches. Digital marketing is not only a powerful way to connect with your customers, but also a proven way to improve your brand value and revenue. As per Gartner report, digital marketing strategy is what sets best-in-class performance apart from the rest. The report also identified 45 brands that has achieved genius status in 2023 by excelling in digital performance, maturity, and investment. So now, let's have a look at some of the benefits of digital marketing. First, it enables you to connect with a broad and varied audience worldwide across the globe, with 74% marketers agreeing with the customers are placing increased value on digital experiences. Then it enables you to measure and optimize your campaigns in real time using data and analytics to track your performance and ROI. Next is, it empowers you to create personalized and relevant content and messages for your audience using AI and storytelling to enhance customer experience and loyalty. Next one, it helps you leverage the power of social media and influencer marketing using platforms like TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube to create a viral and engaging content for your brand. Also, if you are interested in advancing your career, consider Purdue University's postgraduate program in digital marketing. This comprehensive program offers certification as a digital marketer through live interactive learning. Dive deep into fundamental and advanced digital marketing strategies, utilizing Harvard Business Publishing cases and hands-on participation in 20+ projects. Access the full spectrum of digital marketing tools with ChatGPT and AI tools, complemented by 35+ dedicated resources. Alright, so this was about digital marketing and its benefits. Now, moving on to top digital marketing trends to follow in 2024. Alright, so let's explore how these trends are reshaping the marketing landscape. So first on the list is podcast. So podcasts are gaining popularity over blogs, especially among younger audiences. They offer convenience, intimacy, and engagement that blogs may not provide.
Additionally, podcasts allow brands to showcase their personality, expertise, and values in more authentic manner, connecting with their audience in a real and honest way. This shift towards podcasts reflects the changing preferences of consumers, particularly the younger generation, who participates in the conversational and immersive nature of this medium. Consequently, brands are discovering that podcasts provide an efficient platform for connecting with and involving their target audience in a more personal and significant manner. So, this was about podcasts. Now, coming to the next digital marketing trend on the list, which is emphasizing the importance of branding. So, branding is more than just logos and slogans. It involves crafting a unique identity and narrative that resonates with target audience. Effective branding helps differentiate from competitors, build trust and loyalty, and increases customer lifetime value. In 2024, customers are expected to prioritize brands that demonstrate a commitment to society well-being beyond just financial considerations. Alright, so this was about the importance of branding. Next up we have is short form content. So short form content consumed in under 10 minutes has become a dominant force in digital landscape. This content type includes videos, stories, reels, tweets, captures attention, delivers value, and encourages action. A report by SimilarWeb highlights that the average user spends 95 minutes daily on short form content like YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, and Snapchat. So this was about short form content. This is the trend. Now coming to the next trend, which is multi-region marketing, that is US, UK, India. So the multi-region marketing is about adapting your marketing strategies to fit the unique cultures, languages, behaviors of different regions. By doing this, you can connect with more people, boost your sales, and make your customers happier. In 2024, it's crucial to pay attention to major digital markets such as US, UK, and India because they are not only large but also growing rapidly. These geographic areas offer substantial prospects for business aiming to broaden their influence and enhance their achievements. Customizing your marketing endeavors to meet the distinct needs and preferences of these diverse markets, you can better engage with potential customers and improve your overall performance. This approach allows you to speak directly to the people you want to reach, making your marketing more effective and impactful. Ultimately, multi-region marketing can help your business thrive in today's global marketplace. Alright, now coming to the next trend, that is voice search. Yes, voice search involves using your voice to look for things, the information, products, or services on the internet. Using devices such as smartphones and smart speakers or laptops, it's getting more common and accurate because of improvements in understanding natural language and recognizing speech. Voice search can be really handy, fast, and easy to use, especially when people are busy on the move or have trouble seeing or moving. A report by Juniper Research suggests that ad revenue from voice searches could hit 19 billion by 2024, and that's a very big number. So this was about voice search. The next trend on the list is automated and personalized email marketing. Yes. So automated and personalized email marketing involves using software and data to send customized email to your subscribers, talking into action their preferences, behavior, and actions. This approach saves time by automating the process of sending out emails and ensures that the content is relevant to each recipient, increasing engagement and potentially leading to more conversions. A report by Litmus revealed that 68% marketers consider email personalization a top priority for 2024, indicating the growing importance of this strategy in the market world. By tailoring emails to individual subscribers, businesses can create more meaningful connections with their audience, leading to higher open rates, click-through rates, and ultimately better results for their email marketing efforts. Now moving on to the next trend, which is AI in marketing. Yes. AI in marketing refers to the use of artificial intelligence for various marketing activities, including analyzing data, creating content, and segmenting customers, personalizing marketing strategy, optimizing campaigns, and measuring performance. By leveraging AI, businesses can improve their efficiency, effectiveness, and creativity in marketing while also gaining deeper insights into the customer and competitors. A report by Salesforce highlights that 57% of marketing leaders view AI as crucial for delivering personalized customer experiences. This indicates the growing importance of AI in helping marketers tailor their approach to meet the public and specific needs and preferences of individual customers, ultimately leading to more meaningful and impactful interactions.
Imagine you have a fantastic shop in a busy street, but no one seems to notice it because it's tucked away in a corner. SEO or search engine optimization is like putting up bright signs and arrows that guide people straight to your shop. It helps your website stand out in the vast online world, making it more likely for people to find and visit it. So, SEO is like the friendly guide that ensures your website gets the attention it deserves, bringing in more visitors and potential customers. And for doing so, a tool is very crucial. And one of the best tools out there is SEO PowerSuite. So SEO PowerSuite stand out as the best solution for all your SEO and digital marketing requirements. It offers 4 powerful tools like Rank Tracker, Website Auditor, SEO Spyglass and Link Assistant, providing you with a complete toolkit to boost your search engine rankings. Unlike many other SEO software options, SEO PowerSuite offers a one-stop shop for optimizing your online presence and achieving better visibility on search engines. Alright, now the question must arise, how do I use SEO PowerSuite? So for that, we will focus on 4 things, that is keywords, on-page SEO, backlinks and link building. And first we'll have to focus on keywords. For that, we will be navigating to Rank Tracker. Alright, so this is our Rank Tracker. We'll double click on it. So Rank Tracker is a valuable tool designed to assist you in discovering profitable keywords, monitoring your own rankings as well as those of your competitors, and conducting thorough competitive analysis also. It serves as a comprehensive solution to enhance your understanding of keyword and overall market dynamics. So first of all, we'll have to create a project over here. So over here we'll have to type the URL of this website, and so I will just type here bewakoof.com. It's an e-commerce site. Alright, so now we'll click on next, then again we'll connect on next, and here you can enter the keywords if you want, and if you don't want, then you can proceed by clicking on next. Here you can add more search engines, Google, Bing, Yahoo, ask.com. I mean, it's your choice if you want to add it or not. I just don't want to add all these. Google and Yahoo are sufficient. Then we'll click on finish. Alright, so our project is getting ready. Alright, so it is loaded. So first of all, we'll start by understanding the menu bar. So the menu bar is like the control center of Rank Tracker, offering a set of drop-down menus that help you manage your projects and preferences. So let's understand first. So this is file. So this menu handles basic commands relating to your project, such as opening, closing and saving files. It's your go-to for managing project files efficiently. Then there is preferences, as we can see. Here in preferences, you can set up global configuration for the application and customize settings specific to each project. It's like the headquarters of tailoring Rank Tracker to suit your needs. Then there is window. So window, this menu provides a list of supported hotkeys like keyboard shortcuts and allows you to quickly switch between different modules or sections within the application. It's all about making navigation and action more efficient. So you can also learn these shortcuts as well. Then there is help. So in the help menu, you can find information about your Rank Tracker license along with the links to online help resources. If you ever need guidance or have questions, this is where you can find the assistance. Alright, then here comes the project. As you can see, project. This menu is like a project management hub. It displays a drop-down list of all the projects currently open in Rank Tracker, allowing you to easily switch between them. So only one project is there, so it is showing that only. Now the next one is new. So the new option lets you create a fresh project, and then open is there. Use this option to load an existing project from your hard drive or cloud storage. Then save, we all know, save your open projects with this command, you can do that. Then close, this option allows you to exit. Then as you can see, check all. So check all rankings in all the open projects simultaneously with this command. It streamlines the process of gathering information across your various projects. Then you can also log in, like found in the SEO PowerSuite cloud login area. This is where you log in to access cloud related features. Alright, so this was about the menu bar. Now coming to the sidebar. So quickly let's understand this one. So first of all, there is the dashboard, as you can see, project dashboard. This is your project's central hub. It provides a visual summary of key statistics related to your organic traffic, ranking progress, and how well your competitors are doing. It serves as a quick gateway to all main project sections. Then there is rank tracking. In this module, you will find a list of keywords you're targeting. It shows their ranking history, traffic statistics, keyword efficiency, index KEI, keyword difficulty, and other essential data that you may need to update regularly. So it is like that. Alright, now as you can see, next is keyword research. So here it is. So here you can explore new keyword ideas using over 20 different tools. Like it is in there. The module allows you to analyze and categorize new keywords into groups and move them to target keyword section. Alright, so as you can see, these are that 20 different tools, the tools that we are talking about. Then there is SERP analysis, that is SERP analysis. This is for in-depth keyword analysis. It provides you detailed analytical report on websites competing with you for the same queries. Then competitors research. This module enables you to research on competitors based on domain or topic. Domain strength. It offers an overall report on your website's SEO strength, showing how it evolves over time. Then there is reports. This module is for generating and delivering reports to your clients. And I think that would be sufficient. So we have already created a project, and while creating a project you can add seed keywords that describe your business or use the ones the tool suggests. Then see where your website stands for, and it helps you understand how well your site is doing in search results. So the next step would be analyzing. So first of all, for analyzing that, we'll have to go to keyword research. We'll click on that, and then ranking keyword is there, as you can see. Alright, so now here you can type the name of the competitor and click search. So let's just say I want to type the name of the competitor, the sold store, let's say. Alright, now I'll click on search. Make sure the URL is correct, and it might take some time. It is fetching something. It is collecting the keywords, and then it will compare the keyword profiles. Alright, so this is what it is. This is the result, and as we can see, keywords, and this is organic traffic. This is URL of the sold store, and these are the keywords, as you can see. So these are basically the keywords for which the competitors are ranking, and access their performance. You can have the option to investigate any competitor of your choice or rely on rank tracker to recommend the most relevant ones within your specific niche. Now after this, you can explore keywords with various keyword research methods like keyword gap, search console, keyword planner, autocomplete tools, related searches, keyword combination, etc. So as you can see, all these are over here. You can have a look at these and explore these. Meanwhile, we can explore this keyword sandbox. As you can see, keyword sandbox. With the help of this, we can filter our keywords, which is the next step. Alright, so this is keyword sandbox. Now we'll utilize the metrics provided in the module to identify and filter potentially lucrative keywords, eliminating those unlikely to generate relevant traffic for our website. So factors such as search volume, as we can see, and keyword difficulty and competition can guide you in selecting target keywords effectively. So as you can see, these are the search volumes, and this is the competition. Competition is high for this keyword, and keyword difficulty is also mentioned. So you can filter out the keywords according to your choice. You can either select or stop, like track, like we can see. So it's your choice. You can filter out the keywords. So whichever you don't want to, you can just click on it and it will be tracked. Now your keywords will appear also in the tracked keywords. So like I've tracked this one and this one. So in tracked keywords, I can have a look at these. Alright, so this was about it. Next we will go to the website auditor. So website auditor ensures your website is optimized on the page and checks if it functions well technically and in terms of content optimization. So we'll open the website auditor and then we'll type the website, that is bewakoof.com. Right, we'll click on finish Alright, so as you can see, to get a good ranking on search engines, it's important to optimize your site first of all in terms of both technology and content. We will be using Website Auditor for this job. But before that, let's have a look at what all things are there. So first of all, we'll explore similarly that we explored in the previous one. So this is the menu bar, and I think we have explored this, and this is the sidebar. It is a bit different from that. So let's explore the sidebar. So site structure we have, as you can see, this section organizes all the elements of a website, including its pages and resources. It provides like a visual map of the site along with an audit dashboard that accesses various SEO factors. So as you can see, page audit over here. Now the page audit will do the page level analysis. So this was the function of page audit. Then domain strength is there. So this feature offers comprehensive report on overall strength and performance of your website domain, showcasing its growth over time. After that, there is reports. This module allows users to generate and share reports with clients. It serves as a tool to communicate the findings and insights obtained from the analysis of the site structure and domain strength. So this was about the sidebar. Now we can start with a little demo. So first we have to create a project that we already created and wait till the tool crawls and collects all the pages on your website. So that we have done already. Now we'll go to site audit. So as you can see here under site structure, site audit. Now after visiting site audit, we'll address each technical issue systematically, following the tool's recommendations to eliminate all the discrepancies. So as you can see, we are not able to see any error. As you can see, error 0, warning is 1, information is 1. So there is nothing exactly to be fixed. But if there is some error or something is there, then we can easily do that with the help of this tool. Alright, so next we can do is visualization. As you can see over here under site audit, we click on that. Now to ensure visualization basically is used to ensure your site is well structured. The tool transforms your website into a visually intuitive app. Once generated, you can effortlessly spot and address like issues, orphan pages, isolated sections, redirects, broken links, and more. So this is what it is used for. On the right side, you can arrange the pages based on the click depth. As we can see, click depth, internal page rank, page views. So on the right side, this is the right side. And if you switch to internal page link, as you can see, we'll click on that. You can see how the internal link are spreaded, like it is a bit different. Sorting by page views, if you see, it lets you see which pages are visited and viewed the most and least. But we are not able to figure it out as of now. For that, I think we'll be needing a Google Analytics account and we'll need to log in with that. Alright, so after reviewing and addressing on-page optimization for the site, let's revisit the keywords you gathered in Brand Tracker. Like use Website Auditor Keyword Map. As we can see, Keyword Map. For Keyword Map, we'll have to go over Page Audit. Inside Page Audit, it is Keyword Map. Now this module automatically identifies the pages most relevant to each keyword group. So the program will take a few moments to harvest all the data for your keywords and pages for further analysis. First of all, you'll have to type the keywords. Alright, let's say I want to write joggers, watch, printed t-shirts, shirts, sliders, and you can write as many as keywords you want. Jacket, hoodies, shorts. Alright, I think that is sufficient. Now you can also import from CSV. So basically in the rank tracker, you can also download and import from CSV, or you can import directly from rank tracker also. Now we have wrote the keywords over here. Now we'll click on create map. Now the program will take few moments to harvest all data for the keywords, and the tool automatically identifies the pages most relevant to your keyword group or specific keyword. So this is showing only one. It should at least show 5 because website auditor will suggest the top 5 most fitting pages for each keyword or group. So we must add more keywords, I believe. We can add manually, or we can just have a look at rank tracker also, like Hellfire Club shirt. We can see, we can add that. Alright, so still it is showing 1. So after finding a match, as you can see, we have find the match. Just hover over the page and click map. As you can see, we'll have to click on this or this, relevant it is. Alright, so we'll have to hover over this and we'll click on map. Now with the ready keyword map, ensure your landing page is optimized for target keywords. Now we'll go to content audit first. So here we can adjust the target settings, set the default search engine for competitor page, and assign a specific one for the current page. So as you can see, they are showing the errors and warnings, so that we can improve on it. And as it is showing, make your page meta description approximately 22 word long. So it is showing how to fix also basically. And if we'll talk about competitors, we can see Amazon and many other HM is there, American Giant, Nike. So they have used the keywords they are showing, the meta description it is showing. Alright, so now coming to the content editor. So this is content editor. Basically what it does is, to start editing an existing page, you will need to choose between the editing modes first of all, as you can see. So it might take some time when you click on that. After doing that, it might take like 5 to 10 minutes. After it will show this window. Now you'll need to choose between editing modes. Browser mode is there and document mode is there. So let's just select browser mode and let's click on go. You can easily, edit this site also and properly write an SEO optimized title. So as you can see, 33.2% optimization rate is there, it is showing. And other than that, we can click on this. And this is showing us manage mapped keywords, manage search engines. So manage search engines. So this will change the default search engine. Set a separate search engine for the given page. This can be helpful when optimizing for creating a regional or local page. And click manage search engines, you can also do that. Alright, so the two top fields, as we can see, this one. So these two fields will let you edit or enter the meta title and meta description tags. And you can see how those fit into the intersections, the recommended number of characters based on the best SEO practices. So as you can see, 311,160. You can easily edit that and make it SEO friendly. Also, all your target keywords will show up in the mapped keywords, as you can see, the mapped keyword hoodies. So the green here, it is green, so green means okay. Orange, if it was orange, it means almost there. Red as an alarming for neglecting or stuffing. So next to each keyword, as you can see, you will see the actual keyword count versus recommended. So the recommendations are customizable. Simply click on any chip to manually change the recommendation. So you can do that. Then the recommended keywords. This section will list the keywords that have been extracted from the top ranking pages of your competitors. So you can also include these as per your choice. And then you can save in an HTML document from here, and you can reset from here and save. So once finished, save the page and upload it on your website. So now let's just go to backlinks. Now for backlinks, we'll have to go to SEO Spyglass. It is a useful tool for checking backlinks. It helps you gather and analyze your own backlinks as well as those of your competitors. So it's a good tool. So again, we can write the website URL. So we'll type bewakoof.com Alright, now we'll click on next, SEO Power Suite, and we can also change this as per our choice. Let's say we'll click on, so these were the number of backlinks. So I've wrote 10,000. So it is collecting backlinks as of now. Please wait while SEO Spyglass collects backlink statistical data and builds up the project. Okay. So these are the number of backlinks that this site has. 1,30,000, domains 9,622, and IPs 8361. Alright, so this is basically the data. So search engines prioritize websites that have backlinks from reputable domains. Conversely, an abundance of backlinks from spammy sites can negatively impact your domain's reputation also. Considering this, it is advisable to access your existing backlink profile before embarking on any efforts to build it further. So this involves examining and evaluating all the backlinks already directed to your site. So we are going to do that, and SEO Spyglass is one of the best tools for that. So step 1, find the pages linking to your site. For that, to gather all the backlinks directed to your site, you need to initiate a new project in SEO Spyglass that we already did. And now we can navigate to backlinks profile. We click on backlinks. Alright, so the tool will examine its index and identify all the backlinks, providing a variety of useful metrics essential for further analysis. So as we can see, backlink page, domain, in-link rank, linked page, links back. So all the backlink pages are there. It is also showing 130k backlinks. Alright, now coming to the linking domains. So in linking domains module, you can quickly switch between all domains, new or lost ones, and additionally set the program to show all TLDs or filter out any specific one like .com, .in, .org, .net, so like that. Alright, now the anchor texts. So the anchor texts module will show the summary widget with the total number of unique anchors, an anchor diversity diagram, and backlink distribution of anchor type. The workspace will list all the anchor texts associated with backlinks in the project alongside. You'll see the stats for each anchor, like link type as we can see, and number of backlinks you can also see 847, and linking domains, etc. Also, hovering over any cell in the backlinks domains columns, you will see the icon of expanding the list of URLs to look through. So as you can see, these are the backlink page, list of URLs. Alright. Now let's move on to the referral traffic. And to analyze the traffic your website is getting through the backlinks, turn to referral traffic module. This is the referral traffic module under backlink profile. This is backlink profile. If you want to analyze your website, you can come here in your SEO Spyglass. Once you click the update traffic button, as we can see over here, update traffic stats, or this also will work, this one only. Once you click on this, the program will ask you to connect your Google Analytics account, and if you haven't yet, then you can enter it. So this is how it will work. So once the account is connected, it will take few moments for the program to gather the data from Google Analytics for the backlinks in the project. After the task finishes, you will see the results in the workspace. You can then switch between views, linking domains, and backlink pages. So the linking domain view will show the overall number of referral sessions received from each domain and the overall bounce rate. The backlink pages view will show the more detailed data, referral sessions from each backlink page, and also the bounce rate for each linked page. Alright, now let's navigate to backlink profile, and then we'll go to summary. So within this module, examine a summary. You can including key metrics to identify both the strengths and weaknesses of your site. Now we can peek at your competitors' backlink profile also. Now is the moment to access your backlink profile in comparison to your competitors. Achieving superior SEO performance is crucial for securing a higher ranking than your competitors. To do that, go to domain comparison first of all, as you can see. Now this is our domain. Now here we'll type the competitor's domain. Let's like the soldstore.com. Alright, the spelling is wrong. The sold store it is. Alright, you can click. Then there is snitch.co.in. Alright, and one more is there. Let's write mintra.com. Alright, now let's click OK. So once this process is finished, you'll see a complete comparison of you and your competitors' domains. As we can see, bewakoof.com, the sold store, snitch.co.in, Mintra. Now you can easily compare on the basis of different metrics. There are various metrics over here, and as we can see, there is a number 91% in terms of text links, domain strength, 9.33 is of Mintra, and 7.99 of bewakoof.com. And these are for Snitch and these are for soldstore.com. So you can easily compare them on the basis of different metrics. Alright, now coming to the next step, which is spot the dangerous links. Before progressing to actual link building phase, it's crucial to address one final task: identify and remove potential and harmful backlinks. So for that, we will go to backlink profile, then the penalty risk. So backlink profile this, then we'll go to penalty risk. Alright, so this is the penalty risk. It is showing 0%, which is a good thing. So basically, links with a penalty risk of 70 to 100% are high risk and should be checked right away, as they could lead to Google penalizing your website basically. Links with a risk of 30 to 70% are potentially harmful, so it is advisable to examine them more closely. Then links with a 0 to 30% penalty risk are considered safe and pose minimal or no risk in your link profile. All you have to do is to collect those harmful links and get rid of them. So as you can see, there are no penalty risks, but I need to tell you how to do that. So we'll go to backlink pages and we'll click on a particular link, as you can see. So this button, update penalty risk, so it will task edit updated backlink page data. So it will update the penalty risk. Alright, so this was about SEO Spyglass. Now let's do the link building with Link Assistant. So this Link Assistant simplifies your link building tasks. It assists in discovering numerous link building opportunities, managing outreach, and overseeing your link building campaign directly within the app. So first of all, we'll create a project and specify the site and backlink and target settings. Alright, so as we can see, we can first of all we'll type bewakoof.com, right? Now, so as we have provided the web address, select your desired target country. So target country over here, and the language also you can select from this. And other than this, the app's search engine will be tailored automatically according to your preferences. Additionally, you have the option to include negative keywords in the top block list. So what this is, the app will analyze the backlink profiles of potential prospects and eliminate those containing the specified negative keywords. So if you don't want some negative keywords, you can put it here in the topic block list and that will not be included. Alright, so this was it. Now let's create now let's click on create. Alright, so this is the layout. Now, so first, by default, this will include the list of top 100 backlinks or the competitors of your domain with the highest in-link rank. And you can select any of the 6 predetermined methods, as we can see, 6 predetermined methods, or the configure a customized search, this one. Configure a customized search using the expert mode. This is the expert mode basically. So these options enable you to conduct a focused search based on specific type of link prospect you're seeking. If you lack seed keywords, you can utilize the get keyword suggestion feature. This function automatically identifies your top 20 ranking keywords that generate the highest traffic. Alright, so now step 2 would be, let's explore this one, guest posting top 100 blogs. We'll click on this. Alright, so by employing this search technique, you can identify the top 100 prospects ranked by organic traffic using specific search operators related to your seed keywords. To initiate the search, input the seed keywords. Here you will write down the seed keyword. So let's say I just want to write winter wear. Alright, and you can also do the search engine settings, but I think it is fine. And tags for future organization and management, but I don't think I'll be doing it. So after completing the search, first of all we'll have to click on find. So let's click on this. So these are the contact information. This is the page previews and this is the prospect preview, and additional details are also there. You can select or unselect all the results to be moved to the prospects like this. Right, so then we'll click on move to projects. On hover, move any result to prospects, to backlist, or to the trash also. So let's just click on this. We can also click on remove prospect, but we are not going to do that. We'll just move to prospects. Alright, so these are the prospects that we have moved. Now that we have possess a recently compiled list of potential links, it is crucial to access their quality and prioritize the ones we intend to reach out to initially. We'll go to prospects. Alright, then we'll click on a URL and update. So here is the update and select contact info. So as we can see, contact info. We'll click on OK. Now that we have settled on the list of factors you would like to check, take respective data by clicking on the update button or any of the columns header. Tick the factors to be updated, like I'll click on contact information and press OK like that. Alright, can do for this one also. Alright, so the next step is to reach out to prospects. Utilize the app to initiate outreach directly, taking the convenience of having all the contact details at your disposal. By connecting your email account to Link Assistant, you can centralize and organize your campaign's correspondence efficiently within the application. Begin reaching out from the app since you already have everyone's contact info. Simply link your email to Link Assistant and all your campaign messages will be saved in one spot. So you can just click on this and then email. So as you can see, domain.operations.web.com. It has taken the information from contact info, and once you have linked your account or email, then it will update over here, and then you can simply send it, apply and OK. So as you can see, dear owner, this I came across your site and absolutely loved it. The thing is, I write my own topics very similar to those. So this is how you can reach and do link building. So that was it for the link building part. I think SEO PowerSuite is an all-in-one toolkit that helps you improve your online presence easily, enhance your SEO efforts, manage your backlinks, track rankings and more. All in one user-friendly package. Try SEO PowerSuite today for a simple and effective way to supercharge your website's success. Check the link in the description box.
So this was about AI in marketing. Now let's understand the next trend, that is the importance of SEO with the help of hands-on demo. Alright, next up we have is YouTube for marketing. So brands are increasingly interested in utilizing YouTube for their marketing efforts, as YouTube is recognized as second largest search platform. This means that people often use YouTube to search for information, entertainment and products, making it a valuable space for brands to connect with their target audience. Utilizing YouTube can enhance your SEO, boost brand recognition and foster customer loyalty. YouTube marketing includes various strategies including producing authentic promotions, content collaborations with influencers, running advertisements on platform and optimizing videos for improved SEO. Alright, so this was about YouTube for marketing. Now coming to the next one, which is nano influencers. So focusing on nano influencers who typically have between 1,000 to 10,000 followers for branding is a strategy often employed by cosmetics and wellness brands. Nano influencers who have smaller but dedicated following are often perceived as more genuine, easy to relate and trustworthy compared to bigger influencers. They can benefit your brand by boosting engagement, expanding your reach and driving more sales, especially in sectors like cosmetics and wellness, where trust and personal endorsements matter a lot. Additionally, collaboration with nano influencer is more budget friendly and simpler compared to partnering with larger influencers or bigger influencers. Looking forward to 2024, it's clear that digital marketing is changing a lot. Following these new trends can help businesses connect better with their customers, run effective campaigns, and stay competitive. Using AI interactive content and personalization can set businesses up for success in the digital world. Being flexible and open to change will be important as these trends develop.
This gets into copywriting. You see, like I said, when you get into, are people looking for colors? Are the people looking for locations, sizes? I want to understand the breadth of what they're talking about, and that helps me become a better copywriter. I can understand intent. If I know the questions that they have, then we can write answers. And so, I want to see how people are searching. A great example is now we've seen searches increasing for people searching for, the best or the top rated or reviews.
I think is a big thing too.
Oh yeah, for me. People are actually typing in what is the best car for me. Yeah. And I think what they're doing essentially is directly asking Google, based on the 2 million things you know about me, what would be the best car for me? So people are looking for more personalized information. So what you can do is get into the how-to, the why, what it means, all these different cues that people are giving in their key phrases. Develop your content to answer those questions.
Yeah, I'd actually seen a statistic that 82% of smartphone users use, and this is for businesses, looking for businesses, use specifically the term near me after their search. So even geographically, I don't know if that's anything you can include in the content, but...
Well, no, it blows my mind because if they're on their smartphone, they're automatically going to get results near them. That's kind of interesting. So it's more of a cue for Google than it is for a website, because to use that phrase in any of your optimization really wouldn't make a lot of sense because you don't know who's near you. And if anything, especially on a mobile search, Google is pretty much going to ignore that near me because you're going to get the results near where you are anyway. Yeah. Getting into the search data, people search for what they need. They figure out what they're looking for. But now here is where the role of the SEO is going to come in organizationally, is that when you have people writing content, generating content for content marketing, for social media, especially if you're working with, like a publisher who is constantly developing content, now you need to help them come up with ways to measure success and also to motivate them to implement SEO tactics in their writing. So rather than developing catchy headlines that may have a double meaning that may not play well in search, you need to help copywriters understand that, your headline, while that might look great on print, in search, it's actually going to cause a problem. And so you turn into an educator for your content developers. You're teaching them what works well, what's going to click well, what's going to look well in the search engines versus what might be confusing. Also, it's also helping them to understand, a great example of this, before I move on, someone gave me a great example is they were writing an article about holiday time travel. And that was the title of the article that they put out there. And they couldn't figure out why this article was consistently getting hundreds or thousands of visits a month, well after it was published. And when we went back and started looking at some of the rankings and some of the keywords and things like that, we found out that the article was ranking really well for time travel, even though the headline was holiday time travel. So it's helping your writers understand, what makes a good title. But then also, one thing that I worked with one publisher, and one of the things we did to motivate the writers was to develop like a leaderboard of whose content is generating the most visits.
And not only that, whose content is generating the most new visits to the website. And then you can carry that through to, for different writers, how many visits or views have you generated in a month? Or over the past 6 months, how much has your content performed compared to other content? And you can carry this all the way out to, which writers had the highest amount of ad clicks in their articles, which articles led to people to subscribe again, or even get into customer lifetime value. There's so many things that you could implement. So from an SEO standpoint, you understand already how to look at the success of game rankings and what it generates in terms of page views, click-throughs, time on site, click depth, all those types of things that you can then develop into helping others in the organization who publish content start to measure the impact of their writing organizationally, and then especially if you're able to tie that to a financial implication that shows that this is what it's contributing towards the business in terms of revenue, then you become the all-around hero because you're able to help others tie revenue to activity.
That's great. We have someone asking, can this backfire on you? For example, if you're starting every headline with one weird trick, ... If you find that you have a lot of, if your bounce rate immediately starts going up, because if you're rating for time travel or Star Wars or something that everyone's going to be looking for, then could that actually negatively affect how Google sees you? If you have all these bounce rates, they might see you as no longer being relevant.
Absolutely. And it's not just Google with the bounce rate. It damages your brand. It damages your credibility. I mean, it's clickbait. And, I mean, it doesn't take long for people to realize clickbait is clickbait. You can just look at some of the data. But, yeah, I mean, when you see articles or headlines that are obvious clickbait, people are, you get caught a couple of times, you get fooled a couple of times, it's not always going to work. And so this gets to, how are you positioning your brand? Are you positioning your brand as a trustworthy source of information that answers people's questions? Are you positioning your brand as we give people what they need, what they want? Or are you fooling them to click on an article based on what's popular right now? There's a couple questions that get to how the brand wants to be perceived in the marketplace based on tactics like that. But great question, because clickbait is powerful, but you got to ask yourself, are we giving people what they want, or are we fooling them into it, and how will that reflect on the brand?
Right.
From another keyword standpoint, one thing that I found is very valuable to do is go out and look and see how people are searching for the brand and content associations they make with that brand. Now, this can also get into other areas. You may find that there's some crossover where there's another company with a similar brand name. And so this will help you understand a little bit more if you get some of that crossover traffic, but also from a PR standpoint, do people associate content or ideas with your brand that you would rather? This will help you become aware of something that might be out there that may not be getting picked up. So I enjoy doing these kinds of searches because I want to know what other words, associations are people making with the brand that you may need to deal with.
Yeah, and also look at your analytics and what is linked in your CRM to see how people have actually converted, because if you have some long tail keywords in there that would be good to generate content on, that your best customers are finding you through, that can be super valuable and at least compensate for having some super clickbaity words in there that just clicked in there accidentally. What's interesting is that a few people are really wanting to hone in on this, backtrack a bit here to ways to capitalize on certain things that I know people are looking for quick answers to rank high on Google, but the question keeps coming up about, for example, are there any ways why you could restructure your content to capitalize on things like near me? Like, should you put in your opening paragraph? You know, if you're looking for a near, that's almost I personally would shrink from doing that, because I know that that's something that seems that Google. I don't want to put words in your mouth. It seems like Google is already doing that automatically based on if you're searching mobile, but two, if pretty soon they're going to catch up to people putting best and near me, and because that's the other question. Like, should I use terms that are when I see the results of most commonly searched terms in mobile, should I put those in my copy? What do you say about that? Like, are there ways that you can legitimately, without being penalized, capitalize on near me and best?
Okay. If you're legitimately publishing an article that is well researched comparing different products, and you title it Best Pet Food Products or something like that, that's a legitimate case. I have no problem with that. Do your homework and create something of value, and it will do well if it's good content that people like. Now, the near me is a bit more sketchy, because even though you may put on your website something about near you or near me, not everyone who visits your website. Remember, this is more of a mobile phenomenon. These are people on their phone looking for something near them, a drugstore, a car wash, something like that, a restaurant. And that's being computed based on distance, based on past preferences, things like that. So it has nothing to do with the content of your website. What I would work on more is your local business listing in Google and developing more reviews for your business and working with that listing to add more pictures. Like I said, reviews. They have a function there now where you can add promotions. The more you develop that Google listing, that will do 100 times more to increase your visibility when someone is looking for something near them and they are near you than adding words to your website.
Great. Well, that sounds smart.
I may come across a bit forcefully on some of these things, mainly because it has never bothered me when people out and out try to fool Google with some really intelligent things. I somewhat tend to admire it. But when people try to fool Google with what I would call amateurish things that are poorly executed, that's where I get a little ticked off at that. Yeah. Because it create a quality experience. That's what people want. Quality experience. And that's really what it gets down to with content marketing. You're answering people's questions. And so as people are generating that content, you're also sending them back to the site. You're sending them back to get answers, to register, to do things like that. So all those web pages from the content marketing that they're linking to, they need to be optimized for your inbound strategy. And what's interesting is also from a paid search standpoint, the landing page from paid search, it needs to be optimized just like any other page. That's part of the quality score algorithm. Does the landing page reflect the paid search headline? Does it also contain the keyword that you're bidding on? So you've got to look at how people are developing their landing pages internally, and maybe you can contribute to that as well in helping improve the quality score, because the optimization of that landing page is very similar. Where I see employment and industry trends. Now, this is interesting because talking with the director of OMCP and some of the surveys he's been doing of hiring managers, HR managers, and technology or in marketing across the globe here, one of the things that he has seen is there is becoming more demand of people who can manage the entire tech marketing stack. not the single channel specialists, because more and more automation is handling that. More and more, and this is where we're going to see the entrance of AI and machine learning, is adjusting your paid search campaign with those minute methods of increasing your click-through rate. It's going to be managing those bids. So eventually you're just going to focus more on the content, and eventually AI is going to take over the content. So the demand is for who were the single channel specialists of SEO, paid search, social, to move into understanding the entire omni-channel digital marketing campaign, and can run and can change and can make recommendations across the board for the entire stack of digital marketing. This is where we're seeing more of the employment trends going, as well as the skills demand, is getting away from that single hard skill to understanding the entire campaign. And that's going to go into all different types of things. That's going to include email, CRM, social, display. And SEOs, I think, are probably very well positioned in all of these things because of the foundation of keywords. The foundation of keywords and understanding intent, and then developing content that answers those questions, that's needed in email, it's needed in automation, it's needed in social and display. Especially in the CRM automation, is someone has to write the content that needs to be automated. And so, again, this then gets into looking at the trends, because automation, you not only need to write the content, but you need to then plan the content. When is it sent? When is this completed? When is this done? And so understanding the sales cycles and how long they go and when people need certain information at what times, it takes that planning strategy of being able to do that. And I think SEOs are well positioned to understand that full stack of marketing and the implications, as well as the management of it. And then we get to analytics. This is my favorite. So as an SEO, or if you're taking on more of the omni-channel burden here, you've got to develop those measurements that show how effective not only SEO has been, but now content management. Content management is big. Everyone is moving towards it. It has become a significant piece of strategy. However, what is lacking in content management is the measurement. How do we know that this content piece that went out, whether it was a video, whether it was an infographic, whether, regardless of what it was, number one, how do we track performance? Number two, how do we know it affected anything? Number three, what was the pathway? Where were we driving people, and what did we want them to do, and how successful was that? And then also, from an attribution standpoint, did this lead to other things? Where did this content piece, or where does this channel help us overall in attribution in driving new leads or nurturing people along the path? And so it's getting more than just getting, measuring clicks. It's measuring actual hard dollars that were generated based off specific channels or specific pieces of content. And then, it's developing an understanding of sales goals. What do the sales department need in terms of information to enhance the CRM so that they can nurture people along in the path? So it's more than just marketing. It's understanding that full scope that a company has.
Yeah, it's an excellent point. And I think another thing to keep in mind too is use actual conversations with your salespeople. As one of the few things, it's funny that marketing and sales often are their own little silos. And I think one of the best things a marketer can do is just go and talk to your best salespeople and ask them, why are people buying us? What are the questions they are asking you to answer? I think that can be because those questions, since they're legitimately people that are engaging with your salespeople and making purchases, I think those are the most valuable questions you can answer in your copy.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, short of talking to a customer, talking to your sales department is the best way to get information. Now, before I got into SEO, I was in sales. I took sales training and dealt directly with people. So it kind of, I had that that view of things. But I'm amazed at how much people don't interact with their sales department in order to learn, what do people need? How do we answer their questions? What do they respond to? But then also, your salespeople are the first in line entering information into the CRM. And when leads are created through your marketing efforts, it'd be good to ask them, what additional information do you need that would make a better lead? There are many times where we have changed the site on the recommendation of the sales team, and we may not have it. We didn't improve conversions, but what we improved were the scenario through which the sales call then came after the conversion, and increased the close rate just based on changing the landing page or the thank you page after the registration.
Right. And it's a good conversation to start having with your salespeople too, so that they know what kind of questions to listen to. Because a lot of times they're just not paying attention. You ask a salesperson, they made the sale because I was a great sales guy. But the more you work with them as a team and say that, hey, to get them thinking about actually listening to what the customers are asking for and passing that on to you, and that of course will help lead attribution and all the things that you said. So yeah, definitely don't forget the human element in SEO.
Yeah. Well, and this gets to, this really gets to if the trend now is moving more towards, someone who can manage a full stack. It's also moving towards people who understand how to align sales and marketing goals. And beyond that, it's not just, like the example I gave before, it's not just, okay, we increased the conversion rate of our registration. Okay, that's great. How did that contribute to revenue? But now it's understanding that there are things that we can do to increase a close rate that don't always take place on the website, but it's a process. And so now we're analyzing processes that can be done electronically, and then how do we create a better revenue stream that way? How do we make a better nurture process? Now we're getting into the effectiveness of content and producing a result rather than just, a conversion, a sale, or a lead. Now we're looking at, how do we make more money based out of this? And that's really, it's that big picture of understanding that, our job is not just to get leads, it's to create better profitability, which rewards everybody. So it's understanding those touch points from content. So as content is being pushed out, does it answer the question? Does it lead people to the next stage? How quickly does it lead them there? Can you measure influence from your content and, through depth of visit or the depth of the page that they got to? And then again, it's the experience based on motivations. Can you understand that? Can you tie together what a customer was feeling at a specific point through their nurture stream or through this process? As I said, it's getting away from more just stuff that happens on the site. It's communications throughout the entire process, the entire life cycle of a customer. That's all coming under the management, really, of the marketing team right now, is that entire customer life cycle, communication, and management. And finally, this is a trend that I've been seeing as well in terms of jobs and hiring and also business function. OMCP did a survey at the beginning of the year asking people where they spent the most amount of their time, and specifically in SEO and SEO managers and anyone who dealt with SEO, nearly 40% of their time was spent presenting their research, presenting strategy, as well as explaining the reasoning for that strategy. And so SEOs, you need to become a lot more comfortable in front of people, presenting your findings, making recommendations, presenting opportunities, trends, and presenting it in a persuasive format that shows not a bunch of data charts, but shows how smart you are in creating new revenue opportunities for the company. that is really where we see a lot of things going, are the presentation skills are becoming part of the demand for companies when they're dealing with tech.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Keyword research. So what are we going to talk about when we talk about keyword research? We're going to talk about why we would do keyword research for SEO. We're going to talk about the types of keywords that we need to research. We're going to talk about some methodologies, best practices on how to do keyword research, some alternate suggestions. We're going to talk about keyword clustering, and then we're going to talk about some tools that you can use to do your keyword research. So let's start with the why we would do keyword research. So Jessie is planning to publish a blog of pizza recipes. So she was doing pizza recipes step by step, pizza recipes with sausage, homemade pizza toppings, pizza dough recipes, thin crust pizzas. She's doing a lot of different topics on pizza recipes. Well, what Jessie needs to do is understand what's going to drive traffic to these blog posts if she's writing about, different topics around pizza recipes. So she's unsure how these blogs are going to drive traffic. So she really needs to understand that, hey, you need to choose the right keywords to drive traffic. So the question is, if you're writing a blog post about recipes with sausages, is pizza recipes with sausages or recipes for free the best keywords to use? Maybe, maybe not. So you need to take care in choosing the keywords to align with your content. So that's really the idea of why we would do keyword research, because some of the issues with keywords that are poorly chosen are they could have low search volume. For example, you may choose a keyword that just a lot of people aren't using to search for. Or they can be highly competitive. So if you choose a keyword that's very broad or popular, it can be very competitive and take you a long time to be found for that keyword. Or you could just make the mistake of choosing a keyword that isn't aligned with your content. Or you can choose keywords but use them incorrectly with your content. So these are some of the issues that you can encounter if you just go about choosing keywords randomly without due diligence, without the proper research. So low search volume will lead to less traffic. High competition, you may not even rank at all. Okay, if somebody finds you for a keyword that's not relevant to the topic, they're just going to leave the page. And if you're not using the right keywords, or if you are using the right keywords and not using them correctly in the content, then your pages may not even be found in organic search. So you really have to take care in choosing the keywords. To me, that's the most important step with SEO is keyword research. So we're going to talk about the types of keyword research then. So we have short tail keywords and we have long tail keywords. So if you write a blog post about pizza recipes, well, what are you going to choose, a short tail or long tail? So let's talk about short tail keywords first. So short tail keywords are keywords that are usually 3 keywords in a phrase or shorter. In some cases, it may be 2 keywords in a phrase or shorter. So short tail keywords usually have high search volume, which likely means higher competition. But what it also means, it could be lower conversions, because short tail keywords like, for example, pizza recipes could be considered a short tail keyword, but maybe somebody's looking for homemade pizza recipes or pizza recipes from their favorite Italian restaurant. So short tail keywords may not be as relevant. So if we compare it with long tail keywords, chances are you're going to have lower competition. That's one of the benefits, but you're also going to have lower search volume. But with longer tail keywords, the keyword is probably going to be more relevant with the content you're writing about. So therefore, the conversion rate's likely going to be higher. So that's really the difference between short tail keywords and long tail keywords. If you want to look at simplistically, short tail keywords are broad in nature. It's going to capture a lot of eyeballs, but those eyeballs may look at your content as not relevant, versus long tail keywords that may be very relevant, but not as many eyeballs on them. So short tail keywords, the characteristics, they're not as specific. Usually they're less than 3 words. They have high search volume and high competition. So if you just choose pizza recipes, it could take you a while to rank for that keyword. But when you rank, you're going to get the traffic. But again, it may not convert because the keyword is broad in nature. So pizza recipes is a short tail keyword that may not be exactly what you're writing about in your blog post. So it may draw a lot of traffic, but the traffic may not do anything. So the longer tail keywords are very specific. They consist of more than 3 words in the search query. They have relatively low search volume and competition. So the chance of you ranking higher, faster for that long tail keyword is probably going to be greater because not many other websites are trying to rank for that same keyword. And so the benefit of that is if you have, let's just say, homemade pizza recipes with mushrooms, that's a long tail keyword. But if somebody's looking for that type of pizza recipe, then you know you're going to attract the right traffic, and chances are that traffic is going to engage or convert based on the type of conversion you have in place. So an example would be homemade pizza dough recipes. That'd be another example. More than 3 keywords in the phrase, very specific. We're talking about homemade pizza dough recipes. So we're not talking about just pizza recipes. So it's a little bit more specific in nature, longer tail. So these keywords are used for targeted pages, including blog posts. If you're writing a blog post specifically about pizza recipes with homemade dough, then this is the keyword you likely would want to use versus just pizza recipes. So let's look at an example between a short tail keyword and a long tail keyword. And to accentuate the differences, we're going to use Google's Keyword Planner tool. So Google's Keyword Planner tool is located in Google Ads, the Google Ads platform. And when you're in the Google Ads platform, you can simply click on Tools and then Keyword Planner. And so what Keyword Planner allows us to do is get a sense of the type of volume that a particular keyword has. So what Google's Keyword Planner does is they show you the average monthly searches. This is the average monthly search volume of a keyword over the past 12 months. And so in this example, we're going to choose pizza recipes and homemade pizza dough recipes. So one short tail and one long tail. So we enter those keywords in, we're going to click get results, and what Google's going to do is it's going to show us the volume of those keywords. So for pizza recipe, we could see the average monthly search volume is 33,100 for pizza recipe. So note that pizza recipe and pizza recipes are closely related keywords. And so what Google does is they consider that a close variance. So meaning if somebody types in pizza recipe, then they're also in Google's eyes looking for pizza recipes. So it's a close variance. And so for the keyword pizza recipe, which is short tail, we could see on average over the past 12 months, this keyword received 33,100 queries. And so if we hover over the graph, we could see basically the volume, the average volume per month. So here I could see for this particular keyword here, the volume per month is 33,100. And then I could see the actual volume over the past 12 months. And then for the long tail keyword, I can see homemade pizza dough recipe. Again, close variance, homemade pizza dough recipes. I can see over the past 12 months what the search volume is for this. On average, it's 2,400, but I could see here in December, the volume went up to 3,600. But for example, in May, it was 1,900. So it's going to fluctuate a bit over the past 12 months, but on average, it's about 2,400. So shorter tail, a lot of more volume. Longer tail, not as much volume, but nonetheless, there is volume here. And so these are the differences between a short tail and a longer tail. And so what Google's Keyword Planner also does is allow us to get a sense of what the competition is. And so here I can see the competition is low for both of these keywords. Fair enough. So we now know that if we want to optimize or choose the keyword homemade pizza dough recipe for our blog post, we know for ranked on page 1 of Google, even in the top spot, we can expect about 2,400 search queries for that keyword. Now, whether you get all 2,400 clicks for that keyword remains to be seen. Chances are you're not going to get all 2,400. You're going to get a lion's share of those clicks, but you're going to at least get some volume on it. So even the longer tail keywords have a lot of promise because there is some search volume here for this keyword. How to do a proper keyword research. So we looked at Google's keyword planner tool in Google Ads, and we typed in 2 keywords, and we were able to get a sense of what the average volume is. So we definitely want to choose keywords based on the following factors. We want to choose it based on search volume. Search volume is a good indicator of the potential traffic we can obtain. So again, for the keyword homemade pizza dough recipe, we know that it averages 2,400 a month in search volume. Again, we may not get all 2,400, but we're going to get a lion's share of that. We also need to look at competition. And so Google's keyword planner gives us a high, medium, or low in terms of the competition. But if you're somebody who wants to get a better sense of what the competition is, and you should, because competition is a key component in choosing keywords. And so what I want to do is get a sense of how many people are actually optimizing for that keyword. So Google's keyword planner tool is going to give me a low, medium, high. Really what I want to do is get a better sense of that numerically. So what I can do is go into Google's search, and I could type in pizza recipes, and I could see there's about 1 billion results. That's a lot of results. However, that means that every potential web page out there on the internet that mentions pizza recipes is going to be included in this number here. And so I want to get a better sense of who's optimizing for pizza recipes. So I'm going to put in the all-in title syntax. And so what that is going to ask Google to do is tell me all the websites that have pizza recipes, the keyword pizza recipes in the title tag. So if I do all-in title, colon, space, then pizza recipes, my result drops down to 336,000. So what that tells me is that there are 336,000 results with the keyword pizza recipes in the title tag. Now, if I want to focus in on my other keyword, if I choose my other keyword was a longer tail keyword, homemade pizza dough recipe. So if I type that keyword in, the homemade pizza dough recipe or recipes, remember close variants, and I just click enter or type the keyword in and hit my enter key, I'm going to get 35 million results. But again, is that really an indicator of the type of competition I have? No, because every listing that mentions homemade pizza dough recipes is going to be included in the search results. So I'm going to type in my all-in title, colon, space, and then I'm going to get a better sense of how many websites have the keyword homemade pizza dough recipes in the title tag. And I get 2,160 different results. So here I can see the first result in the title tag, homemade pizza dough recipe. Second one, homemade pizza dough recipe. So these are sites or web pages that have that keyword in the title tag. So now I have a numerical number to work with. And so the thing you have to understand about SEO, specifically about keyword research, is you need to do research on a few different keywords, not just one or two. So what we want to do is have a spreadsheet. The spreadsheet is going to contain keywords that we can potentially want to optimize for, choose as keywords to optimize for SEO. And so my recommendation is you come up with a theme first. So the theme for us in this exercise is pizza recipes. And so that's our theme. So we chose the keyword pizza recipes. So the close variance here is pizza recipe. What was the volume? Well, we know the volume was 33,100 for pizza recipe. So what are we going to do? We're going to put that number in our volume column. What was the competition? Well, if we go back and type in pizza recipes, it was 683,000. So I'm going to type in 683,000. What was our next keyword? Well, it was pizza or homemade pizza dough recipes. So if I go back, for this particular keyword is 2,400. So I'm going to put 2,400 in under my volume column. And then what was my competition? Well, my competition was, if I type that keyword back in, 2,160. So I'm going to put 2,160. So now I have an idea of what kind of volume and what kind of competition I have. Now, you want to do this for a number of different keywords. And when you do it for a number of keywords, what you do want to do is obviously choose a relevant keyword keyword that has high volume and low competition. So another way of saying it is the volume or ratio of volume to competition. And so basically what we could do is take volume divided by competition. And if I make that a percentage, I could see it's 0.35% is the ratio between volume and competition. If I do the same for my longer tail keyword, 2400 divided by 2160, I can see that 111%. So this just kind of proves the point that, yeah, I'm still going to get some volume, but I have a better chance of ranking for this longer tail keyword, homemade pizza dough recipes. So you want to be able to do that for a number of keywords and examine the volume, the competition, and the ratio between volume and competition for your themed keywords. In this case, pizza recipes. So relevancy, you want to choose keywords that are very relevant to the content that you're writing. And then again, commercial intent, what keywords are going to drive more conversions and revenue for the business? So when we talk about commercial intent, we're talking about, are you choosing keywords that are going to get somebody to do what you want them to do? So we could say, download pizza dough recipes. So if somebody's typing in the keyword download pizza dough recipes, then chances are they're going to find you, come to your site, and take action by downloading that pizza dough recipe. So you want to be able to also think about the intent of the keyword. Is it going to help you drive conversions and revenue if you're an e-commerce site? So search volume is the average monthly search volume made for a particular keyword and phrase. So we can get that number using Google's keyword planner tool in the Google Ads platform. We want to target keywords with high search volume that will help bring traffic to the website. We want volume, but we want to take into account seasonality as well. So that's where the Google's keyword planner tool comes in place, because if we go back, again, we can just hover over and we can get a sense of any particular trend going on or seasonality. So for example, if I saw large growth in the winter months and not much volume growth in the summer months, then that might indicate to me that this keyword is more popular during the winter time. So pay attention to the graphs that, the keyword planner tool gives you. Use them to your advantage to take into account seasonality. So a good example would be funny Halloween costumes. Well, we know that for Halloween, you're going to have a spike probably towards the end of September, all the way through October, and then it's going to drop after October 31st, which is Halloween. So that's an example. But in the case of pizza recipes, you may find that more people are choosing to search for pizza recipes during maybe the summer months versus the winter months. So pay attention to seasonality. It will affect search volume. So competition, based on our example, it's one of the most important key metrics. You don't want to choose a keyword that's highly competitive, because if it's competitive, then it's going to be harder to rank number one or even on page one of Google, depending on how competitive it is. So high search volume, low competition. In other words, the ratio between the two is the ideal combination. So going back to the spreadsheet, recommend you have that spreadsheet handy. Put your theme in place. Okay, theme pizza recipes. We use Google's keyword planner tool to find the volume. We use the all-in-title syntax to find the competition. So we entered both of those numbers in and we get our ratio. And so when you have these numbers for a number of different keywords, you want to be able to choose that ratio of high volume, low competition, but always relevancy always trumps ratio. So always go with a keyword that is going to be relevant to your content. Don't choose a keyword that's not relevant. If you choose a keyword that's not relevant, it's not going to bode well for user engagement. So the difficulty of a keyword ranges from 0 to 100 in Google's keyword tool. So it's going to be easy, it's going to be medium, it's going to be hard. But my recommendation is also to get the numerical factor, and that's the all-in-title syntax. And again, relevancy is what drives the traffic to your website, and keep the traffic there on your website. And also, not only will it keep the traffic on your website, but hopefully get that traffic to engage and convert. So that's the key about relevancy. You always want to choose keywords that are relevant to your content, even if it's sacrificing volume. Relevancy, again, brand trumps volume and competition. So always choose relevant keywords first. So when you do that, you're always almost guaranteeing that at some point somebody's going to find your content because somebody out there might be looking for it. And if they do, you're going to get found, and then the engagement's going to be better. So understand your business, find keywords that are relevant to your business, and then focus on those keywords. That'll help you with getting the right traffic to your site. Always keep in mind the commercial intent. So these keywords are more specific and result in conversion rate. For example, buying is a good commercial intent keyword. So if you really want somebody to come to your website and buy, then focus on those types of keywords. In the case of the pizza recipes, maybe it's download could be our commercial intent keyword. Again, there may be low search volume, but those are the type of keywords you want to focus on because that's the type of traffic you want to drive to your site. So some other examples of commercial intent keywords are discount, deal, your coupon, shipping. Don't be afraid to use some of these keywords as part of your longer tail keyword phrase. Again, the volume may not be high, but the traffic quality is probably going to be better. So keyword research is the foundation for SEO. So if you have chosen your keywords properly, then if you do get ranked for those keywords, then it's going to lead to better engagement with some conversions. And so when we talk about keywords, we also want to talk about our primary and secondary keywords. So every page should have at least a primary keyword and then a secondary keyword to work with. So primary keywords are really defining the nature of your content. The secondary keywords are relevant to the primary keyword. So why do we choose a primary and secondary keyword? Because you may choose a keyword as a primary keyword that is relevant to the content, but may not necessarily rank very high or have a lot of volume. That secondary keyword is also relevant to the primary keyword, but also relevant to the content. And you may rank for that secondary keyword. So you always want to go with two keywords versus just one keyword. You want to give yourself a chance to rank for at least two different types of keywords of relevant nature. So for a web page, there can be several secondary keywords, but only one primary keyword. So your primary keyword is always going to be relevant to your content. Secondary keywords can be relevant to the keyword, and you may have multiple secondary keywords, but it's also going to be related to the content, and it gives you a better opportunity to be found between both the primary and secondary in search. Okay, so let's take a look at another example of how to use primary keywords and secondary keywords when choosing keywords. So if our primary keyword is healthy diet plan, remember healthy diet plan is directly related to the content, so that's what we're talking about. But these secondary keywords are also related to content and play off the primary keyword. And so what we want to do is go to Google's Keyword Planner tool and get an idea of the volume for healthy diet plan, and then also the volume and competition for some of these secondary keywords like healthy diet for weight loss, healthy diet food, low carb diet, healthy meal plans, and diet plan weight loss. So if I go in to Google's Keyword Planner and type those keywords in, I'm going to choose get results. And now here I could see healthy diet plan keyword I'm focusing on as my primary keyword has an average monthly search volume of 9,900. And then some of my secondary keywords, healthy diet foods, diet plan weight loss, low carb diet. Google will give me a number of different keywords to work with. So I'm going to look at the search volume of those as well. And so ideally what I want to do is be able to then look at the volume and then look at the competition. So healthy diet plan, I go into my keyword analysis here. That's my theme. So that's my keyword. What's my volume for healthy diet plan? 9,900. What's my competition? So my competition is 74,700. And that's going to give me a ratio of volume to competition of 13%. So that's what my content's about. That's considered a short tail keyword because it has a lot of competition. And so my ratio is 13%. And what I want to do is I want to be able to put these other secondary keywords in here as well. maybe even go to a little longer tail, because I want to be able to find at least two keywords. I want to be able to find my primary keyword that's relevant to my content, and then I want to be able to find my secondary keyword, which is again related to the primary keyword, which is also related to the content. And so I want to be able to choose two keywords, basically. And I want to choose two keywords that are relevant, that have good ratio between volume and competition. So that's the whole idea, again, of how to do keyword research. You want to be able to find your keywords, use the tools available to you, and get a sense of what the volume is, what the competition is, look at the ratio between the volume and competition, and then based on the content, choose that primary keyword, and then again, based on the keyword you chose, choose some secondary keywords as well, because you want to be found for not just one keyword, but multiple keywords. Okay, let's look at some alternative suggestions to keyword research. So for doing keyword research, we want to take into account LSI keywords. We could take into account other platforms that host a lot of content like Quora or Reddit. We can use Google suggestions in the keyword search bar. We can use popular platforms like Wikipedia, and we can use social media bookmarking like Reddit. So there are lots of suggestions that we can obtain from various sources. So let's start with LSI keywords, and LSI stands for latent semantic indexing. And so basically what it is, it's just keywords that are linked to your primary keyword. And so when you're choosing keywords, you always want to choose that primary keyword and then secondary keywords that are similar to the primary keyword. And usually those are LSI or latent semantic indexing type keywords. So they're used to drive relevant traffic to your page. So if you're focusing on one keyword, we want to have other keywords that are similar to increase our visibility on the search engine result pages. So we could find latent semantic indexing right in search. So if we use the term healthy diet, if we go to Google search, for example, if I type in healthy diet in Google search, all I need to do is scroll to the bottom of the page and I can see searches related to healthy diet. So healthy diet menu, healthy diet essay, what does a healthy diet look like? Notice at the top, Google's also given me some other suggestions here. So they're saying low-fat diet, veganism, gluten-free diet. So there's lots of different suggestions right in Google search bar. So all of these are LSI related keywords. So if you're optimizing a page for healthy diet, then you could choose low-fat diet as a secondary keyword. You can use gluten-free diet as a secondary keyword. It really depends on what the content is, but you always want to support your content with as much LSI keywords as possible so you can be found for as many different keywords as possible in Google search. So it's important because if you have a blog that, talks about Python, so how do the search engines know if the website Python is about the programming language or the snake? So Google, for example, uses LSI keywords to understand what the page is specifically focusing on. So if you're just focusing on Python in your content, you want to support that with LSI keywords. And so that will allow your web page to better communicate with Google, also to have the visibility to show up on search. So they can certainly improve your search positioning and featured snippets as well. So if you have a keyword that answers a question, you can certainly be found for a featured snippet. For example, maybe, healthy diet recipes. If I type that in, you can see here, there's a featured snippet. So if I'm talking about recipes, that's a keyword I may want to use. And if I use that, then Google has an opportunity to see what my content's about and place my information at the top in this featured snippet. You can also, again, see what some of the questions are being asked, what meals are good for weight loss, what is a good healthy diet plan. All of these could be keyword phrases that you can use. So the answers are right here in Google. So Quora is a great platform because Quora is a platform that people go and ask questions and a community responds with answers or responses. to that particular question or topic. And so the great thing about Quora is it's a good place for you to go to get some ideas about a specific topic. So if we're talking about healthy dieting, so we can find keywords with high search volume right in Quora. So the whole idea is you can look at, the top 5 questions for a specific topic, like healthy dieting, and find relevant keywords to healthy dieting. So if you just type in that particular keyword in Quora, you're going to probably get some responses to questions or responses to somebody else's question. And so if we take a look at Quora, for example, so if I just type in healthy dieting, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get some responses to the topic healthy dieting. So what's the best diet for healthy living? What are the top 5 tips for a healthy diet habit? So all of these could be keyword phrases that you could take away with for your own content. And so the benefit here is you're getting kind of an idea of what's trending, what people are talking about, and if you use tips for a healthy diet habit, for example, and you optimize for that, well, again, that could turn around and bode well for you because you could be featured in Google as a featured snippet at the top here. You can also turn around and use LSI related keywords for healthy diet habits. And you can simply just look for those LSI keywords right in Google. Remember, at the bottom or at the top. If I scroll down, I could see some related LSI keywords at the bottom. So right in Google as well, you could see in the Google search bar that Google provides some LSI related keywords to your query. So if I go back here and type in healthy diet recipes, I can see here Google suggesting some other related keywords. Healthy diet menu, healthy diet for men, healthy diet foods, healthy diet for women. So these are all LSI related keywords that you can use to support your primary keyword and the content you're writing about. So we've talked about LSI keywords, where to find them. So they're found right here. They can be found at the top of Google, and they can be found at the bottom. You can also then go to Quora as well and get some ideas for the types of questions that are being asked. So if you ask a question and use that as your keyword phrase, then again, you have an opportunity of showing up for a featured snippet in Google just by doing some additional research within Google itself or on Quora. So according to Google, the autocomplete predictions are automatically generated by Google's algorithm without any human intervention. It's based on a number of factors, but the primary factor is how often past users have searched for a term. So Google collects all the keyword queries that somebody types in, and they're suggesting some of the most popular terms that people have typed in. So if I go back to Google, again, if I start to type in recipes, I could see some of the other queries that somebody else has typed in, or some of the most popular queries related to that topic. So if you enter the keyword healthy diet, Google's going to suggest multiple keyword suggestions that users have asked in the past. And you could certainly get the search volume of those keywords just by looking in Google itself. I could see for healthy diet recipes, billions of pages related to healthy diet recipes. I can also get the search volume by going into Google's keyword planner. So if I type in healthy diet, I'm going to be able to see what my search volume is for that keyword. And in addition, I can see the seasonality of that particular keyword. And in addition to that, Google's going to provide some other related keywords to my search query. So if I'm looking for healthy diet, Google's going to suggest, hey, maybe you should choose healthy food or healthy eating or how to lose weight. So those are all LSI related keywords that Google provides in the keyword plan, which is built into the Google Ads platform. Another option for you is Wikipedia. So Wikipedia is a vast platform of content. So we could turn Wikipedia into our own asset and use it to our own advantage by finding relevant keywords in an easy fashion. So with Wikipedia, we can identify a list of keywords in the meta description itself. We could choose keywords from the first paragraph of Wikipedia that has many relevant keywords, or we could take a look at keywords from the Wikipedia content section. So we can also see additional pages like the See Also section that gives relevant keywords that you're looking for. We can also look at the references section as they contain relevant keywords. So if we go to Wikipedia as an example, and I type in healthy diet into Wikipedia, here I can get, just in the first paragraph alone, I can see some additional keywords that I might choose to use, like micronutrients. I never knew that micronutrients was related to healthy diet, but Wikipedia is providing some information about what micronutrients is. And maybe I can use that as a keyword, an LSI related keyword to my content. So if I scroll down, I get the See Also section. So that might give me some information, food information to consumers, for example, dietary guidelines. I can look at categories like dietetics and diets. I can also look at the references section, so I can also see what information was provided, like health effects of overweight and obesity. I can look at diet and physical activity. So all of these are related to my main keyword, healthy diet. So the answers are right in here on the platform. They're just all over the page. So Wikipedia has an abundance of information. You just need to know where to look. So again, with Wikipedia, you can look no further than the first paragraph. You can look no further than the See Also section, the references section, category section. There's lots of information right on the page itself to help you get ideas for keywords. So if you Google your keyword with Wikipedia term in the search query, you can get relevant keywords from the title tags in the SERP. So you can also do that as well. So if I type in healthy diet Wikipedia in search, I can also get some information here as well. So people also search for healthy food advantages or healthy food habits essay or information about healthy food. All of these are related to my keyword healthy diet. So again, another bit of information for you to choose or look to choose some additional keywords for. So Reddit, it's a popular community where people post content and discuss a variety of topics. So that's what Reddit is. So with the help of subreddits, an individual can find relevant keywords with high search volume. So in Reddit, there's an easy way to find out keywords. They have a keyword tool called Keywordit. So Keywordit gives the average monthly searches for a particular keyword. So if we type a word in Keywordit and choose keywords from the auto-generated list, this tool will extract the keywords and give us those relevant terms with search volume. So if we go to the Keywordit and show an example of that, for example, healthy food, if I get keywords, I can see what keywords are relevant and the search volume of that keyword. So if I just type in healthy food, Keywordit tool is going to tell me some relevant keywords and what the volume is. So if you don't have the keyword planner tool in Google Ads available to you, this is a good alternative solution to finding keywords. So it's free. You just need to go to keywordit.com, type in your keyword, click Get Keywords, and what it's going to do is give you some relevant keywords related to your primary keyword with the search volume. Let's talk about keyword clustering now. So the whole idea about keyword clustering is to really take advantage of the keywords that we're optimizing for to gain higher ranking. So if we can cluster keywords together in a theme, and that theme of keywords is relevant to a specific page of a website, then we have a better opportunity to rank. So in other words, why do we have to target just one keyword when we can target many? So keep in mind, LSI keywords, we want to group a bunch of keywords together that are similar for content. So for example, after some keyword research, you can thematically group keywords into a core topic. So for example, we can cluster these group of keywords together. Like for example, what is SEO? How does SEO work? Intro to SEO. What are the basics of SEO? All of those are related to the core theme. What is SEO? Another cluster of keywords, for example, could be SEO techniques, SEO best practices, tips and tricks, website optimization, on-page SEO techniques, etc. So those are clusters of keywords, okay, that we can group together in themes. And if we group keywords together in themes, we can apply that to a particular content on our website. So the whole idea behind clustering keywords, it's going to provide more diversity, more of an opportunity for us to be found. So that's the whole idea behind clustering. So some additional steps. Remember, stay up to date on industry news. So brainstorm your ideas first and identify a list of keywords, i.e. a theme of keywords that you can cluster together. And then you could determine the keywords that your competitors are already ranking for. So, for example, if we want to rank for the keyword SEO best practices, for example, we can use a tool called Keyword Moz. If I go to the Keyword Explorer tool in Moz and just type in SEO best practices, what it's going to do is it's going to give me some volume related to that particular keyword. But more importantly, what it's also going to do is it's going to show me what pages are already ranked for that particular keyword. So therefore, I can get a sense of who is already ranking for that keyword. So here I can see Moz, Medium.com, Alexa.com. So I can get a sense of what web pages are ranked for a particular keyword or group of keywords I want to rank for myself. So if we look at tools for keyword research, look no further than Moz. Moz is the tool I would just use, but you could also use Google's Keyword Planner, which we used in the example. So for example, if I go back to the Google Ads Keyword Planner, if you're in Google Ads, you click on Tools, you click on Keyword Planner. And what Keyword Planner does is it provides you, for a particular keyword, the average monthly search volume over the past 12 months. It provides you information on seasonality. So if I hover my mouse over a graph, I'm going to be able to see the volume per month over the last 12 months. What the Keyword Planner also does is it provides me some additional ideas for my particular keyword. And in addition to that, it's going to provide me some sense of how competitive that keyword is by telling me whether it's low, medium, or high in terms of competition. So there's SEMrush. There's also other additional keywords tools out there like WordStream or Ahrefs or the Reddit tool, Keyword It. And then Moz is another tool I particularly use. So if I go to Moz again, here I can just type in a keyword that I'm interested in. It's going to give me the search volume of that keyword. It's going to give me the level of difficulty, so 50 out of 100. So it's halfway between difficulty and easy. And then it's going to give me some additional metrics. Like, for example, what my expected organic click-through rate would be if I were to rank for this keyword. But more importantly, what I like about this is we could see exactly what other sites are linked to this particular keyword we're interested in. So here I can look at the top 10 list. So this is Moz's Keyword Explorer tool. So that's what this tool is, and it's part of Moz.com. So there's a lot of tools at your disposal. I particularly use Moz. I particularly use Google's Keyword Planner. And those are the tools I use, but there are lots of tools out there. Google Analytics. I'm very excited to be with you today because Google Analytics is one of my favorite Google platforms and my favorite topics. So let's talk about what we're going to cover today. And we're going to start out with how to set up a Google Analytics account. And so we're going to talk about everything that entails, including creating your Google Analytics account. We're going to talk about setting up a property in your account and what a property is. We're going to talk about setting up a reporting view in your property, and we're going to talk about installing the tracking code. So those are the series of steps we're going to go through today in terms of setting up a Google Analytics account. So let's get right to it. And so really the one prerequisite here when it comes to setting up a Google Analytics account is to have a Google login and ID. So when you actually go to Google Analytics, you need to be able to sign up or sign in. And so once you actually sign in, then you're going to go walk through a series of steps. But really, that's really all you need to get the account going is a Google ID and login. So if you have a Gmail account or another email account that you use for other Google products, then you're good to go. That's all you need to do. So when you actually go to sign up for Google Analytics, you're going to be asked to set up a new account. And these are the series of steps you're going to walk through or go through to set up a new Google Analytics account. So you're going to choose an account name. And then you're going to choose a property name. Okay, so the account name can be anything you want it to be. The name of your company, your name, whatever you want to name it. The property name is really the website name. So what website are we talking about? So here I'm going to set up a fictitious website name for now. It's called Demo Simplilearn. So the URL for this website, Demo Simplilearn, is going to be demo.simplilearn.com. So that's the property. When we talk about properties in analytics, we're really talking about what websites we want to measure. And then you're going to be asked to choose an industry category. And so for Simplilearn, we're in jobs and education. But you have a number of different industries that you could choose from. It's as important. Go ahead and choose the most most relevant industry that your particular business is associated with. Okay, and I'm going to talk about why that's important here in a minute. And then you're going to choose your time zone, and the time zone is also important because that's when the day starts in analytics and the day ends based on that time zone. So the data that Google Analytics collects starts and ends with that time zone. So very important to choose the time zone your business is located in. Okay, and then you have some additional options here. Okay, so you have some settings. And so the first setting is to allow Google products and services. So if you opt into this, then basically what Google's going to do is share some products and services with you via email. I would go ahead and opt into that. That's of course recommended by Google. It doesn't hurt to hear from Google on related products and services that may enhance your business. The second is benchmarking. So benchmarking to me is something you should opt into. So going back to that industry and category, we chose jobs and education. So by opting into benchmarking, basically what Google's going to do is share your data that it collects on your website. In this case, demo.simplylearn.com. It's going to share that data anonymously with others in the industry, in this case, jobs and education. And because you've opted in, it's going to do the same exact thing for you. It's going to share anonymous data on other websites in the same industry. And the benefit of that is we get to see what other websites or how other websites are performing compared to ours. What's the benchmark in our industry? And so the benchmarking to me is important, and I'm going to go over that in a few minutes when we go over the different reports. But to me, I would always opt into benchmarking because this is the only report Google provides in analytics about how others in your industry is performing versus your website. Okay, so it's a way to compare your website performance against others in the same industry. The other options here, technical support and account specialist, I would also recommend you opt into those because then it allows you to basically allow Google access to your account, and they'll be able to help you if you occur or run into any issues. So these are the options in setting up a Google Analytics account. It's very simple, very easy to do. You're just entering in a few fields. Note that we talking about a website right now, so I'm talking about demo.simplylearn.com. But just know that if you want to track a mobile app, Google Analytics will allow you to do that as well. You just choose the option mobile app. So we're tracking a website. We want to know how users behave when they get to my website. And that's what Google Analytics is going to allow us to measure and look at. We just need to do a couple more steps in the process. So once we fill out these fields here, we're going to click Get Tracking ID. Now, I'm going to accept the terms of service. I'm going to accept another terms of service in relation to data protection. I'm going to click accept. Once I accept, I'm going to be able to get some tracking code. The tracking ID is the ID associated with your account. And so this number is going to be associated with your account. So your account ID starts with UA, and it's going to be this number here. Now the -1 is the property you set up. So in this case, I set up demo.simplylearn.com. If I wanted to track multiple websites under that same account, then I can certainly set up multiple properties. Just know that every property I set up in that account is going to have a -1, -2, -3, -4, etc., depending on how many properties I set up. So by default, I set up one property, so my first property ID is -1. If I set up a second property, the same account number, it's just going to have a -2. And that's important because that ID, that account and property ID, is going to be associated with that particular property or website. So again, once you finish setting up the account settings, then you're going to be asked to add some tracking code to your site. And that tracking code is going to be related to the account and the property. So notice my tracking ID up here. Notice the tracking ID in the snippet of code. Now, this snippet of code needs to go on every page of your website that you want to track. And you don't have to put it on every page, but if you want to track website behavior on every page of your website, then it needs to go on every page of your website. So if you're using a, platform like Drupal or Joomla, or even more popular platform like WordPress, adding the tracking code site-wide is as easy as maybe adding a Google Analytics plugin to WordPress, for example, and then just simply plugging in the ID. Now, there's an alternative to adding the Google Analytics tracking code to your site, and that's Google Tag Manager. So Google Tag Manager is the way I would recommend going. So if you're not familiar with Google Tag Manager, I would recommend watching the YouTube video we have on Google Tag Manager. You can just go to YouTube, type in Simplilearn Google Tag Manager, and this will give you a nice overview of what Google Tag Manager is and how it works. But basically, this is the way I would go, and I would recommend that in addition to having Google Analytics, you set up a Google Tag Manager account. And then that way you can put the tracking code in Google Tag Manager. So if I go to Google Tag Manager and I just go into an account on Tag Manager, I can just simply put in the Google Analytics ID right into Tag Manager. And so if I have it in Tag Manager, then Tag Manager is going to be the place that holds the code and fires page view when somebody comes to my website. So that way I don't have to add the tracking code to my website if I do it in Tag Manager. So that's the recommended method for me, is to add the Google Analytics ID associated with Tag Manager. If you can associate it with Tag Manager, then that's the easier route to go versus putting code on your website. Okay, so again, take a look at the video we have on YouTube for Google Tag Manager. That's the route I would go. Now, once you do get the tracking code on your website, whether that be through Google Tag Manager or through a plugin, or just simply adding the script to your site, to pages on your site, then what's going to happen is you're going to start collecting data. So that's ideally the way it works. You need to add this code to your website. Now, if you're not ready to do that and you simply want to basically understand how Google Analytics works, then I would recommend getting access to Google Analytics demo account. And so if you just type in and search Google Analytics demo account, basically what you're going to do, you're going to choose the first listing there, and you're going to go to demo account. So if you have a Google Analytics or Google login, then all you need to do is click on access demo account. And so what Google's going to do is put this demo account into your account. And so it's going to look something like this. So if I click on demo account here, it's going to add to my Google Analytics account. So I'm going to have then access to the demo account from Google in Google Analytics. So I would recommend going this route here if you're not familiar, you're not sure what you're getting yourself into. So think of the demo account as kind of a test drive. You're test driving Google Analytics before you even add any code to your website. So again, all you need is a Google account. And if you have a Google account and you add the demo account to your Google Analytics account, you're going to be able to see how analytics works. Okay. And so that's what I would also recommend. So if you're not ready to start adding code to your website, then what you can do is just simply add the demo account. And then once you add the demo account, you're free to peruse around Google Analytics to see the different types of reports it has to offer. Now, when you do actually set up a Google Analytics account, you're going to have some settings that you're going to want to pay attention to. So when you set up the account, you have the account name, and then you have a property. So under each property, you have, by default, you're going to have one view. And so here you can see this view here. So if we look at the account we set up a demo Simplilearn account. Property is demo Simplilearn. So that's associated with the website we're going to track. And then again, by default, under each property, you're going to have a view. And so by default, the name of the view is going to be called All Website Data. And so in that view is where all your analytics data is going to be stored. So you can see my screen here. There's a lot of different settings you have. You have settings under the account, you have settings under the property, and you have settings under the view. So we're going to talk more about these settings in future webinars for advanced Google Analytics users. But for now, know that there's a bunch of settings that you have that you can play around with when it comes to Google Analytics. Anything from adding users to your Google Analytics account, your Google Analytics property or view. You can actually set up goals, you can set up filters, you can set up segments, you can link up Google Ads, you can, set up remarketing lists. There's a lot you can do in terms of the settings as it relates to Google Analytics. So know those settings are there. They're located right down here in this little sprocket icon. That's the admin icon. So if you need to get to these settings at any time, you could simply just click on the sprocket or the admin icon, and then you'll be prompted to choose any one of these settings here that you want to edit or alter. So now let's take a look at some Google Analytics reports. So once you've actually set up your account, you have a number of different reports that you have available to you in Google Analytics. So we're going to take a look at customized reports. We're going to look at real-time, audience reports, acquisition, behavior, and conversion. So these are all the different reporting buckets, if you will, that you have available to you in Google Analytics. So if I'm an admin and I'm looking at the Google demo account, let's start out by looking at real-time. So if I click on the real-time report and I just click on overview, so basically what this is going to do is show me at this point in time how many users I actually have active on the website. Okay, so that's why they call it real-time reporting, because it allows you to see the behavior of users who are currently on your website. And so this is the overview report under real-time. And you can see here, I can see that 79% of my users are coming from desktop, 18%, 20% are coming from mobile, and then approximately 3% are coming from tablet. Here I can see how they actually came to the website. So this is the referring source. If they came from, say, search or social, I can see the source there, and I can see what pages they're active on. And then here I can see what locations, where they're located. And so if I want to see a breakdown of everything in the overview, I can certainly do that. If I go to locations under real time, I can see a majority of my users are coming from the United States. Okay, where are they coming from? I'll just click on traffic sources. And here I could see the different sources and mediums. Medium is the means in which the traffic was driven. So if it's Google, it's either paid search or organic search. So I can see here it's organic. Then I can actually see what content they're looking at on my website. So I can see currently I have 3 active users on the home page, 2 active users on the Google's Women's White Tea page, so forth and so on. Now, most importantly, if you have event tracking set up. So if you've taken a look at our Google Tag Manager webinar, you know that you could set up event tracking in Google Analytics to measure engagement on your website, whether that be a form submission or somebody clicking on the play button of a video. So if I click on events, I'll be able to see what events are firing. So here I can see we have event tracking set up, and I can see how many different events are firing on my website in real time. So here I can see e-commerce, somebody clicking on the quick view click, a couple of users clicking on add to cart, a couple of users clicking on the promotion click. And as these events are fired, you're going to be able to see them highlighted. So if something gets fired, it's going to get highlighted. And I could see that these are the current events that I have currently firing on the website. And that's what's currently fired now. If I want to look at the events that have happened in the last 30 minutes, I can just click on this link here, last 30 minutes, and it's going to give me an overview of the events that have happened over the past 30 minutes. Okay, so that's event tracking. And then more importantly, we can also look at what conversions are happening in real time just by clicking on conversions. And so now I could see I had 1 active user who entered the checkout. So that's goal number 4. So in analytics, you can have up to 20 goals. And so here I can see we have goal number 4 has already had 1 active user. And so if I look at the last 30 minutes, I can see I still have only one goal over the last 30 minutes, and that was somebody who entered the checkout. So that's real-time reporting. In summary, it just gives you an idea of what's currently happening on your website. And so for me, ideally, if I'm launching a campaign, or let's just say you do a new website redesign and you want to see how users performing and behaving, then real time is a good option for you. So you can see how things are happening in real time. Now let's jump down to audience reporting. So if I click on audience, this is just right underneath real time. I'm going to see a number of different reports available to me under audience. And so let's click on the audience overview report. So audience reporting basically allows us to get a sense of who is coming to our website. When I say who is coming to our website, it doesn't necessarily have to be a specific person. In fact, Google doesn't allow personally identifiable information in Google Analytics. Personal identifiable information such as a specific name, social security number, credit card information, etc. However, we could still paint a nice picture on who is coming to our website, meaning what country, city, or state did they come from, what language, what device did they get to our website from, how old were they, okay, were they male or female or other, what interests did they have, what browser did they use. So we can paint a nice picture based on all this information that Google Analytics is providing us under audience. So if I go to audience overview, here I can see I have all these different options available to me to get a basic understanding of who is coming to our website. So for example, I could see a majority of the people coming to our website speak English and are from the United States. Okay, in fact, that represents 61% of the users. And so Google Analytics does a great job of giving me an overall percentage. So if I have 100% of the users, I could see 61% of those users represented English-speaking users from the United States. 7% represented English-speaking users from Great Britain. And so when it comes to analytics, we have users, and users are broken down into two categories. They're either returning or they're new. So when you add the Google Analytics tracking script to your website, what's going to happen is if a user or when a user goes to your website, they're going to get cookied. And if it's the first time they've been to your website, what Google Analytics is going to do is store a cookie in the browser. So when that same user comes back another day in the same browser, Analytics is going to recognize that that cookie is in the browser. And so then Analytics is going to categorize that user as a returning user. Okay, so that's how Analytics is able to differentiate new versus returning. So if that user doesn't have a cookie in the browser, then Analytics is going to recognize that, store the cookie, and then count that user as a new user. And so when you're looking at Analytics, you're going to be able to see a breakdown of new versus returning. So here I can see over 3/4 of my traffic over the past week. Here I can see April 6th through April 12th, over 3/4 are new users to the website. Here I could see about 24% are returning users. Okay, so I can get a good breakdown of what type of users are coming. Am I driving new traffic? Am I driving traffic that's been to my website before? What language are they speaking? Okay, I can also paint a bigger picture. How old are they? What gender are they? Do they come from mobile? So let's take a look at some of these different reports under audience. And so if I skip down now to demographics, I can click on overview, and when that report loads, I can see now under demographics overview, I can see the breakout of age ranges. And so here I can see the majority of the traffic coming to my site again over the past week. Now, if I want to change this date range, I could simply do that. I can change the date range just by clicking on the date range and then maybe going, say, the last 30 days. And I can even compare it to the previous period or the previous year. I'm going to choose the last 30 days. I'm going to click apply. Now I'm looking at data over the last 30 days. And again, you can change the date range to any range you want. You can only go back as far as when you actually created the Google Analytics account. You can't go prior to that. So here I'm looking at the last 30 days and I can see almost 47% of my users were in their age range of 25 to 34. Now, when it comes to gender, I can see 66% represent males. So I can get a breakout of gender and age as well as interest. I can click on interest and look at the overview there and see what the interest is of the users who are coming to my site based on in-market segments or affinity. I can also choose language and location. So if I want to know exactly where my users are located when they're coming to my website, I can click on location. And here I can get a breakout. 43% of the users of the last 30 days were from the United States. More importantly, I can align my audience with goals. And we'll talk about goals here in a minute, but here I can see if I have an e-commerce website, I can see of those 43%, 0.29% of those converted or purchased something. And that equates to 94 transactions. So I can get a good sense of not only how many users are coming from a specific country, but are those users converting? If I click on mobile, and mobile to me is one of those reports I tend to spend a bit of time on because I want to know what devices users are coming to my website. And so for my website here, or this is the Google demo website, I can see mobile represents approximately 27% of the traffic. So desktop still represents a majority of the traffic. So for you, you want to keep an eye on mobile because mobile is definitely a majority of what people use nowadays. That's how people start their day. That's how they transact via mobile, whether that's purchasing something, communicating, or searching. It all starts with mobile. So you want to keep an eye on mobile, and more importantly, you want to keep an eye on behavior. So Google Analytics is telling me that, yes, I have approximately 27% of my traffic of the last 30 days came from mobile. How are they interacting with my website? So if I look across this report, I'm going to be able to see different metrics. So if I'm measuring specific metrics against my dimension, in this case, the dimension is what we're measuring. And in this example, we're measuring mobile. I can see that the bounce rate is approximately 48%. And bounce rate means that if a user, in this case from mobile, landed on a page, they left the site without going any further. So they consider it a bounce. If they don't go to another page, if they leave the site from the page they landed on and they don't go any further, that's considered a bounce. So a bounce rate is the percentage of people who come to the site and leave the site without going any further. So in this case, we have 48% bounce rate. That's almost half of our users who come from mobile leave the website from the page they landed on. So is that good? Is that bad? Well, it's open to interpretation. It's definitely subjective. But you want to keep the bounce rate as low as possible. You want to keep people on your site, especially if you have an e-commerce website. You want people who come to your website to purchase. And so here we can see 48% mobile. In desktop, it's a little bit lower at 41%. Now, if I look a little bit further at engagement, I can see how many pages on average do mobile users look at. So versus desktop, it's a little bit lower. You can see 3.86. On desktop, it's 4.5. Now, if I look a little bit further in engagement, I want to be able to measure how long somebody from mobile stays on the website. If they're bouncing at 48%, but they're also looking at 3.8 pages, 3.9, almost 4 pages per session, then that means in this report, analytics is telling me they're spending about 2 minutes on the site. And interestingly enough, I can see that mobile over the last 30 days had more transactions. So 51 transactions versus 34 transactions from desktop. And interestingly enough, the e-commerce conversion rate is at 0.29%. That's higher than desktop at 0.07. It's lower than tablet, but it's higher than desktop. And mobile has the most transactions. And since they have the most transactions, they have the most revenue at 2,380. So Yes, the engagement isn't exactly as great as it is as desktop, but we can see that people are still purchasing with their mobile devices. So it's something to keep an eye on, and mobile is something I definitely look at. In fact, since it's such an important report, one thing you can do in analytics is if you actually like a report and you think you're going to look at that report multiple times, then you can simply just go ahead and click save at the top here. So if I click save, I'm going to enter a name for this report. I'm just going to call it mobile report and click OK. And then what's going to happen is it's going to be located under Save Reports. And Save Reports is located under Customization. Customization is located above Real Time. Okay, so if I close that up, you can see Audience, Real Time, Customization. If I click on Customization, if I click on Save Reports, I should be able to see my Save Report here, and I do. So here I can see Mobile Report. If I click on it, I can simply go to the report I was looking at before I saved it. So Save Reports to me is a good feature in analytics because it allows you to quickly access a report that you've saved in the past. So let's take a look at one more report under Audience. And let's go to benchmarking. So remember when we were setting up our analytics account, we had the option to opt into benchmarking, and I recommended you do so. And so if you did actually opt into benchmarking, then you're going to be able to see how your site compares to others in the same industry. So if I click on benchmarking and then click on channels, what I'm actually able to do now is compare my website with others in the same industry. So if I go back to say jobs and education, and I choose education, all education as my industry vertical, I should be able to see websites that are in the same particular industry and how I compare with those websites. So I'm choosing all countries. I can narrow that down if I wanted to. I can just search for the United States. I can choose a specific state, and then I can choose a particular site size. So here I'm choosing sites by daily session. So these are sites that have an average of 5,000 to almost 10,000 sessions a day. And so in this vertical education in the United States, sites that have 5,000 to 9,999 sessions per day, that means that there are approximately 310 web properties contributing to this report, okay, based on this criteria I chose. Now, if my site is similar, meaning if I'm in the United States, if I'm in education, and I'm receiving 5,000 to 9,999 sessions per day, then I'm able to compare my site against 310 other websites. Now, Google's sharing this data anonymously from the other websites, and they're doing the same with your website to those particular websites' benchmarking reports. Okay, so it's shared data anonymously in particular industries and verticals. And so now I'm looking at a channel report. So if I want to see how I compare to others in my industry, then I can go ahead and see by channel. For example, am I driving as much traffic as others in my industry? And you can see I'm not. In fact, I'm 76, 77% worse in terms of the amount of traffic being driven from organic search. So anything in red is going to show as a negative result, a negative comparison, whereas something in green is a positive comparison. So if I look at engagement, I can see that I might not be driving as much traffic, but I can see that the pages per session are better than the site average or the industry average. I can see if I go over again, looking just at organic search, I can see the bounce rate is better than the industry average. So the channel report under benchmarking allows you to measure how you compare to others in your industry. And you could do so by looking at location and devices. So if you opted into benchmarking when you set up your account, then you'll be able to compare your website against others in your industry, in your country, region, and based on the size of your website in terms of how many visitors or sessions you're getting per day. So let's go from audience to acquisition. So if audience is who is coming to your website, Acquisition allows us to see how the traffic was driven to your website. So how did these users get to our website? And so under acquisition, if we click on overview, we'll be able to see an overview of how users, whether they're returning or new, came to our website. And so what analytics does by default is they have a number of default channels. And when we say channels, we mean analytics is grouping different channels based on how users got to your website. Meaning, how did users get to our website? Did they come via organic search? Meaning, did they type something into Google and find you in the organic listing? Analytics also groups users based on whether they came to your site directly, meaning did they type in the URL directly into the browser, or did they bookmark your website and come back via the bookmark? So they're grouping users under direct. They also group users under referral, meaning did they come from another website? They group users by social. Did they come from a social media platform like Twitter or Facebook? If you're running paid search, meaning if you're running paid search on, say, Google, then do they come from paid search ads? Now, if you're running display ads on, say, Google's network, Google's display network, that's a default channel. So analytics will group users there. So if they don't recognize a channel, then they're going to group it as others. So by default, Google Analytics groups users on how they came to your website via these default channels. And so I can see how many users came to the site from each channel. Now, if I want to drill down on this report, I can click on all traffic. And then if I click on all traffic, I can go to channels. I can look specifically at the channels report. And so now I can see organic search, again, over the last 30 days, is the #1 channel driving traffic. And they represent approximately, again, you can see this number here in parentheses next to the raw number of users. I can see that number is about 56%. So 56% of my traffic over the last 30 days came from organic search. And so those are the number of users. Again, as a metric, you're also going to have sessions. And you'll see sessions a lot as a metric. So users are broken down between new and returning. So every time a new or returning user comes to the website, basically what they're doing is initiating a session. So you can have a user who can come back multiple times. Every time they come back to the website, it's a session. So session is simply the start of somebody coming to your website, and the session ends when they leave the website. And so just like we looked at with the audience reports when it came to mobile, we can also look at engagement by channel. So just like mobile, we looked at bounce rate, pages per session, average session duration. We can do the same thing here with our channel report. More importantly, in addition to behavior, we can see conversions. And since we're running an e-commerce platform, we could see what the conversion rate is by channel. So organic search did drive the most traffic, and they did have the most transactions over the last 30 days. And the conversion rate in this case is 0.17. Okay, so how Google determines the conversion rate? They basically take the number of transactions and divide that by sessions. So that means that over the last 30 days, organic search drove 38,123 sessions. And of those 38,123, 64 actually turned into a transaction, which equates to 0.17, which also equates to 3,000 in revenue. So I'm able to determine not only how users are getting to my website by looking at the channel report, I can actually see if they're engaging and if they are converting. And notice when you look at a report in analytics, you can look at it by channel. You'll also get a summary. So here I can see a summary or a total based on my date range. So I can see over the last 30 days, I've had 54,000 users. 49,000 of them were new. Okay, that meant that out of those 54,000 users, I had 70,000 sessions. I could see my average bounce rate was 43%. The pages per session were just over 4. And the average session duration, how long did somebody stay on my website on average? About 2 minutes and 55 seconds. The average conversion rate was 0.14, and I had a total of 97 transactions totaling $5,500. Okay, and that's all over the last 30 days. So any report you look at in analytics is going to have a summary. And note that any report you look at in analytics is going to allow you to save it. So if it's a report you think you're going to go back and look at a future date, then you simply just have to click on the save button. Conversely, if you don't want to save it, you can simply just export it. So you can export it as a PDF. If I click on PDF, it's going to allow me to export that as a PDF. Now you have other options available to you as well. You can do a Google Sheet. You can export it as an Excel, or you can export it as a comma delimited file. So here you can see I can save it as a PDF if I want to. And if I click OK, it's going to save to my desktop or location of my choosing. And then I can go back and look at it in that format at a later time. So that's the export feature available to you in analytics. Again, if you could save it as well, or you can export it. Okay, some other reports under acquisition. If you're running Google Ads, note that you can connect Google Ads to analytics. And this is key because now I can see how many people are coming from Google Ads to my website, and are they converting? Now this is important because with Google Ads, I'm actually paying for the click. So you can see here, I'm running a report based on campaign data. So I could see what campaigns are driving traffic, how much I'm paying per click, and you can see on average I'm paying 34 cents per click. And then more importantly, I want to be able to see if they're converting. So you can see I've spent $810 over the last 30 days and received $858 in revenue. So you want to make sure that you link up your Google Ads account to your Google Analytics account. For this very reason, you want to be able to see how your Google Ads campaigns perform once the users get to your website. And so I want to see if they're engaging, and I want to see if they're converting. So there are all sorts of reports under Google Ads. So you can look at it by keywords, by search queries, by hour of the day. If you're running display campaigns, you can look at display targeting. So there's all sorts of reports under Google Ads. You just have to link it up, and you link it up under the admin. Now there are other reports that you can look at. So if I go to campaigns, I can look at all campaigns. So if you're running all sorts of different types of campaigns, whether that be on Facebook, whether that be email, whether that be, other types of advertising, let's just say Twitter or Instagram, you're going to be able to see those campaigns here. And that's under all campaigns. And again, you'll be able to see the campaign name, and you'll be able to see metrics associated with those campaigns. And more importantly, you'll be able to see your e-commerce if you're running an e-commerce platform, or if you have goals set up. So you'll be able to look at how your campaigns are not only driving traffic, but two, are they converting? Let's go from acquisition reporting to behavior. So behavior reports are going to actually show you how users behaved once they got to your website. Once they landed on a page on your website, how did they behave? So when we looked at audience, we got a sense of who is coming. With acquisition, we get a sense of how the traffic got to our website. Did they come from organic, direct, social, etc.? The behavior reports allow us to actually measure how that traffic behaved once they landed on a page on our website. And so if I go to overview under behavior, now I'm looking at this graph here. It's showing me how many page views I've had. And a page view is simply, once a page is viewed, it's counted as a page view. So if a user comes to my site, they're initiating a session. And if they look at a page, then that page is going to have a page view. Okay, so a user can look at a page multiple times in a session. And every time they look at that page, it's going to count as a page view. So here I can see in this graph how many page views I've had, again, over the last 30 days. And if I look further at my overview report, I can see the specific pages and how many page views they've had. And I can also look at some other metrics. Okay, the average bounce rate, the average time on page. I can look at the exit rate, which means how many people actually exited, or the percentage of people who exited from that page. So I can dig deeper into my behavior reporting. So if I click on site content and I click on all pages, then I'm going to look at a report by page. This is my dimension. This is what I'm measuring, my page. And now I can see how many page views each page had over the last 30 days. Now note, you also have something called unique page views. So unique page views is equivalent to one per session. In other words, if a user came to my site and looked at the home page, then the home page is going to have one unique page view and one page view. Now, if the user in that same session looks at other pages, then every page that user looks at is going to have one unique page view. However, if the user goes back to the same page in the same session, then it's still going to be one unique page view. But in this case, the home page, if they look at the home page a second time, then the home page is going to have two page views. If they look at the home page 5 times in one session, then the home page is going to have 5 total page views and one unique page view. Okay, so that's why unique pages is equivalent to one per session, where page views is an accumulation of how many times the page was viewed in the same session. So in other words, you're always going to have more page views than unique page views. Okay, so this gives me a sense of how my pages performed. So again, I can look at total page views and then engagement. So ideally what you want to do with a report like this is if a user is not engaging on the page, then that should tell you something about the page itself. If they're not engaging, if the bounce rate's high, if the time on page is low, if the percentage of exit rate is high, then you probably want to do something with that page. Now, these are all pages, but if I jump down to landing pages, my landing page report is showing me how many people actually landed on that page. And so here I can see under my landing page report, I can see the home page had 36,017 sessions in the last 30 days. That's how many people landed on the home page. So here I can see 71% were new sessions, meaning that I had a lot of new users who landed on the homepage. In fact, 25,000 or 52% of the people who landed on the homepage were new. I could see the bounce rates about 42%, but of those who didn't bounce, they went on to look at about 4.5 pages per session and spent about 3 minutes on the site. And the one thing I like about the landing page report is I can also see whether that particular page, in this case the home page, did it help contribute to a goal or conversion. And in this case I can see of those 36,000 sessions I had 22 transactions totaling 1,200 in revenue, and that's an e-commerce conversion rate of 0.06%. So the home page over the last 30 days contributed to 0.06% of the revenue. So this gives you an idea of when somebody lands on your website and they land on a page, is that page helping to move that person along? Meaning, are they not bouncing? And is that page helping to move people towards converting? And so that's what the landing page in effect allows us to measure, is the engagement. And in this case, we're measuring transactions. Okay, so analytics also gives us some other reports under behavior, including site speed. So site speed to me is an important report to look at, just like the mobile report. To me, site speed's important because what Google Analytics does is they take a sampling of pages. And in this case, you can see over the last 30 days, they sampled 2,835 page views. And of that sample, they came back and said the average page load time is about 4 seconds. Now, ideally, you want to keep it as quick as possible. I would say even under 3 seconds. Okay, now there are other factors involved with page load time. The browser you're using, the country that you're actually browsing that page from might not have the best infrastructure. You may not even be on the best internet network, meaning you're on a cell network or the Wi-Fi is not that great. Or you can be on a page that just has a lot of images or a lot of code that may slow it down. So there are other factors involved. And so what Google Analytics does is show you what those factors are. So here I can see by browser what the average load time is. If I want to look at country, I could see what country is contributing to the load time. Now, the great thing about the site speed report is if I go to speed suggestions, okay, what speed suggestions is going to do is it's going to show me the page load time by page. And then it's actually going to provide a link where I can actually click on to get suggestions on increasing the page load time. So for example, I can look at this particular page here, this Google redesign shop by brand / YouTube page, line number 5. If I look at line number 5, I can see the average load time of this page is 8 seconds, almost 9 seconds. Okay, that's an eternity to some people. Now, notice this link next to it. So Google's recommending 7 total suggestions. So if I click on 7 total, what it's actually going to do, it's going to open up a new window and it's going to open up another Google report called PageSpeed Insights. And PageSpeed Insights is going to give me some information about what I can do to correct the page load of that particular page. So look at the site speed report. It's important because there is a correlation between site speed or page load time and user behavior of that page. And there's also a correlation between page load time and a page ranking organically on search. So page load time is very important. It's so important that I'm even going to save it. So I'm going to click save and click on site speed suggestions as my name and click OK. And now that report is going to be saved under customization under save reports. Let's jump from behavior to conversions. Now, conversion reporting is arguably the most important section in Google Analytics, because what the conversions reporting allows us to do is see how people are converting, or if they're not converting, on our website. And so in Google Analytics, we have the opportunity to set up goals. Now you have the opportunity to set up 20 goals in your Google Analytics view. And so to set up a goal, okay, so you're going to click on admin, and under the view, you're going to see goals. And so if you don't even have goals, the first step is to create goals. And so you have 4 different goal types in analytics. So you have pages per session. So how many pages per session is, so if your goal is set to say 3 or 2, if somebody actually looked at 2 or 3 pages per session, it's going to count as a goal. Okay, so if I look here, I can see I have pages per session set at 10. So that means that if a user came to the site, looked at more than 10 pages per session, then it's going to count as a goal. Another goal type is destination. So destination means that if somebody actually went to a specific page, then it's going to count as a goal. And in this case, I can see here that the goal is set to this particular page here. And so when somebody actually lands on that page, it's going to count as a goal. Now, there are 2 other goal types we can look at. One is duration. So just like pages per session, in our previous example, if somebody looked at 10 pages per session, it's going to count as a goal. With duration, it's based on time. So in this particular case, if you set up a duration goal and the duration is set to say 1 minute and 30 seconds, then that means if a user comes to my website and they spend at least 1 minute and 30 seconds, then it's going to count as a goal. Okay, and then the 4th type of goal in Google Analytics is an event-based goal. So when you set up event tracking, you could turn that event into a goal. So if somebody clicks on, say, the submit button of a form, you can turn that event into a goal. So here you could see the category equals contact form. So you can always verify if a goal works just by clicking on verify this goal. And in this case, this event is turned into a goal. So anytime somebody fires this event, it's going to count as a goal. So you have 4 different goal types in Google Analytics. You have pages per session, destination, event, and duration. And so once you've set up a goal, then you can measure goals under conversions. So now if I look at goals overview, I can be able to see how many total goal completions I've had. So if I want to look at it by goal, I can just choose the goal option here. So if I want to look at, for example, goal 2, engaged users, this was the pages per session. I can see that I had a conversion rate of 10%, meaning that I had 7,000 of all the users who came to the website, 7,000 goal completions, meaning 7,106 users looked at 10 pages or more on my website. And so that's how you want to be able to measure whether users, wherever they're coming from, whoever they are, whatever pages they look at, you want to be able to look at the conversion reports to see if they're actually converting based on the goals you've set up, whether that's pages per session, duration, destination, or event. Goal conversion tracking reports can help you measure who is actually converting. And then the great thing about Google Analytics here is that I can actually see by segment. So the default segment in a segment is just looking at a specific user set. So the default segment is always all users. However, I can choose a different segment. So if I want to choose, instead of all users, if I want to choose mobile traffic, I can select mobile traffic, hit apply. So I'm actually now looking at a subset of data. I'm looking at mobile traffic. So if all the mobile users who've come to my site, I can see 1,400 engaged or looked at 10 pages or more. Okay, and that's a 7% conversion rate. So the great thing about Google Analytics is you have the opportunity to set up 4 different goal types. Okay, based on those goal types, you can go to Goals Overview and look at the conversion rate of each goal, but you can also change the segment of that particular goal to see who exactly converted. Okay, another report I like under conversions is the multi-channel funnel report. So if I click on multi-channel funnel, basically what this allows me to do is see how different channels work together to convert. So remember the channel reporting we looked at under acquisition? Here I can see now how different channels work together to drive the conversion. So if I look at 3 channels, direct, organic, and referral, I can see all 3 together drive 2% of the conversions. If I look at direct and referral, 12.5%. If I look at direct and organic, 12.24%. So I can see how different channels work together. And so if I look at top conversion paths as an example, I can actually see how channels work together to drive the conversion. So in this example, I can see over the last 30 days that my top channel grouping was direct times 2, meaning that somebody came to the website directly, meaning they typed in the URL in the browser, or they bookmarked it and came to the site. Okay, they came the first time but didn't convert. But then they came back a second time via direct and then converted. So that combination is my top conversion combination of the last 30 days. My second best conversion grouping is organic search and direct, meaning that a user came to the website via organic search first, did not convert, and then came back via direct the second time and converted. So basically what analytics does is give credit to the last referral, meaning if you came to the website via referral or referring website and converted, then the referring website's going to get the credit for the conversion. But analytics does a good job of showing you how different channels work together. So a channel may drive a lot of traffic like organic search, but that traffic may not convert the first time around for a number of different reasons, whether it could be brand recognition, price shopping, reading content, whatever the case. Analytics is able to measure if that channel actually did contribute at a later point. And in this case, we could see organic search drove traffic that didn't convert, but that traffic came back a second time via direct and did convert. So that's our second best channel grouping. And so the multi-channel funneling report, top conversion paths, to me is a good report to look at. So you can actually see not only how channels work together, but you can see sources and mediums and campaigns and how all those different campaigns and different sources work together to convert. So that's just a good report to look at. There are so many different reports available in analytics. There's so many that we haven't even gotten to yet. So my advice, if you look at the demo report, you can get a feel for each of these reports under each section, whether that be audience, acquisition, behavior, or conversions. Take a look at these reports, see what makes sense to you, see what you can use to improve your website performance. Now, if you have any comments or questions about any of the reports we covered, feel free to comment underneath this video. We're definitely going to have more webinars in the future about specific analytics settings that we didn't get to today and other types of analytics reports and features that we didn't get to today.
Today in this video, let's get to know in detail about Google Analytics 4. Google Analytics is a web analytics service offered by Google. It was launched back in 2005. It tracks and reports website traffic. From the information through Wikipedia, Google Analytics is the most used web analytics service. As per the sources, in April 2022, Google Analytics was used by 73% of the 10,000 most popular websites across the globe. However, as per the reports from builtwith.com, 2,81,52,477 live websites use Google Analytics. So now is the time to understand what has been changed in Google Analytics over the years. If you are new to Google Analytics, it's even better. Before moving forward, do subscribe to Simplilearn and hit the bell icon to never miss any updates from Simplilearn. So what makes Google Analytics so important? Google Analytics generates various types of reports and helps to track bounce rates, identify the best content of your website, record user behavior flow on your site, and many other metrics, thereby allowing you to understand and build your business strategies, thereby growing your business. Now that you have understood why Google Analytics is essential, let's check what we have for you in this video. First, we will understand what is Google Analytics 4. Then, we will move forward with identifying Google Analytics version for your website. Next, we will have a detailed look at Universal Analytics and Google Analytics 4. We will continue by understanding success stories from Google Analytics 4 users. And finally, we will end this session by understanding the future of Google Analytics 4. So allow me to introduce the next generation of Google Analytics, Google Analytics 4, also known as GA4. Initially, Google Analytics 4 was known as App Plus Web. Google Analytics 4 is the latest analytics property with several advantages over the old Google Analytics, also known as Universal Analytics. Understanding more clearly, Google Analytics 4 can measure and keep track of website traffic as well as app usage. So now you can imagine that Google Analytics 4 is the one-stop solution for all your analytics needs. If you are still using Universal Analytics, we recommend you to get familiar with Google Analytics 4 as well, as this is the new future of analytics. We will understand creating and setting up Google Analytics 4 account in detail in the upcoming videos. Let's first identify which Google Analytics property is associated with your website. In order to identify which Google Analytics property you have, log into your Google Analytics account. Now go to Analytics account and then open Properties and Apps. Here you can see properties for your website. Now, below the properties and apps, several properties are listed where you can see different IDs. If the ID starts with UA and ends with a number, then you have a Universal Analytics property. However, if ID only has numbers, like here, then you have Google Analytics 4 property. We will learn how to switch the Universal Analytics account to Google Analytics 4 in the upcoming videos. Now that you have understood how to identify Google Analytics property, let's take a detailed look at the comparison of Universal Analytics data and Google Analytics 4 data. The major difference between Universal Analytics and Google Analytics 4 is the measurement model. Universal Analytics uses sessions and page views as the measurement model, whereas Google Analytics 4 uses events and parameters as the measurement model. Therefore, any hit type from Universal Analytics property, say a page view, user timing, etc., are captured as event in Google Analytics 4 property. Let's see the detailed comparison of every aspect of Universal Analytics and Google Analytics 4. First, we go with events. In analytics, every measurable action, for example, page load, form completion, scrolls, app installs, etc., is measured as event. An event has category, label, and action in Universal Analytics. Moreover, it has its own hit type. In case of Google Analytics 4, there is no categorization. All the hit types from Universal Analytics are considered as events. Now, let's find the comparison of Universal Analytics and Google Analytics 4 in terms of page views. Page views is a metric defined that calculates total number of pages viewed on your website. Now let's get a better understanding of page views. For instance, when user lands on a web page of your site, the page loads. This is considered to be a page view. Now suppose if user reloads the page. Google Analytics tracks it as another page view. If the user navigates to another page of your website and returns to the same page, this adds another page view to your site. Now that you have understood page views, let's see how page views differs in Universal Analytics and Google Analytics 4. From Universal Analytics, page view are translated to Google Analytics 4 property as page view event. This page view event automatically gets triggered in Google Tag Manager. The next metric we have is sessions. Session is the time duration for which user is active on your website. A Universal Analytics session may consist of multiple page views, events, e-commerce transactions, etc. The session is considered to be ended if the user has 30 minutes of inactivity or any other event for which session end is triggered. In Google Analytics 4, session metrics are tracked from session start event, which automatically gets triggered with the basic interaction on your website. However, the session duration depends on the period between the first and the last event. Now, let's check our next metric, which is custom dimension. In Universal Analytics, custom dimension add the information to the collected data. Whereas in Google Analytics 4, information is added through the event parameters. Moving ahead, the next metric we have is content grouping. Content grouping in Universal Analytics allows to group content into a logical structure, after which one can view and compare metrics by the group name. Now talking about Google Analytics 4, it has predefined event parameter for content group. This parameter fills the data into content group. Moving ahead, the next metric we have is client ID. Client ID is a unique string generated randomly and acts as a pseudonymous identifier. Client ID identifies the browser instance and then it gets stored in the browser cookies. And therefore, subsequent visits to the same site are associated with that user. In both Universal Analytics and Google Analytics 4, client ID serves the same purpose. That is, the client ID is responsible for providing the identifier. Now, let's move ahead with our next metric. Parameters. Parameters are associated with Google Analytics 4 properties. Understanding in detail about parameters, parameters are the chunk of information that specifies the user action. For example, parameters can be passed to describe the value of the purchase. Next we have is user property. User properties provide information like preferred language or geographical location of the users that interact with your website or app. Now that we have seen difference between Universal Analytics and Google Analytics 4 properties, the question definitely arises. Can Google Analytics really bring success to your business? Well, if you have a good understanding of your audience and have extraordinary strategies to work on, the Google Analytics is your best companion. Here are some success stories by Google Analytics for users. We all know about McDonald's, the leading fast food corporation with a huge number of outlets across the globe. Recently, a case study has been shared by McDonald's Hong Kong, which suggests that the company has experienced growth in conversions by 550% through the in-app orders. And what made them achieve such a great growth? Yes, you guessed it right. It's Google Analytics 4. Let's have a look on their success story. The major goal for the company was to redesign the strategy to increase in-app food orders, predict the behavior of in-app audiences, and reach the right customers with McDonald's mobile order campaigns. To achieve the goals, McDonald's used a simple yet smart approach and implemented Google Analytics 4 properties. With the help of predictive audiences in Google Analytics 4 properties, they tried converting audiences into customers. Moreover, with the help of Google Ads, they were able to manage the campaigns. As a result of the smart efforts, McDonald's was able to gain increase in conversions by 550% for the users who are likely to purchase in next 7 days. Isn't it amazing? Moreover, for the same audience, McDonald's had noticed a visible decrease in cost per action by 63% and an increase in revenue by 560%. Some other companies that have seen growth in their business through Google Analytics 4 includes PepsiCo, Claro Shop, etc. With the proven success of top brands in the world, let us know what the future of Google Analytics 4 holds. As per the reports on builtwith.com, there are 2,81,52,477 live websites that are using Google Analytics, out of which there are 1,21,73,413 live websites from USA and 4,68,538 live websites from India who are using Google Analytics. If we look in detail, we have a list of big names like Bank of America, Blogger.com, Cisco, Netflix, Coursera, Flipkart, ICICI Bank, Tesla India, IRCTC, Myntra, etc. that are using Google Analytics for their growth. However, we are all well aware of the success stories of all the biggies on the list. Thus, Google Analytics will continue to be an important part of new business strategies. Things you should know before we end this session are: Google Analytics 4 will be soon replacing Universal Analytics. From 1st July 2023, the Universal Analytics platform will be no longer in action. However, You will be able to access the reports for some period of time. Google Analytics 4 will be the new future of analytics.
The concept of linking is foundational to good rankings and understanding the internet at large. It starts with the premise that good content will be cited by others, recommending it to other people. How we cite and recommend information online is by linking to it. We link to information that we find valuable. Based on that, the search engines assess content by how websites link to one another. So we are going to cover the definition and purpose of links and the different functions that links serve. We'll also look at how links mirror human judgment. We'll look at how search engines evaluate links by mirroring human judgment and how that affects what's called block level analysis, and how where the location of different links and how they are used will greatly affect their relevance. We're going to look at how visitors from different link sources will behave differently based on where they came from, and also how you can measure the effectiveness of links. And finally, we're going to look at both good and bad linking practices. Now, links serve a number of purposes. From a functional standpoint, they usually are our primary means of navigation online. We click on links, we go to different pages, and from those pages we find links to other pages. Links are also a method of citing other content. When we quote somebody, when we use information that we have found somewhere else, we cite that information to give credit to the original author. Typically, online, we do that with a link, so that if someone wants to see the original source document, it's available to them. That also helps to provide credibility to you, credibility to the author of the original source, as well as assigning importance to the knowledge that came from that original source and the authority of the original source. Links also provide us with a clear structure of how our websites are built, how the pages relate to one another, and how organized the information can be. So let's break down the functional part of a link. This is important if you're going to be developing anchor text and linking to understand the structure. The ahref equals is the start of the link tag. What you are doing is developing the reference of where the document is contained. That's the href. Reference is what it is short for. What comes next within the quotes is the location of the document. Now, this can be a full URL, or you may just be linking to a document that's on the main root level of your server. This is the full location where you can access the document. And so you're putting the name of the document, the extension, so that it will be linked. The next part is what I have in caps. You'll notice off to the left, I have something in all blue text and underlined, which most people will recognize as a link. You see, when it is in between the document location and the closing of the link tag, the text you have in there is what's called anchor text. You see, instead of publishing the document location and the full URL of the document, we can put the link within text and create anchor text. So all someone has to do is click on the link and the document loads for them. This anchor text is vitally important to understanding how we can add additional relevance to linking content. Then we see the closure of the link tag. This is what makes the internet. The internet is millions of pages connected together by links. So when we look at the functional side of links, and we look at this example here, as you can see, the title of this article is not the URL address of the article. It's a title, and the title is the link. That is the anchor text of the link. And so, from a search engine standpoint, search engines look to see what words are being used in the link and how relevant those words are to the document that is being linked. It also looks to see where is the link. Is it in the editorial information, in the article? Is it part of the navigation? Is it in a sidebar or is it an ad? And then also, search engines are looking to see if this is a text link or an image link. How long has that link been there? What type of link is it? Does it go somewhere within your website? Does it go to another website? Or is it a reciprocal link, which I will explain more later? They also look to see the text in the link and the context to the page with the link directs you to. We utilize links a little differently. You see, from a human standpoint, whenever we refer information to another person, when we provide reference material to another person, or even if someone asks us for a recommendation, we provide this information. You see, offline, we mirror the same behavior as we do online when we link. People ask us for information, and we provide it. We just mirror that online by making a link. Offline, we recommend, we refer, we provide information to each other in much the same way. The way I want you to think about it from a human standpoint is that if you asked another person for advice or directions or a referral, are there certain people that you would trust more than others? I'm sure the answer to that is yes. And maybe you have some people in mind that you are thinking about. You see, we run across the same issue with search. The search engines know that there are some websites that are much more trustworthy than others. Just like if you were to ask someone for information, I'm sure you would ask the right person for the information. You would ask the most knowledgeable, trustworthy person you knew, who had authority in that subject area. The search engines are trying to do the same thing with the links that we publish on our websites. They're trying to determine who is the most trustworthy and relevant based on the recommendations, referrals, and citations of other websites to other websites. Who are the websites that are trusted, that are authorities? The search engines are trying to do, from a technical algorithmic standpoint, what we do naturally from a human standpoint. Now, from the human side, as I had said before, we need to think of links as information that we receive from other people. Word-of-mouth advice, information, directions, recommendations. This is where we need to think about links not from the standpoint of building false relevance for a search engine, but being a helpful resource for our readers. How can we help them? How can we provide information? And how can we be a credible source of information? How can we develop our authority within the industry, and so that people who have questions about this content will see our websites as authoritative and credible resources? The best way to develop links, as you'll see, is good content. When people like what they read, when they like what they see, when they are willing to recommend it to others, it's because you have created something of value. And they'll link to you when they feel that you are credible and that you are authoritative with this information. Only then will they share it with other people, because you have earned that right for them to share it with others by providing content that is informative, educational, entertaining, and you've provided that service. Only then will people then want to recommend it to others by linking to it. Now, links serve a number of benefits. When I look at some of the incoming links to my site, one of the things I notice is that if I get a link in certain places, that can drive a lot of brand exposure. I can have thousands of people coming to the site looking to see an article, and that provides a lot of exposure to a lot of people. However, also, getting a link from a certain website, especially if it's a high, relevant, authoritative website, I can see my rankings increase because of that. But then also, a good link is going to drive people that will convert and drive sales or leads, those who become customers. So those are the three aspects of a good link. A good link will drive traffic to your site. A good link will assist your rankings. And a good link will bring in business. If you can get a link to do all three of those at the same time, that's what I call the golden link, because it has all three benefits. Usually, however, you're going to find that different links will provide different types of benefits. One of these three, or maybe two out of these three. One of the things I'm usually very focused on is the link that drives sales or generates leads. That's getting links in the right place that will benefit me tangibly, rather than just getting thousands of people to see it. Why? It benefits me financially if I can get a link in the right place. So from here, let's break down the different types of links. We have navigational links. We see these in our navigation, our primary navigation, maybe the footer of our web pages, where we have links to typical information such as about us or contact us. We also have sidebar links. This might be related information or offers or calls to action. And then also I would break it down into outbound or inbound type of navigation. Outbound are links going to other websites. Inbound links are links that come from other websites and that also I might send to other pages on my own site. Now, I've used the term editorial. An editorial link is a link that is found within the content of the website. And by that, I mean through an article. So if I am writing an article and I link to someone else and cite them or reference them, that is what's called an editorial link. It means that it's part of the content. A great example of this is that the navigation on your web pages is not part of the content. It serves a function as navigation, but it doesn't have anything to do with supporting information, with citing an authority. So information and links that you put within the content and presented content of your site are considered editorial. Now there's also call to action links where you're bringing someone to a landing page or a registration page or a sale page. Then also we have social links. Now these can provide a variety of means, but typically a social link will go to a profile. Maybe it's a username that takes you somewhere else, or a comment, or maybe just an image or something that goes to a social site or that you have placed on your own site as well. Either way, it's all contained within that social network. Even though the links are going on and off your site, they tend to be controlled in that social environment. Now, I've used the term reciprocal link. Now, this is something very specific. A reciprocal link is one where you would go to somebody else and you would make a trade, such as, if you link to me, I'll link to you. And maybe you put those links on the home page, or maybe you create a page just for that link. You see, sometimes it just doesn't make sense. And so the search engines will see that you've linked to each other, but if there's no contextual relevance, most likely you won't get any benefit because you've agreed to link to each other for the primary purpose of boosting rankings. Now, this is not to say that two websites can't link to each other because there is some relevance. We'll look at some examples of that later on in this module. Also then, we have advertising links. These can be ads, banners, anything on the page that is an advertising link that if you were to click on it, you would go to that advertiser's page. Those links are typically through an ad server, and they take place in an entirely different ecosystem. But they are links, and we need to know what kind of links are advertising and which kind of links are functional to our websites. Now, when I broke down the different types of links, so we have our navigation links, we have links in our sidebar and in our footer. What block level analysis does is that the search engines look at the code of the page. They break down the page because it's very easy to figure out which part of the code has to do with your navigation, which part of the code has to do with your sidebar and your footer, and which part of the code is calling ads from an ad server. What this leaves is the editorial content, your article, and the ability of search engines then to break down your page into these different elements. The reason why they do it is that the links contained in the editorial space are considered to be more relevant in terms of linking to other websites than any of the other types of links on your web page. Search engines don't consider all parts of the page to be equally relevant, which is okay because neither do humans. We look at the navigation as utilization, pure utility, because it's just helping me navigate among the different pages of your website. I'm not expecting to learn anything. I'm using it as a functional means of navigating your site. Now, your sidebar might have some calls to action. It might have links to other pages, but it's not an article. It's what you've developed. And so it might be a little more important than your navigation, but it's not as important as what you may have written within content. Your footer navigation is basically the same. You control that. It's the same on every page. And so what the search engines are looking for are the unique content, the unique article or information that you've published. And if there is a link within that editorial content, that is highly relevant because it has to do with content. It has to do with information that you are sharing. And so the links there are going to be more highly relevant and are going to be more important for the search engines to see. You see, it's the same way with humans. We're not going to look at navigation to learn something. It's functional. The same thing with the footer. And as humans, we're reading the content that you have in your article. And if you link to another source, well, you've provided us with utility. But it's contextual utility because you're citing where you found information, or you're citing an additional source, or you are linking to an example. And it enables me as a human to see that, understand it, and if I need that additional information, I can click on it and go to it. So I'm going to look at the information on the page in that article very differently than I'm going to look at the headings, the navigation, the sidebars, or the footer, because the article is what is informing me. And so the links in the article I'm going to look at very differently and hold them in a higher level of relevance. Now, over time, search engines have had to refine the algorithm about links. You see, in the early days of search engine algorithms, they used to simply count the amount of links. Then if one site had more links than another, that made it more credible. However, once people started to figure that out, people started accumulating links by really any means necessary. And they were just looking for the sheer volume of links, because they knew if they got the most amount of links, it would affect their rankings. And so over the years, the search engines have had to change and adjust and add more relevance to their algorithm, refine it in order to look at different aspects of links in order to properly determine relevance. So over time, it wasn't just having a link. It was then also looking at how many people cite this site as an authority. So looking at the source of the link and the types of pages. Then also looking at the text of the link and matching it with the text of the page. Does it match? Is it contextual? And then looking at the type of link, doing the block level analysis, and then also the context, the relevancy of your site compared to the linking site, compared to the link, and the information that's being shared there. Also, some of the ways that they can look at it are the age of the link. How long has that link been there? Humans do the same thing. When we look to see how long someone has been in business, we're looking at credibility. And then, of course, there are many, many other ongoing refinements that are going into the search engine's evaluations of links. Sometimes the age of the link isn't as relevant, especially when you're looking for something that has happened very recently. An old link could mean that it's old news or that something has changed since then. So search engines are in a constant battle to ensure that people are not gaming the system by falsely creating relevance through linking. The link relevancy and the algorithm is all about trying to determine who is the most relevant and credible within this area. And that is the focus of most search engine algorithm refinements over the past few years, and it will be into the future. Now, this is where I'm going to start bringing in some screenshots from a link management program. As a search engine optimizer, a link management program is probably going to be one of your best friends as you move along in this industry. In this example, this program, LinkDex, that I'm using, will track the incoming links to my website. And it'll also provide a breakdown as to what type of website those links are coming from. So I can see how many links I have from blogs, how many links I have from news sites, how many links from wikis, how many links from directories, forums, social media, public relations sites, articles, or additional resources. Then I can also add my competitors, and I can compare where I stand in terms of the amount of links from each source and where my competitors stand. In this way, I can be sure that we all have a similar link profile. You see, if my linking profile looks vastly different than all my competitors, the search engines are going to see that as well and know that something might be different with me, good or bad, and that's going to raise a red flag. So I want to look at the linking profile because every industry and almost every business's linking profile is going to be a little different. But especially among industries, we see that linking profiles, that is, the amount of links from different sources, is going to be slightly different for every different type of industry or business. So this helps me understand where my links are coming from, which is vitally important because from a business standpoint, one thing that I've tracked consistently in analytics is that people will act differently, and also I can predict which source is going to send me the best customers. You see, just because someone comes from a link doesn't mean they're going to buy or become a customer or really become a lead. Many times, they're going to come, look at your information, and leave. And based on how they come to your site, whether it's through a blog, a directory, a forum, or a news site, has a lot to do with how they view your website. And it's all about the context. You see, this is what I've learned over the years, is that people will behave differently based on how they find the website. What I found is that people from blogs, news sites, and articles, they tend to stay longer, do more, and have a higher chance of conversion, of becoming a customer or a lead. The main reason is because blogs and articles, they have a lot of context. It's an article. Someone has taken the time to write some information out and then link to my site, which means there is a highly contextual reason for someone to click that link. Also, what it means is that there's a lot less competition for that link when my link is in that article. Compare that with social news or any type of social site. You see, when you're on a social site and you're looking at your social stream of information, there's a lot of different people competing for your attention, a lot of different things. And it's not just in one subject area. It's usually from multiple subject areas. And so the context is very low because there's a lot of different types of information and the competition for your attention is very high. Because of that, people from social sites or applications tend to visit more often, but they only tend to view one page and leave immediately because they're looking to see what was interesting and then they move on to the next subject. That's the difference between how people react based on where they come from. And so when I'm measuring links, I'm looking to see which links do I have, what's the source, and then how do those sources behave differently from one another, and why. You see, if I find that I'm getting links from sources that people are staying longer, doing more, and converting at a higher rate, then I'm going to continue to focus on building links in those areas because it directly affects how I monetize my website. So here's a strategy in building links. One of the things I'm looking at is the source of links. Like I said, if I can find a link source that's providing visitors that will stay, look at my content, engage with the content, and eventually convert at a higher rate than other sources of content or visitors, then I'm going to focus on that source. And so I'm going to look at some high authority websites, whether they're industry publications, news sites, education sites. Those are what are considered high authority. Blogs, articles, news sites. That's what I'm looking to do. I want to find the most authoritative website. And sometimes it happens naturally. If people that work at those websites or manage those sites, if they find you and they like your content, they'll link to it. And that way you can get more credibility, more relevancy. Certain people, certain organizations, certain websites have more authority and influence than others. It goes back to the question that I asked you early in this module, that how do you know if someone is more authoritative than somebody else? We also have mid-authority websites, which you can get some links on, and low-authority websites, which are very easy to get links. But here's what I've learned when it comes to link building. One link from one high-quality website can be worth hundreds or thousands of mid to low-quality links. Ultimately, it's about quality, not quantity. One of the things that I will do, utilizing my link software, is look at the context of the link. I want to see how relevant this is. So as I said, if I want to find a high relevant website, what I'm looking for in terms of this is I want to see the influence of the domain as well as the relevance of the domain. Those are two factors that we're going to look at when we're evaluating the quality of a domain. Now, as I'm looking at this report here, what influence means is that it is a high quality website. That within the linking algorithm, these sites have a lot of authority. However, they may not be relevant. So for example, they may have a lot of sites attributing authority to them, but they may not be relevant to my industry, which is why we have the next column of keyword relevance. You see, when I'm evaluating my links, I'm looking for the sources that are both influential and relevant. That means that I've got a link from a site that fits the two standards of high authority. It's authoritative and relevant. Now, it's good to have links from authoritative sites that might not be relevant. It's still authoritative. However, to get the full benefit, I want it to be influential and relevant. But not to say that I'm not looking for links from these other sources. This is just a means of measuring what you have, as well as comparing it to your competitors and other websites. Now, here's some best practices. When I'm optimizing anchor text, I want to maintain contextual relevance. So I want to use text in the text link, and I want to explain to people what they're linking to, what they're going to find when they click on that link. If I use an image as a link, I'm going to use an alt attribute, because if that image doesn't show up, that attribute is necessary to let people know where to go. But also, I do get a little tiny bit of benefit by using that alt attribute within the image link. I also want to look at the relevance of the source page that I'm linking to and make sure contextually the link text, and the content of the page is contextually relevant to the destination page. I also want to be sure that I don't overuse the keywords, that I don't make multiple links to the same destination, that I don't use the same anchor text over and over. I can be downgraded or even penalized by the search engine algorithm if that is found on my pages. So as an example, instead of using click here for a how-to article, I might use the exact phrase of how to fix whatever it is and use that as the link to the page that has the content. That's a simple way of looking at anchor text. Am I directing someone to additional information? If I am, then how can I present it to them so they know exactly what they're going to find and link it appropriately? I look at it as developing the next step for your readers. Where do you want them to go? What do you want them to do? What resources do you have available to them? How can you structure them so that they're easily understood and you're explaining the final destination? Like I said, if you overuse anchor text, you can be downgraded or penalized by the search engines. So what I will tell you to do is, number one, avoid overstuffing anchor content. That means needlessly repeating keywords in the anchor text. Don't do that. Avoid being redundant, meaning don't have 4 or 5 or 6 links with the same anchor text going to the same page. That's a clear way of letting search engines know that you're going overboard. Don't just randomly place links throughout your text just to get the link. Ask yourself, are you really helping the reader find the information they need? And do it once. And then also avoid extremely overly promotional words within the link text, such as best, expert, cheap, number one, those types of things. So a couple examples. We can say for travel advice, click here, but I would say, here is my travel advice and link travel advice. Rewrite it. Be creative. If it were easy, everyone would be doing it. But this is where you can write things in a better way to get the attention of the reader and position it as a resource. Also, utilizing your URL as the link, or as the anchor text as well for the link in order to get that click. As I've got it here, I would not recommend that you use that. I would recommend that you avoid that. Also, the third line, to check out the best website for iPhones and iPhone accessories. Utilizing overly promotional words is one of those ways that you can easily get caught by the search engines. Now, for future considerations when it comes to links, realize that the majority of algorithm changes are link-based evaluation refinements, because people are constantly attempting to fool the search engines and develop a false link profile. You should work to create high-quality links with high-quality content. I wouldn't chase after poor or low-quality links. Now, as I've mentioned before, there are a number of tools available for you to manage and measure your backlinks. Tools such as LinkDex, Moz, Raven, Advanced Link Manager, Majestic SEO, and then also you can use your Google Analytics as well. However, Google Analytics only shows you the visitors that have come from links and what they've done. The basic functions of link management software, and there are many other types other than what are listed here, but the first thing that it does is just provide a catalog of incoming links from other domains to your site and your competitor sites. They offer tools for comparison to see which domains are linking to you, what type of link it is, and on which pages those links are listed. They'll also report newly acquired links in the past 30, 60, 90 days, or something similar to that. The purpose of link management software is to help you assess high-quality domains versus low-quality domains in terms of importance and relevance. Like I said, the first job of a link management tool is to collect all of your backlinks. You add your domain, and the tools will usually spider the domain. They'll go out into search engines and go out into many other formats in order to find and retrace who is linking to you, what page that link is contained, sometimes what text is on that page, and what text is being used in the link. They will catalog all of your incoming links, organize them, format them, and report back to you. Most of these link programs provide additional filters and management tools so that you can get more insights about who is linking to you, how they are linking to you, and the type of site. Personally, I use link decks in order to monitor and report on my backlinking. So the first report here that I'm showing out of link decks is that I see the total amount of incoming links to my domain. This says I have over 2,000 links, and those 2,000 links are on about 1,000 domains. On average, it looks like I have about 2 links from every domain that is linking to me. So this is one way that you start to look at your links. Number 1, the total amount of domains that are linking to you, and then the total amount of links available. This way you can isolate domains that are linking to you consistently, and also find those that may not be the best domains or that are sending a lot of links that are just not relevant. The next thing I do in analyzing my links is to look at the type of link, meaning the type of site that it's coming from. This report breaks down the amount of links coming from blogs, news sites, directories, forums, social sites, articles, or resources. Now, it doesn't usually get all of those links, but it does get enough to give you an idea of how well you're doing in each channel. One of the things that I do like about this report is it also has a timeline. So I can look and see when new links have been acquired, and maybe when some links have been just disappeared. That's called churn, and it's normal. It's normal because many times a link is published on social media and it kind of just goes away, or it's not tracked anymore by your link management software. It can't find it anymore. And so linking is always dynamic. You are always gaining new links and losing old links. There's going to be a normal amount of churn. The next report shows me all of the domains that are linking to me. It also shows me, in the next column, how many of those domains are also linking to at least one competitor. And it will list as many competitors as I have listed in here if they list to multiple competitors. It will let me know the influence of that site or the authority that site is seen because of the amount of websites and credibility that authority has for that domain. It'll also let me know the keyword relevance, how relevant that website is overall contextually to my domain and the content that I have. It will also let me know how many pages on that domain have links to my website. So I can also go through and I can filter this list by the type of site. I can filter by those domains that are using anchor text to see how much anchor text is being used and what type of anchor text. There are many different ways that you can filter through all of the domains that are linking to you in order to get an idea of what's happening on your domain, what are competitors doing, and also the relevance of those links to your site. Now, when I say that I can add competitors, this is another type of report, very similar to the one I showed earlier, where I look at my own standing in the different types of sources of links, such as blogs, directories, forums, and so on. I can also, when I add my competitors, look to see how they are performing in those different areas as well. And so I can compare my link profile to my competitors. Different industries are going to have different backlink profiles. They might be more heavily weighted towards blogs, or they might be more heavily weighted towards forums or social sites. In this way, I can look to see if my competitors are actively link building and how they're going about it. I can see where maybe they are excelling in one area that the rest of the competitors are not. So I can compare different strategies. I can also compare different timelines to see if I am acquiring links at a faster rate than my competitors. This is very important if you are a newer business or a newer website trying to compete. Now, specifically, what I can do is look at an individual domain. In this case, this domain has 3 pages linking to me, and that domain also links to 2 of my competitors. I can look at the specific pages, and what I'm looking at here are snippets. This should be familiar to you because what it's showing is the URL of the page that's linking to my page. It shows me the page title of that page, And then in this report, it lets me know if there are any keywords being used in the link, in the anchor text, as well as the number of links from that page. Now, what this tells me is that this is most likely a directory, something that is listing all the different places where you can buy products, because it's most likely linking to the domain name, seeing that there are no keywords being used in anchor text, and also that there are 16 outbound links from that page. That means that it must be a list of some sort, and they are linking not only to me, but most likely to competitors as well. So I can track my links at the domain level and at the page level. I can look to see which pages might have more influence or relevance to my content. I can also see the link URL, the page title, if any keywords are being used in the anchor text, and also within the context of how many additional links are leaving from that page. If there are a high amount of outgoing links on that page, then a link from that page might not be as valuable since there are so many links. The less links there are coming out from that page, the more it will benefit my site because I'm getting more benefit from less links. Now also, what I'm going to do is compare the link reports to my analytics. I'm going to go to my analytics because linking software does not show traffic. It doesn't show how many people are clicking on the link. It only shows who's linking to you, but it does not show visitor activity. Analytics will show you visitor activity to see which domains are most effective in sending visitors to your site. If you go back to the primary benefits of linking, visitors, branding, and business. Analytics show me visitors and business. It shows me which domains are sending me visitors and which of those visitors are becoming customers. So what I can do is go to Google Analytics, look at all the domains that are referring traffic to my site. I can also click on the domain and see the destination page that they are linking to. I can see how many visitors are coming, either monthly or annually, how often they're coming back, whether they're new users or repeat users, how long they stay, how many pages they view, and how many conversions as a result of those visits. This is a great way to get a 360-degree view of your linking, because not only do you want links that will help you rank better, you also want links that will send business and customers to you as well. Building links can take many forms. Ideally, it is through networks, relationships, and marketing that other websites and users learn about you, like you, and recommend you to others. Unfortunately, there is a lot of bad, outdated, and untrustworthy advice to be found about building links to your website. In this section, I'll present the best practices as accepted by the OMCP standard. The objectives for this module: that you'll be able to develop a link building strategy, that you'll understand the value of different link types. Finally, you'll be able to find inbound link opportunities. The first step in building links is to evaluate what you have. Now, there are many tools available that you can utilize to do this for you. There are automated tools that you can get that will catalog all of the incoming links to your website. Some of them are LinkDex, Moz, Raven, or Advanced Link Manager. There are many that can do that. You may also want to utilize your analytics as well in order to find websites that link to you. The first step is evaluating where you are right now. Your incoming links have a significant impact on your rankings, and you can do a lot of on-page optimization and see some results. However, a lot of Google's algorithm takes into account links from other high-quality websites. Now, when you evaluate what you have, in this example, I'm showing you a screenshot from LinkDex. LinkDex catalogs the incoming links to my website, and it groups them into different areas. The first way it groups them is by high value or high influence domains. Those are websites that link to me that have a lot of influence, not necessarily in my industry, but high influence based on the amount of people that link to them as an authority on many different subjects. The next way that it groups that is based on relevance. Now, this is when it looks at the match of my content versus the content of the other website. In the first example, we can see the National Library of Medicine. It is a high influence website because it is a government website with a lot of information that is cited frequently. Because of the amount of other websites linking to that site, it has a high amount of influence. Now, based on the website that I am measuring, there is a lot of keyword relevance, meaning that that National Library of Medicine site with the government has a lot of content that's very similar to my site. A lot of the same keywords are being used. So, not only is this website of high influence, it also has a lot of relevance. And that's key when evaluating my backlinks. I want to look at which websites are also referring traffic. So while I may have a link from the National Library of Medicine, I want to look at my analytics and look to see, is it also providing visitors? Are visitors following that link to my site? And I also want to look at the quality of traffic that it produces. Do these visitors stay longer than average? Do they convert more than average? I want to look at the quality of traffic based on the source. Next, I want to look at the incoming links from those other websites. Number one, I want to make sure that the incoming link from the other site is both accurate and relevant, meaning the text that is used in the link, is it accurate to the content that will appear on the page when the visitor clicks that link? Is the content relevant? This is especially relevant if I have updated my website, changed the content, or moved things around. I want to be sure that that incoming link sends visitors to the appropriate page and the appropriate information. I also want to ensure that that link is worded correctly, that it uses the right words, that is sending visitors and setting expectations of the content that they will see. I may need to contact the website manager or owner and maybe ask for a better link text or a more accurate page destination. Now, this requires some interaction with the owner or manager of another website, and you always want to be respectful of their time and not demanding that they make any changes. In some cases, the organization may be so big, you may never find the right person in order to optimize the text or the destination of that link. You always want to look for accuracy in cases where your company or website name is utilized in the link, but also if there is any contact information, such as address, phone number, a description of your business, and any content. Make sure it's accurate and it all points to the right place. Another way to look for links is to simply go to a search engine and start doing searches. Search for your company, your business, your company name, and look for websites that may mention you but do not have a live link to your website. Many times your company will be mentioned or cited, but there will not be a live link. You can only find these through doing searches and seeing which websites mention you without linking to you. Now, this could be an opportunity to get an easy link, especially if you can find some contact information and finding the right person that could add a link to your company information. Again, you'll need to be polite, ask for their help, and it will help it if you can develop the link along with the link text and send that over, giving them just a quick and easy edit to be able to add the information. So make it as easy as possible. As an example, I've provided a sample request format. Again, you want to be polite, you want to be inviting, and respectful of their time and their management. Sometimes, like I said, you may find the right person that can help you. However, the larger the company, the more difficult it will be to make this happen. This just requires your patience and, again, being polite and not expecting the company to do what you are asking. Many times, this is just a formality, and sometimes companies will act on it. So be sure to approach this with the right expectations. The next thing I want to look at are business listings. These are the easy ways to establish links and ensure that links are where they should be, and also opportunities. Look for business directories, especially if your company has a local presence. You can utilize Chamber of Commerce lists, association lists, or local listings. If they are on websites, see if they offer links that can go to your website rather than just the list of businesses that are in the area. Even on a larger level, you can look for associations, directories, or listings where you can add your business or double check if your business is there, and always ensure that your business name, address, phone number, and URL are correct, complete, and consistent with other listings. The next level will require some active marketing, and that's where you search for opportunities. You can go out and look for other resource lists within your industry or directories of businesses within your industry, and you can get a link many times through membership or submitting your business as a resource. However, you may want to step up your marketing. You can do that by interviewing your clients, seeing if they might be willing to provide a testimonial and a link to your website. You may also want to go out and find other communities online, maybe some social communities that are relevant to your industry. Get involved with those communities, fill out a profile, and get involved by contributing information. By sharing information, you'll find that people like getting information, and they'll respond by linking to your site. Another option is to utilize the tool that you had for indexing your links from the first step. You can also add your competitors, and you can look at their backlinks. You can look and see which websites and which domains are linking to your competitors, but you always need to go and see why. What are those other sites linking to, and what is the nature of that link? Sometimes it may exclude you from being able to approach competitors' backlinks and ask them for links. However, if they're being linked to by companies that are simply stating, here are vendors in this space, and they are linking your competitors, and you're not there, then it might make a lot of sense for you to approach and ask if you can be listed as well. However, be sure that the links to your competitors are not from a consumer or customer relationship. In that case, it might be out of line for you to ask for a link. Make sure if you approach anyone who's linking to a competitor and asking for a link to your site, make sure the context is right and that it makes sense for them. And that's the ultimate judge of value. Does it benefit somebody else to link to your site? We all know that it will benefit you, but when you present your link request, you need to offer value and a benefit for others to link to you. So be sure that you present it in a way that is beneficial and good for those people that will be adding the link. They're the ones that have to take the work to do it, and they're also the ones that are adding a recommendation for you and your business. So as always, you need to be considerate and patient. Now, the best way to build links is by creating something that people like and sharing it. You see, the best way to build links is by creating value through content or information or entertainment. You see, when people like things, they link to it. If they find a study or a white paper or research that you performed, they link to it. If you post an infographic that explains something and it's attractive, people link to it. You see, that's what's most amazing about linking. I find that when we put most of our effort into creating content that people like, that's what builds the most valuable and the most relevant links. And so what type of content? Well, you can create infographics, videos, top 10 lists, or articles. Articles with advice or analysis of market data, or even research. That type of content, people love it. And so when you publish it out, you utilize social media to extend the reach and the visibility of that type of content and recommend it to others. Now, people also like, depending upon your industry or your business, they also like some personality, maybe some humor. People always like expert information. They like the cute. This is why pictures of cats tend to be liked and linked to more than almost anything else. And also the unexpected. If you can inject any of that into your content, that just makes it more valuable, more personable, and again, more shareable by other people. And every time someone shares it, it builds a link to your site. You see, the best linking is when people like something. When you create something that people like and share, you might be surprised at the many opportunities there are to get links based on your content. I've seen many blogs based on cooking, fashion, arts, sports, music, and when people specialize within a specific topic, they always find an audience. And so anything they publish builds links. Even on certain social media sites, such as Pinterest, people upload pictures on articles and infographics, especially about landscaping, flowers, food, cars, you name it. There is a special interest for anything. And you can develop links from those social sites to your site, and it can generate traffic. Even with a blog, developing articles that talk about upcoming events, new music, sports, whatever it is, when you create content that people like, it takes the longest amount of time to build content for building links. When you develop your own content, that's the biggest investment you'll make in time and research and writing and presentation. However, the result is that when you develop that content, you will receive the best and highest quality links, and the most valuable links are going to be to that content. As I mentioned before, one high quality link can be worth more than hundreds or thousands of low quality links. So my best advice is to create content that people like, that they link to, and that will be high value links that you'll generate to your site.
Google Tag Manager. Thanks for joining, and let's get started with this Simplilearn webinar. So let's start out with why GTM. So let's just say you're Sam and you have your own e-commerce website and you want to understand how people are interacting with your website. Well, Sam, today's world of websites contain a lot of interactivity, everything from videos to PDF downloads to commenting to form submissions to all sorts of chat functionality, interactivity going on throughout the website. So there's just a lot that you need to track outside of just page views. And so really what GTM does is they help you track all these things I just mentioned. Everything from somebody clicking on the play button of a PDF to somebody clicking on the submit button of a form to somebody entering in something on a chat function. So that's what GTM is. So why GTM? Because it helps us track all that interactivity. So all GTM is really allows you to really place a piece of Java code, which is just script. And this script that's added to a web page to collect information. So that's really what a tag is. It's just some script that gets put on a web page in order for you to collect information, like page views, clicks, etc. And they send it to third-party tools. Okay, so that's what GTM does. It basically allows you to take all these tags that collect information and you can use them in GTM. So if you want to, for example, collect how many people, enter a chat functionality and start chatting. Well, you're going to take that script and you're going to put it in GTM, and GTM will then allow you to start tracking that information. So that's really what GTM is. It just allows you to put tags into a container, or think of it as a toy box. You have all these toys and you want to track. Well, you can put all those toys or tags in a toy box or container. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that. But before we get into GTM, let's just say, you're communicating with your developer and there's a new user request on your webpage and you want to update the tag. Well, your developer, considering it's probably a small update to your website, is probably gonna not hesitate and is going to go ahead and turn around and do it normally. And so normally what happens is the developer is going to go to the website and update the tag. Well, what if you have a few things that you want to track? All those things I mentioned before, from downloads to clicks to, somebody checking out to watching a video. Well, your webmaster, your web developer is going to go, well, hold on a second. Now, all these requests are going to take time. I need to put them into the work queue, so to speak. Well, what happens is when they go into a work queue, usually it's going to take some time. And in some cases, you as a marketer need to launch a campaign. And you want to get that tracking added to the website in time for the campaign launch. So you want to go ahead and quickly turn around the tracking for that particular campaign. Let's just say you're launching a campaign and you're sending people to a landing page that has a form submission. And you want to be able to track how many people click on the submit button of that form submission. Well, if you need to turn that around, your developer's like, well, I need to put that in a work queue. The timing isn't going to always work out between you and your developer, is my point. And so that's where GTM comes in, because there is a solution to update your tags faster. And that's Google Tag Manager. So when we say GTM, that's what GTM stands for, Google Tag Manager. It's a place for you to add tags quickly and easily. So tags, remember, are just snippets of code that allow you to track things on your website interactively. And basically, when you have GTM, you can bypass the webmaster and do it quickly and easily. So that's what GTM is all about. So why GTM? Because we just identified two benefits. One, you could track all the interactivity on your website. And two, you can bypass your web developer or webmaster. And so that's the benefit of GTM. So the benefit, you get those tags updated very quickly via Google Tag Manager. Okay, so that's what Tag Manager is. So what we're going to talk about today is specifically what Tag Manager is and what it does. We're going to list some of the benefits of Tag Manager. We're going to show you how it works, and then we're going to show you how to get started with Tag Manager. Tag Manager, if you're not familiar with working with webmasters and dealing with JavaScript and tags and all this jargon is just new to you today, okay, well, don't fret, sit back. We're going to take it slow. This is an introduction into Google Tag Manager. Again, let's start out with what is Tag Manager. So we've already introduced it to some degree because we already introduced it as a tool where you can put all your tags into a toolbox, toy box, or container, so to speak, right? And we already mentioned that, hey, you can bypass your webmaster. So you're probably thinking, well, if you're not familiar with Tag Manager, how can I bypass my webmaster? Well, first of all, it's a free tool and it's a Google tool, hence the name Google Tag Manager. And it helps you really, that's the main point, is deploy and track tags on your website, bypassing your webmaster. So that's Tag Manager. And so examples of tags that can be deployed via Google Tag Manager are numerous. These are just some examples, like Google Analytics, Facebook's pixel tracking, or Google Ads. There's no limit into the number of tags you can track in Tag Manager. There is no limit. You can add any number of tracking tags in Tag Manager. Okay, so some of the benefits, well, again, we just listed two. You can put any tag into Tag Manager and track that onto your website. And we know you can bypass your web developer or webmaster. And what it also does is it also allows you to test and deploy your JavaScript codes quicker. So remember, these JavaScript codes or snippets of codes are just there to track certain things on your website, whether that be a page view or somebody clicking on a play button or tracking somebody who converts or even just goes to your website. So the biggest benefit is you can take that snippet of code, let's just say Facebook. Let's just say you're doing Facebook marketing and you want to put that Facebook pixel on your website so that you could track people who come from Facebook and convert. Well, you don't need to put that Facebook pixel on your website. You can go right to Tag Manager and you can put that snippet of code right in Tag Manager really quickly. And the other benefit here is all tags are managed in one place. And that to me is really a good benefit, because when you start adding tags on your website and you have some tags in Tag Manager, it just gets very confusing. So ideally, all the tracking code you have on your website needs to be in Tag Manager. Think about that. All the tracking. So if you're doing Bing or you're doing Facebook or you're doing Twitter or you're doing LinkedIn and you're doing Google, you're doing all this type of marketing on all these different platforms, you're going to have tracking code for all these different platforms. And instead of putting all that code on your website, return going to slow down the load time of your web page and website. You want to put them all in Tag Manager so they can be organized and you know exactly what you're trying to track. And the other great benefit of Tag Manager is there's a versioning control. So let's just say you have added tags to your website via GTM for the last 6 months. Well, and let's just say you add another tag yesterday. If you added that tag yesterday and something doesn't work, well, you can just roll back to a previous version. It's that simple. So you have versioning, and that's a good thing. When you have versioning, you can control what gets published, and if something doesn't work after it gets published, then you can roll back to a previous version. So it's a peace of mind, so to speak. Just because you've added code to your site, there's no guarantee it's going to work. And so you can always control what version you're dealing with in Tag Manager. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. So the biggest benefit here to me with Tag Manager is you have event tracking. And so we talked about some of the things you could track on your website, from videos, from play buttons to somebody clicking on the stop on the video or pausing it, all the way to somebody, again, chatting, or let's just say somebody clicking on that purchase button on your website. Okay, and you want to track all these different things, these different interactivities and buttons. Well, event tracking is what you're going to use to track all those buttons. And to me, this is the biggest benefit of Tag Manager. And I'll show you some examples as we go along. And if we didn't mention it already, I'll mention it again. It is free. Tag Manager is free. There's no limit. So once you have Tag Manager going, you can add as many tracking codes as you want. There's no limit on the number of tracking codes you can add to Tag Manager. Okay, so it's free and you can use it to its fullest advantage. Okay, so it's also high security, meaning that it has different levels of permissions. Okay, so you can have somebody just go in and look at the different tags and tracking codes you have in GTM, or you can ask somebody who is very familiar with Tag Manager and can go in and add the tracking code to Tag Manager and then publish that tracking code when it gets added. So those are all the benefits. Let's talk about how it works now. Specifically, how does Tag Manager work? Because you're like, Rob, okay, again, a lot of jargon. You know, you got tags and JavaScript and versioning and publishing and all this other stuff. Well, I know I'm throwing a lot at you at once, but just bear with me here. Okay, so let's start talking about how it actually works. So you have a website, okay? Whatever that domain is, you have a website, and there's chances are on your website, you have some form of interactivity, whether that be a video, whether that be a blog, whether it be a form submission. You have a website with some interactivity. And let's just say you're even thinking about getting ready to launch some type of campaign on maybe Google or Facebook, and you want to drive traffic to your website. Fair enough. You're joining the millions of other websites that are out there that have interactivity that also drive traffic to the website. So in comes Google Tag Manager. And so Tag Manager is important because, again, we know we want to track people coming from that Facebook campaign or that Google campaign and interacting with our site. So if you are running Facebook and you are running Google Analytics, well, guess what? You want to put that tracking code in Tag Manager. So Google Analytics, being a Google product, works very nicely with Tag Manager. Facebook has its own tracking code, but you still want to be able to track people who come from the Facebook campaign to your website. So you're going to get that tracking code from Facebook and put it in Tag Manager. That's generally how it works. So here, information from your website is shared with another data source through Tag Manager. So think about that. If I add Facebook tracking code to Tag Manager, or let's just say I add Google Analytics tracking code to Tag Manager is the one that's pushing out and doing all the heavy lifting. They're the ones that are controlling what code gets fired and what code doesn't. So if you're putting the code in Tag Manager is controlling the code. Think about it that way. And let's show you an example of what that looks like. So here I am, I'm in Tag Manager. I just went to tagmanager.google.com, and here I could see a list of tags. So in our conversation, we're talking about tracking Facebook and we're talking about tracking Google Analytics. Well, Google Analytics is easy because it's a Google product. So here, if I look at all the different tracking code I have on my website through Tag Manager, let's just take a look at Google Analytics. So if you're going to use Tag Manager, you might as well put the Google Analytics code in here. So here I can see I have Google Analytics as a tag in Tag Manager. Now, for Facebook, if I'm running a Facebook campaign, well, I can take that pixel tracking and put it in GTM as well. And here I can see Facebook pixel. That code is added to GTM. I just basically took what Facebook gave me and put it into Google Tag Manager. So you can see I can add Facebook and Google Analytics. And again, I can't stress it enough, any tracking code from any platform I can add to Google Tag Manager in order to track the behavior from those sources. So let's take a little bit deeper dive into how Tag Manager works. So I just showed you an example of how you could take Facebook and Google Analytics code and put it into Tag Manager. But if you're not familiar with Tag Manager, then how do I do that? Well, let's talk about the structure and how Tag Manager works. So when you have a Tag Manager account, you have a container. Remember, I mentioned toy box earlier. You have a bunch of toys. If they're code and you're tracking different bits of code from different platforms like Facebook, think of those as toys, and you have a toy box. Okay, well, that's what this code is, and that's what a container is. The code is the code, and that's going to go into the toy box or container. And so the way Tag Manager works is you have tags, triggers, and variables. So if I take my Facebook tracking code and put it into a container, I need to set up a tag and a trigger. Okay, so let's take a look at what that is. So first, if I go back to Tag Manager, I'm going to have an account, and if I have an account, I'm going to have a container. So here I'm just going to click on an account with a container, and a container is nothing more than what website you're adding the tracking code to. Okay, that's all the container is. We're just letting Tag Manager know this is the website we're adding all this code to. So you have tags, triggers, and variables. That's the structure of Tag Manager. So tags are just what it says, tags. What are we trying to quote unquote tag? Well, if it's Google Analytics, that's easy. Here I can see I have Google Analytics added. So if I click on Google Analytics, here's my tag. And if I take a little bit of a deeper dive there, since Google Analytics is a Google product, it integrates already with Tag Managers. It's pretty easy. I can just choose Google Analytics, then I'm going to check page view, and that's my tag. Now, every tag needs a trigger. Okay, so I need to tell Tag Manager how or when to fire the Google Analytics tracking code. So in this case, I'm going to tell Tag Manager to fire on all pages. So if I get somebody, a visitor to my website, Analytics is firing on all pages. So whatever page that visitor lands on, Google Analytics is going to fire. So that's really what it comes down to, is I have a tag and I need to tell Tag Manager when to trigger that tag. That's really what the structure of Tag Manager is. It's tags, triggers, and variables. And variables we're going to talk about here in a couple minutes. But you have a piece of code, You're going to go ahead and put that into Tag Manager. You're going to tag it, and then you're going to fire that trigger. So let's take a look at another example here. If I go back here, you can see Facebook. Well, here's my Facebook pixel. Okay, that's my tag. So when is it going to fire? Well, it's going to fire on a specific domain or subdomain. That's basically what we're doing. We're trying to tell GTM when to fire that particular tag. So those are the three main components: a tag, okay, which is going to contain the JavaScript code that you get from, say, Facebook, the trigger. So you're going to go into Tag Manager and tell Tag Manager when to fire that code. That's the trigger. And then you have variables. And so variables are basically just additional information that Tag Manager may need for your tag and trigger to work. So that's what a variable is. It's there to get the tag and trigger to fire. So variables are divided into built-in and user-defined variables. So common use variables include, say, page path or page URL or host name or click class. Again, they're there, and these examples I just gave you are there to get your tag and trigger to work. Think about it that way. That's a component. And if I go into Tag Manager here, and here on the left side, I can see variables. So remember, I have built-in and user-defined. So built-in means that Tag Manager already built these for me. So in case I need to get my trigger to work with my tag, I can use a variable. So those are built in, and then I have user defined. So these are what I define. These are what I created. And again, the variables are there to get the tag and trigger to work. Okay, so that's the job of the variable. The job of the tag is to host that JavaScript code. Okay, in the case of Facebook or analytics, that's where we're putting our code. So here, if I click on AdWords remarketing, again, it's a Google product, so I don't really need to even deal with code. I'm just going to select Google AdWords remarketing. Okay, so you could see GTM integrates nicely with some of the other Google products. But let's just say you have a Facebook pixel tracking code. You're going to choose custom, and you're going to put the code here. So that's part of the tag. And then the trigger, again, is there to get the tag to fire. So you're telling GTM when to fire the tag. And the variable is there to help you make sure that that trigger and that tag work together. So that's how all three kind of work together. You need the tag to put the code. You need the trigger to tell GTM when to fire the tag and code. And the variables there to help you define when that tag and trigger should work or how it should work. So again, review, tags they're just small codes of JavaScript or tracking pixels on your website. And so tags are allowed to manage events like scroll tracking, remarketing, clicks, downloads, files, play buttons, you name it. Even clicks on external links. For example, let's just say you have a click or a Facebook icon on your site, and when somebody clicks on it, they go to Facebook. You want to maybe track that. You're going to create a tag. Okay? The trigger is there because you need to tell GTM when to fire that tag. So it's a certain condition, whether it's, fire the tag if the URL equals facebook.com or some other condition. So the tag cannot be created until the creation of the corresponding trigger. So tags and triggers go together. You can't just create a tag and not have a trigger. Otherwise, your tag will never fire. And then the variable is there again. It stores the information when defining a trigger or transferring data to tag. So a variable has a variety of data. Okay, so you pick and choose the variable you want to use with that trigger. Okay, so you're making sure that by defining a variable, you're making sure that you're telling GTM how that trigger should be fired. So let's take a look at another example here of how all three play together. If I'm in this account, I'm in this container. If I look down here, I could see Google Optimize. That's another Google product. So what I'm doing here is I just chose Google Optimize as my tag. It's already integrated. So what does that mean? I don't even need to deal with any code. I'm just going to select Optimize. Well, we have the tag Google Optimize, but we need to tell GTM how to fire that. And so here we're going to tell GTM to fire it on all pages. So that's basically a very simple example because we're firing it on all pages. So if I want to look at something specific again, Facebook, here's my tag, here's my code. What's my trigger? Well, my trigger is it's going to fire on specific pages. How do I know that? Well, if I look at the trigger, here I could see the trigger is a page view, but I'm telling it to fire on this particular hostname. So the tag and trigger go hand in hand. So how to get started with Tag Manager. So first things first, you have to create that account. So you're going to go to tagmanager.google.com, or you can do a search for Google Tag Manager, and you're going to create your account. And then when you create your account, what's going to happen is you're going to set up a container. And when you set up a container, you have choices. So you could set it up for your website, for an app on iOS, or maybe Android, or you can even set it up for AMP, an accelerated mobile page. So most people by default are probably going to set up Tag Manager for their website. And so when you do that, when you actually select website, what's going to happen is you're going to get some Google Tag Manager code in return. And so the whole idea here is you're going to do a swap. What you're doing is basically you're saying, okay, Google, I'm going to take this Google Tag Manager code and I'm going to put it on my website. I'm going to put it on every page of my website. So notice Tag Manager has two scripts. One goes in the head as high as possible. The other goes into the body tag as high as possible. And so what you're doing is you're making a deal. You're putting this Tag Manager code on your website, and in return, every code you deal with, whether that be Facebook or analytics or optimize or remarketing or whatever it is going to go in GTM. Okay, it's going to go into the container you created. So you need the Tag Manager code on your website in order for Tag Manager to work. Okay, so when you add this code to your website, then you're free to start adding all sorts of tags to your container. But if you don't have this tracking code on your website, then none of the tags you add to your container are going to work. So that's the idea behind the container. And then one thing I wanted to mention on the account is it's a Google account. So when you create your account, then make sure it's the same account you use with, say, Google Analytics or some other Google product. That's a good best practice, is always use the same email address when you set up your account so that it integrates nicely across all the different platforms, meaning you can go from, say, Google Analytics right to Google Tag Manager in one browser without having to log out or log in. Okay, so when you create the account, you're going to create your container. If you choose web, then you're going to be asked to place code on your website. And when you place that code on your website, then you are free to start using Tag Manager. And that means you're free to start adding tags. Okay, so if you want to know more information about installing Google Tag Manager, then what I would recommend is visit the Quick Start Guide website of GTM. So again, if you're curious as to where that code is located in Google Tag Manager, well, when you create an account and you create a container, that container is going to have a specific ID. So if I click on that specific ID, here's where I can get my code. Okay, so again, when I'm logged in to Tag Manager, I'm going to click on Workspace, but in the top navigation, I'm going to see my unique GTM ID. If I click on that, that's where my code is going to be located. And so again, your code needs to go in the header, and there's another script that needs to go in the body. And if you're not sure how to add the code to your website, well, you can always click on the Quick Start Guide here. Okay, and that'll take you to a Quick Start Guide page, a reference page related to Google Tag Manager. So let's talk about creating a tag. So once you get Tag Manager installed, I'm sure you're excited to get going and create that first tag. So let's talk about how to create a tag in Tag Manager. So when you're in Tag Manager, all you need to do is basically you're looking at all your tags. If you click on tag in the left side navigation, you'll see all your tags, and there's a new button there. So you just click new. And so basically what you're going to do is you're going to create your first tag. And so what I would recommend, once you get Tag Manager installed on your website, I would recommend setting the first tag up as Google Analytics. So that will get you going with tracking page views on your website when somebody visits your website. Okay, so ideally that's what you want to do. You want to get Google Analytics as your first tag in Tag Manager. So what I'm going to do is, because Analytics is a Google product, it's already integrated nicely with Tag Manager. So I'm just going to click on Google Analytics. It's going to be a page view. That's what I'm tracking. And now I have to set up a variable. And so what it's going to do, it's going to ask me to select a variable. And so what you're going to do is you're going to select new variable. And what you're going to do is you're actually going to go and add your tracking ID here. That's going to be your variable. So where do I get my tracking ID in Analytics? Well, if I'm in Analytics, I'm going to go to admin. And then under property settings, I'm going to see my tracking ID. And all you need to do then is go to Tag Manager and paste copy. First, you got to copy over that tracking ID. Then you're going to go to Tag Manager and paste it. And then that's going to create a variable for you. And then when you create that variable, you're going to see it in the drop down here. So I've already created it. And basically, that's your tag with a variable. Then what are you going to do? You're going to set up a trigger. So see, I have some triggers already set up. You're going to see a default trigger already set up for you, and that's going to be all pages. So ideally what you want to do is you want to select all pages in order for Analytics to fire on all pages. So that's what we're doing. We're setting up a trigger. We're basically telling Tag Manager, hey, if I get a visitor to any page on my website, then I want you to fire Google Analytics. So that's basically, in summary, how to set up your first tag. And my recommendation is your first tag should be Google Analytics. And when you set up Analytics, you're going to have to set up a variable for the tracking ID. And so you get the tracking ID again from admin, property settings, copy and paste that tracking ID over, save it, you have your variable. That variable is going to be included in with the tag. Then your trigger is going to be all pages. And there you go. You have your first tag, you have your first variable, you have your first trigger. So that's basically what you want to do. And once you've added that tag, once you've added that trigger, then the only thing you need to do now is basically publish the tag. And so anytime you save a tag, you're going to go ahead and submit it so that way it gets published. So again, what you're going to do is let's take a step back here. You're going to choose new tag. You're going to choose Analytics from the drop-down menu. You're going to choose page view. Then basically you're going to add your tracking ID so you can set up the variable. And then basically that's what you need to do. Okay, you're going to add that tracking ID, and then voila, that's your tag with a variable. And then once you've done that, then you're going to click submit. So when you click submit, you're basically saying, hey, I want this tag to go live now, this tag and trigger. And once you've done that, then Analytics is ready to go. And anytime somebody goes to your website on any page, Tag Manager is going to fire Google Analytics. So the great thing here is you have something called Google Tag Assistant, and that's an extension that works with Chrome. And so when you've actually added Tag Manager to your site, or you have Analytics running in Tag Manager, you can confirm if those tags are firing properly. So let's take a look at how Google Tag Assistant works. Okay, so if you just do a search for Google Tag Assistant, you're going to see here that it's basically just an extension that works in Chrome, and unfortunately it only works in Chrome browser. It doesn't work in any other browser. So go ahead and install that extension into Chrome. And when you do that, you're going to see this nice icon here in your browser. And now, if you go to any website and I click on Google Tag Assistant and I click on Enable, okay, so basically I'm loading Google Tag Assistant. And now once I refresh the page, I can see that this particular site has Google Tag Manager installed. And not only does it have Tag Manager installed, I can see that It's also has Google Analytics running. I have also Google Optimize running, and I have Google Ads Remarketing Tag running in Tag Manager. So that's what Tag Assistant does. It allows you to see if one Tag Manager is on the site, and if it is, great, what other tags are firing on this particular site. So Tag Assistant's telling me I have these particular tags firing on that site, and they're firing within Tag Manager. So Tag Assistant is a great way to confirm if one, Tag Manager is on the site, and two, what other tags are firing on the site. Now, another way you could confirm if Tag Manager is firing on the site is you can go into preview mode. So even before you submit and publish your tag and trigger, you can click on the preview mode. So if I click preview in Tag Manager, so basically that's going to put me in preview mode. And so what does that mean? Well, that means that now I'm free to go to my website and see if those tags are firing. And so let's take a look at what that looks like. So if I go to the website and just click refresh, then what's going to happen is Tag Manager is going to load in preview mode, just as you see here. Okay, so that's going to take a couple seconds to load up. And now what can I see in preview mode? I could see that I have GTM firing, but I also have some other tags firing on this page. Remarketing, I have Google Analytics, I have Google Optimize. I have some other tags firing as well. And so the preview mode shows me what tags are firing on any given page. And I can also see what tags did not fire. Okay, so here I have a number of tags already in GTM, but they didn't fire on this particular page. So let's just say I clicked on the Donate Now button. I'm still in preview mode, so I'm going to be able to see what tags fired. Now I could see I have a couple of tags that have fired on this particular page. And then I could see what tags did not fire on this page. Okay, so that's the preview mode. You can use the preview mode before you even submit a tag and trigger to see if it fires. And that's the great benefit of Tag Manager. So if you're not sure if something's going to fire or not, then you can always go into preview mode. And if you are sure it's going to fire, then you can go ahead and submit it. So you can leave preview mode and just go ahead and submit that particular tag and trigger. So here I'm going to leave preview mode. And now once I'm done and I'm sure the tag is going to fire, and go ahead and submit all my changes that I've worked on in terms of setting up tags and triggers. So that's really GTM in a nutshell. So I have my tags, okay? My tags are just snippets of code that I'm going to put in, whether that be Facebook or event tracking or any other Google product like Optimize or Page View. Then I have my triggers. My triggers are there to tell GTM when to fire that tag. And the variables are there to help those tags and triggers work together. So remember that particular variable we set up for Google Analytics. Okay, so here it is right here, because we want to tell GTM what property to specifically fire in Google Analytics. So that's why we set up that variable. But there are all sorts of variables. Google Tag Manager has built in, or variables already created for you, or you can specifically define a variable. So variables are there to help the tags and triggers work together. So when you set up a tag, you set up a trigger, you use a variable, you can always go into preview mode, preview it by going to the website, seeing if it fires. If it fires, then voila, you can go ahead and click submit, and that will publish the tag and trigger, and you're good to go. That's pretty much how Tag Manager works. And again, I can't stress that there's an unlimited number of tags you can add to Tag Manager. There's no limit. So you got anything from Google to non-Google to event tracking, okay? To Facebook, to anything that you want to track, you want to be able to put into Tag Manager. And again, there's versioning. That's one of the great benefits of Tag Manager. So if I want to go back to an older version, I can simply do that. So here you can see I'm on version 32. That's how Tag Manager works. And I can't stress that, Tag Manager is there to help you track interactivity on the site. Because if you have a site that's interactive, that has a video, that has a download button, let's just say, you have all sorts of newsletter signups, Facebook, YouTube buttons on your website, just like this website does, and you want to be able to track how many people click on that particular button, well, you're going to need Tag Manager. And when you have Tag Manager, you're going to be able to track all of these button clicks and interactivity on your website.
In this video, we will see how to use Google Keyword Planner. But before we begin, consider subscribing to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss any updates from Simplilearn. Keyword research is a process of identifying the words and phrases that people use to search for information, products, or services online. This research is critical for optimizing a website's content, ensuring it appears in search engine result pages, also known as SERPs, for relevant queries. There are various tools to obtain keywords, out of which one is Keyword Planner, which is widely used among the digital marketers. Keyword Planner is a tool provided by Google Ads that allows marketers to research and analyze potential keywords for their campaigns. It provides valuable data such as search volume, competition, and suggested bid estimates for each keyword. This information helps marketers to determine the best keywords to target, allowing them to create more effective content and ads that attract relevant traffic to their website. So take a minute. If you are looking to become a successful digital marketer, then Simplilearn's postgraduate program in digital marketing is the right choice for you. You will be benefited with a detailed understanding of search engine optimization, content marketing, web analytics, keyword management and research, website management and optimization, URL management, search psychology, keyword organization and match types, keyword research, advanced ad features, and more. Not only these skills, but you will also learn the number of tools like SE ranking, Hootsuite, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitter, Google Ads, Keyword Planner, and much more. So hurry up and find the course link in the description box for more details. Our learners have experienced huge success in their career. Listen to their experience. Find the Simplilearn's course reviews link in the description box. So without any further ado, let's begin and start understanding how to use Google Keyword Planner.
How to do a proper keyword research. So we looked at Google's Keyword Planner tool in Google Ads, and we typed in 2 keywords, and we were able to get a sense of what the average volume is. So we definitely want to choose keywords based on the following factors. We want to choose it based on search volume. Search volume is a good indicator of the potential traffic we can obtain. So again, for the keyword homemade pizza dough recipe, we know that it averages 2,400 a month in search volume. Again, we may not get all 2,400, but we're going to get a lion's share of that. We also need to look at competition. And so Google's Keyword Planner gives us a high, medium, or low in terms of the competition. But if you're somebody who wants to get a better sense of what the competition is, and you should, because competition is a key component in choosing keywords. And so what I want to do is get a sense of how many people are actually optimizing for that keyword. So Google's Keyword Planner tool is going to give me a low, medium, high. Really what I want to do is get a better sense of that numerically. So what I can do is go into Google's search, and I could type in pizza recipes, and I could see there's about 1 billion results. That's a lot of results. However, that means that every potential web page out there on the internet that mentions pizza recipes is going to be included in this number here. And so I want to get a better sense of who's optimizing for pizza recipes. So I'm going to put in the all in title syntax. And so what that is going to ask Google to do is tell me all the websites that have pizza recipes, the keyword pizza recipes in the title tag. So if I do all in title, colon, space, recipes, then pizza recipes, my result drops down to 336,000. So what that tells me is that there are 336,000 results with the keyword pizza recipes in the title tag. Now, if I want to focus in on my other keyword, if I choose my other keyword was a longer tail keyword, homemade pizza dough recipe. So if I type that keyword in, the homemade pizza dough recipe or recipes, remember close variants, and I just click enter or type the keyword in and hit my enter key, I'm going to get 35 million results. But again, is that really an indicator of the type of competition I have? No, because every listing that mentions homemade pizza dough recipes is going to be included in the search results. So I'm going to type in my all-in title, colon, space, and then I'm going to get a better sense of how many websites have the keyword homemade pizza dough recipes in the title tag. And I get 2,160 different results. So here I can see the first result in the title tag, homemade pizza dough recipe. Second one, homemade pizza dough recipe. So these are sites or web pages that have that keyword in the title tag. So now I have a numerical number to work with. And so the thing you have to understand about SEO, specifically about keyword research, is you need to do research on a few different keywords, not just one or two. So what we want to do is have a spreadsheet. The spreadsheet is going to contain keywords that we can potentially want to optimize for, choose as keywords to optimize for SEO. And so my recommendation is you come up with a theme first. So the theme for us in this exercise is pizza recipes. And so that's our theme. So we chose the keyword pizza recipes. So the close variance here is pizza recipe. What was the volume? Well, we know the volume was 33,100 for pizza recipe. So what are we going to do? We're going to put that number in our volume column. What was the competition? Well, if we go back and type in pizza recipes, it was 683,000. So I'm going to type in 683,000. What was our next keyword? Well, it was pizza or homemade pizza dough recipes. So if I go back for this particular keyword is 2,400. So I'm going to put 2,400 in under my volume column. And then what was my competition? Well, my competition was, I typed that keyword back in, 2,160. So I'm going to put 2,160. So now I have an idea of what kind of volume and what kind of competition I have. Now, you want to do this for a number of different keywords. And when you do it for a number of keywords, what you do want to do is obviously choose a relevant keyword that has high volume and low competition. So another way of saying it is the volume or ratio of volume to competition. And so basically what we could do is take volume divided by competition. And if I make that a percentage, I could see it's 0.35% is the ratio between volume and competition. If I do the same for my longer tail keyword, 2,400 divided by 2,160, I can see that 111%. So this just kind of proves the point that, yeah, I'm still going to get some volume, but I have a better chance of ranking for this longer tail keyword, homemade pizza dough recipes. So you want to be able to do that for a number of keywords and examine the volume, the competition, and the ratio between volume and competition for your themed keywords. In this case, pizza recipes. So relevancy, you want to choose keywords that are very relevant to the content that you're writing. And then again, commercial intent, what keywords are going to drive more conversions and revenue for the business? So when we talk about commercial intent, we're talking about, are you choosing keywords that are going to get somebody to do what you want them to do? So we could say, download pizza dough recipes. So if somebody's typing in the keyword download pizza dough recipes, then chances are they're going to find you, come to your site, and take action by downloading that pizza dough recipe. So you want to be able to also think about the intent of the keyword. Is it going to help you drive conversions and revenue if you're an e-commerce site? So search volume is the average monthly search volume made for a particular keyword and phrase. So we can get that number using Google's keyword planner tool in the Google Ads platform. We want to target keywords with high search volume that will help bring traffic to the website. We want volume, but we want to take into account seasonality as well. So that's where the Google's keyword planner tool comes in place, because if we go back, again, we can just hover over we can get a sense of any particular trend going on or seasonality. So, for example, if I saw large growth in the winter months and not much volume growth in the summer months, then that might indicate to me that this keyword is more popular during the winter time. So pay attention to the graphs that, the Keyword Planner tool gives you. Use them to your advantage to take into account seasonality. So a good example would be funny Halloween costumes. Well, we know that for Halloween, you're going to have a spike probably towards the end of September, all the way through October, and then it's going to drop after October 31st, which is Halloween. So that's an example. But in the case of pizza recipes, you may find that more people are choosing to search for pizza recipes during maybe the summer months versus the winter months. So pay attention to seasonality. It will affect search volume. So competition, based on our example, it's one of the most important key metrics. You don't want to choose a keyword that's highly competitive, because if it's competitive, then it's going to be harder to rank number one or even on page one of Google, depending on how competitive it is. So high search volume, low competition. In other words, the ratio between the two is the ideal combination. So going back to the spreadsheet, recommend you have that spreadsheet handy. Put your theme in place. Okay, theme pizza recipes. We use Google's Keyword Planner tool to find the volume. We use the all entitled syntax to find the competition. So we entered both of those numbers in and we get our ratio. And so when you have these numbers for a number of different keywords, you want to be able to choose that ratio of high volume, low competition, but always relevancy always trumps ratio. So always go with a keyword that is going to be relevant to your content. Don't choose a keyword that's not relevant. If you choose a keyword that's not relevant, it's not going to bode well for user engagement. So the difficulty of a keyword ranges from 0 to 100 in Google's keyword tool. So it's going to be easy, it's going to be medium, it's going to be hard. But my recommendation is also to get the numerical factor, and that's the all entitled syntax. And again, relevancy is what drives the traffic to your website, and keep the traffic there on your website. And also, not only will it keep the traffic on your website, but hopefully get that traffic to engage and convert. So that's the key about relevancy. You always want to choose keywords that are relevant to your content, even if it's sacrificing volume. Relevancy, again, trumps volume and competition. So always choose relevant keywords first. So when you do that, you're always almost guaranteeing that at some point somebody's going to find your content, because somebody out there might be looking for it. And if they do, you're going to get found, and then the engagement's going to be better. So understand your business, find keywords that are relevant to your business, and then focus on those keywords. That'll help you with getting the right traffic to your site. Always keep in mind the commercial intent. So these keywords are more specific and result in conversion rate. For example, buying is a good commercial intent keyword. So if you really want somebody to come to your website and buy, then focus on those types of keywords. In the case of the pizza recipes, maybe it's download could be our commercial intent keyword. Again, there may be low search volume, but those are the type of keywords you want to focus on, because that's the type of traffic you want to drive to your site. So some other examples of commercial intent keywords are discount, deal, your coupon, shipping. Don't be afraid to use some of these keywords as part of your longer tail keyword phrase. Again, the volume may not be high, but the traffic quality is probably going to be better. We're going to talk about how to rank number one on Google. So let's get started, and let's go with the scenario that you have a friend named Sam, and he has a website where he sells shoes. But Sam doesn't understand why his website's not ranking number one on Google. And so typically, to rank number one on Google, there are some factors involved. And those are factors that are going to help Sam get his website rank number one on Google so he can sell his shoes, get traffic, and convert that traffic to conversions. So there are factors involved. And so what are those factors? Well, it always starts with keyword research. So in order to rank for a website where you sell shoes or you sell products, other products like clothing or food, or you're an automobile website, you're a mechanic. It doesn't matter whether you're selling to customers or selling to other businesses. You have to start with the keyword research. And so we're going to go into really explicit detail on how to conduct a proper keyword research. And then the second factor involved is high quality content. So in order to rank high on Google search, you need to have high quality content. So we're going to go over what's involved with creating high quality content. Then we're going to take that content, we're going to optimize it using on-page elements and website level factors. So we're going to take into account what's involved with your website and what's involved with specific pages on your website in order to rank number 1 on Google. Then we're going to get into the off-site engagement. So when it comes to ranking on Google, you need to optimize your website and you need to do some elements off your website. You need to be engaging off your website, meaning on other websites. And so we're going to talk about what's involved with off-site engagement. So SEO being a major channel for most companies and websites where the opportunity to drive a lot of traffic is there. But you have to earn that reward. The reward is a lot of traffic, but you have to earn the reward, and there's a lot of work involved. And so ideally what we want to do is follow what we call the 80-20 rule when it comes to search engine optimization and ranking on Google. And what do we mean by the 80-20 rule? Well, 80-20 means we're investing 20% of our effort and 80% of the results are obtained. So we want to invest 20 and get back 80. That's basically what we mean by 80-20. So for example, if 20% of our targeted keywords bring in 80% of the traffic, then that's following the 80-20 rule. Or 20% of our landing pages drive 80% of the overall traffic, that's following the 80-20 rule. Or 20% of our backlinks pass 80% of our link juice, that's the 80-20 rule. Meaning these targeted keywords, these targeted landing pages, these trying to target backlinks using off-site engagement. We want to put in 20% of our effort on those keywords, landing pages, and backlinks in return for 80% of the results. So without further ado, let's get started with the keyword research. Let's talk about that keyword research for a website with shoes. And it doesn't really matter what particular product you have. If you need to rank number 1 on Google, it all starts with the keywords as I mentioned before. And so in this example, if you have a website where you sell shoes for kids, you're going to want to be found for certain keywords. So the obvious keyword here would be shoes for kids. Well, every keyword that you target has search volume associated with it. So that means when we talk about search volume, we're talking about how many people on average type in that keyword or related keyword on Google.com or Google search. And there's always an average number of searches associated with every keyword, and we call that search volume. How much search volume? So obviously if we're going to target a keyword, we want to have as much volume as possible. However, there's always going to be competition for those keywords, meaning there's always going to be other websites who want to rank number 1 on Google for the same keywords. And we call that competition or difficulty. So for every keyword, you're going to have volume and you're going to have competition or difficulty. And the difficulty ranges as well, depending on the tool you use. And we'll get into that in a minute, but search volume is how much on average people are typing in that keyword or close variants of that keyword. And the difficulty is measured in terms of kids is highly relevant, has high volume, and low competition, then that's a keyword we want to target. So we always want to focus in on those 3 areas. So there's always a trade-off with keywords. So shoes for kids might have high volume, but also might have high competition or difficulty. If we look for another keyword that's just as relevant, for example, shoes for children, it may still have high search volume, but the competition or the difficulty may be lower. And if that's the case, then that may be a better keyword for us to target. Instead of something highly competitive like shoes for kids, we can focus on another relevant keyword like shoes for children with just as much volume and lower competition. And the reason why we want lower competition is because we want to be able to rank for that keyword. So the higher the competition, the harder it is for us to rank number one on Google for that keyword. And so the whole idea beyond keyword research is analyzing and choosing the best keywords. So we want to identify a list of keywords that are always relevant. We want to choose the keyword that your competitors are ranking for. And we want to use third-party tools to choose keywords to identify which keywords have low competition and what keywords have high search volume. So one thing to take into consideration when you're doing keyword research is that the longer the keyword phrase, or in other words, long tail keywords or keywords with 3 keywords in the phrase or more, you're going to always have less competition. But there's always a trade-off. With long tail keywords, meaning the longer the keyword phrase, there's going to be less volume, but the trade-off is less competition. And so what we want to do is we want to brainstorm some ideas and find those relevant keywords. So let's look at an example here. So if we go to Google Ads, so Google Ads has a tool called Keyword Planner. And let's just say I have a website where I'm selling dried figs. And if I'm selling dried figs, I want people to buy these dried figs. However, in order to attract them, I want to be able to show them that, hey, we have a bunch of recipes. And if I show you a bunch of recipes where you can use dried figs, maybe you'll buy these dried figs to use in these recipes. And so we're going to look for keywords related to bread recipes, because if we can optimize for our recipes page for bread, then that will attract an audience who wants to make bread and use dried figs with those bread recipes. So that's the example I'm going to give here. And so if I look at the keyword planner in Google Ads, if I just type in bread recipes, what Google is going to do is they're going to give me an average monthly search volume. So I can see the average monthly search volume here is 60,500. And so in order to do keyword volume and the competition you're getting for certain keywords. So if I go into a spreadsheet, here my theme of keywords is bread recipes. My keyword is bread recipes, and my volume therefore is going to be 60,500. However, if I go back into Google's keyword planner, Google's telling me the competition is low. So that's great. I want high volume, I want low competition. But how low is low? So we want to be careful. So if we're going to put in numbers into a spreadsheet, we want to figure out what that competition really is for the keyword bread recipes. So if I go to Google and just type in bread recipes, I'm going to be able to see 771 billion results for the keyword bread recipes. Now, is 771 billion our real competition? Maybe, maybe not. What we want to do is put in a syntax, and we want to put in the syntax all in title and then colon, space, and then our keyword. And the reason why we do that in search is because we want to be able to identify the true competitive number, or the true number of websites who are trying to rank for bread recipes. And if we put in the syntax all in title, colon, and then our keyword bread recipes, we'll be able to see that there are 998,000 results. That's a lot lower than 771 billion. So that means that 998,000 sites or listings have the keyword bread recipes in the title tag. And the title tag is what shows up in the search engine results. And so if I look down and scroll down here, I can see bread recipes are in every one of these title tags. So title tag is an important element to rank number one on Google, and we'll talk about that in a few minutes. But if we understand that there are 998,000 results with bread recipes in the title tag, then this tells us that those are the websites who are trying to rank number one on Google for that keyword, and therefore those are the websites we need to jump over in order for our website to rank number one on Google. And so therefore I'm going to put in 998,000 in my spreadsheet as the competitive number. And so now I could see for the keyword bread recipes, I have 60,500, and if my competition is 998,000, then my KEI, or Keyword Effectiveness Index, or in other words, the ratio of volume to competition, is 6%. So that's nothing more than volume divided by competition. So that tells me that my KEI, or my ratio between volume and competition, is 6%. So remember, we want more volume than we want competition. So anytime you do a keyword research, you're going to find a number of different relevant keywords. So if I go back into Google's keyword planner, if I typed in bread recipes, you could see that Google is going to give me a number of different keywords related to bread recipes. Let's just say I have another keyword that I want to think about optimizing for, being ranked on Google for, and that's banana bread recipe. Very similar keyword as bread recipes, except it's a little longer tail. Now, if I type in banana bread recipe in Google's keyword planner, now I can see the average monthly search volume has actually gone up. It's 368,000. I can also see the competition is low. So those are good signs. So now I can see 368,000. I'm going to go ahead and put that in my spreadsheet. Now I'm going to go into Google. I'm going to put in my syntax all in title. I'm going to put in banana bread recipe. I'm going to hit enter. And now I can see I have 233,000 results with the keyword banana bread recipe in the title tag. So if I look at the title tags, I can see banana bread recipe, banana bread recipe, banana bread recipe on all the listings in the Google search results. So that tells me I have 233,000 results that I have to jump over in order to rank number 1 on Google. So I'm going to put 233,000 in my spreadsheet. Now I can see my KEI, or my volume to competition ratio, is 158%. And so to me, that's a lot better number to work with, or in other words, that's a lot better keyword because it's just as relevant and it has a higher ratio of volume to competition. So therefore, banana bread recipe is going to be a better keyword to optimize for in order to rank number 1 on Google. So that's the whole idea behind keyword research. You want to brainstorm ideas. There are plenty of tools out there. So the tool I recommend is Google Ads Keyword Planner. Google's going to give you how much search volume. They're going to tell you the competition, but then you're going to go into Google search. You're going to use the syntax all in title to get a more accurate read on the actual competitive number. And so to find out how keywords that your competitors are ranking for, you can use those keyword tools that I mentioned. Another tool that I use is Moz. So Moz, if you go to moz.com, they have a tool called Keyword Explorer. So if we just type in the keyword, for example, bread recipes, it's going to be able to tell us how much volume and the difficulty. So you can use other tools at your disposal. Figure out the volume and the difficulty. There are plenty of tools out there. But the one thing I would just make sure is you use everything at your disposal. So you can use social media to find the most shared article for a particular topic or keyword, like bread recipes. You could check other platforms that have a lot of shared content, like Reddit and Quora, where you can ask people about certain topics using keywords to figure out how much competition or volume there might be. You could stay up to date on industry news to get an idea of what types of keywords are trending. But when it comes to keywords and keyword research, remember, for every web page, we want to be able to pick 2 keywords. We want a primary and secondary keyword. So when we do keyword research and we enter all our keywords into our spreadsheet, we want to be able to have a number of different keywords. In this case, we're focusing on the theme bread recipes. We want to have different keywords because we want to be able to choose a primary keyword and a secondary keyword, because we want to be able to focus on multiple keywords for each page, because we don't want to put necessarily all our eggs in one basket, meaning we won't want to put all our emphasis just on one keyword to rank for. We want multiple keywords to try and rank for. So the primary keyword can define the nature of our business. The secondary keyword could be just highly relevant to our keyword. At the end of the day, we want to choose multiple keywords to try and rank on Google for that page. So for example, we have a blog and we're using ice cream recipes and we're blogging about ice cream recipes. We can have a primary keyword that is about ice cream recipes or homemade ice cream recipes. We're going to always want to find out what the volume and the competition is. Our secondary keyword could be built around other similar keywords like low-fat ice cream recipes or fat-free ice cream recipes or low-fat homemade ice cream recipes. Those are complementary keywords, just like our bread recipes and banana bread recipe. So one thing we want to do when we do keyword research is we want to be able to target one keyword per content when you can target many. We want to be able to target multiple keywords, not necessarily target one keyword. And so we want to be able to cluster keywords. So we don't want to target just one, we want to target multiple keywords per page. And when we talk about clustering, if we go back to our keyword research, what we're doing is we're clustering a bunch of keywords under the theme bread recipes. And so by looking at the volume, looking at the competition, looking at the KEI, we can choose different keywords for our page. And that's what we mean by clustering. We want to cluster keywords into a content theme. So why target only one keyword per content when we can target many? Because we don't want to put all our eggs in one basket. We don't want to target just one keyword. We want to target many. And so that means clustering your keywords into a theme and choosing multiple keywords for that particular page. And when we do that, we have a better opportunity to rank high on Google search. And the whole idea behind ranking high on Google search is we can get the volume. So if we know we're ranked number 1 on Google search for bread recipes or banana bread recipe, we know we stand a chance of getting a majority of the volume associated with that keyword. And if we can get the volume and get the traffic, then we can get the conversions. So let's move on to high quality content and talk about the impact content has on your ability to get your website ranked number 1 on Google. So let's just say you have content on your website and the content is ranking on page 4 of Google. And it's that blog with ice cream recipes. And if it's just content for the sake of content, it's not really informative, then it's not necessarily going to get good engagement. In the eyes of Google, they want to rank content that's very informative, it's very fresh, it's exciting to read, it's interesting. It's going to have good engagement. So if it's a recipe or an article about any topic, if the content is just not informative, then you're not going to get good engagement. And when you don't get good engagement, if people don't stay on the site to engage in the content and they just leave the website after landing on the page, causing a bounce, then the content's just going to continue to fall down the rankings. And we want to prevent that. We want to move up the rankings. We want to be number 1 on Google. We don't necessarily want to fall in the rankings for our content. So content is a key driver in being able to rank number 1 on Google. So if the content is on page 9, what can we do? Well, we want to be able to, take that content and do something with it. We feel like we did write engaging content, so let's go ahead and share it on social media. And to me, social media is a good platform to share your content because on social media platforms like Facebook, for example, you're building a community on that platform. That community is already interested in your content. So if you're sharing an ice cream recipe, especially in the summertime, and you're engaging with your community on that platform, then the likelihood of that community on that platform is going to increase engagement. Increased engagement will send social signals to the search engine that says, hey, this content is good quality. Likewise for any other platform. Most social media platforms have engagement metrics. And those engagement metrics pass signals. Is it good? Is it not good? Do we like this content? Are we giving it a thumbs up? Are we going to want to follow it? Are we going to want to share it? And so if you share content that you feel is engaging on social platforms, then it's going to be engaging and it's likely going to cause an increase in engagement for example, a decrease in bounces. And once you share that quality content, then the likelihood of it moving up the rankings, even as far as #1 on Google, is going to be greater. So you always want to start out writing good quality content. So let's talk about good quality content, because Google does take content seriously. They do take into account what other people think of that content. So high quality content is an important factor. So how to create good content? That's always the question. So let's talk about some best practices here. Remember, in the last segment, we talked about keyword research. So we want to perform good keyword research. Why? Because we want to choose keywords. Remember, we're choosing multiple keywords per page. One keyword could be related to our brand. One keyword could be related to the content, but another keyword could be related to a user's intent, like recipes. If you recall the example we used with bread recipes, maybe somebody's looking to type in a keyword that says, how do I make, a bread? Or how do I make a specific type of bread? Or how do I make banana bread? Or what's the best recipe for banana bread? They're question related, and we want to be able to answer those questions. So that's where choosing those right keywords that's going to respond to a user's intent. So starts with choosing the right keywords. So remember, we talked about a number of different tools when we talked about keyword research. So there's a research tool that you can use called phrase.io, and that will help you do quick research on, keywords and trends and whatnot. So if you know a better research tool that you use for keyword research, then drop us a comment below. I'd be interested in getting your comments about keyword research and what research tools are out there. So if you know something better than phrase.io, drop a comment below and we'd be interested in getting your perspective. So keyword research is key, but creating content that fulfills users' requirements. So answering those questions. If it's a recipe, we want to answer that question. If it's directions, we want to answer that question. If they don't know how to do something, we want to answer that question. And that's the whole idea behind content. Content is not just to fill a page, it's to really fulfill users' requirements. That's when you get good engagement. So if somebody's typing in something on Google and they're looking for an answer, your content should answer that question. But we also want to make the content readable. So in other words, write for your audience. Don't impress anybody with very high vocabulary type words that somebody doesn't necessarily know the meaning of. Don't use jargon. Don't use a street language, for example. Use everyday common language that's just easily digestible when your audience is reading. And then we want to keep that content organized. And so when we mean organized, we want to use headers and subheaders. Break your content into paragraphs. Keep the flow organized. If we can keep the flow organized, then it's going to be easier for somebody to read. And then it's okay to add resources, especially resources from credible sites. So if you can incorporate those resources in there, then it's just going to add the credibility to your content and let the audience know that, hey, I've done my research on this topic, and this is what this person has to say about it. This person who seems to be credible. Okay, so it only adds value to your content. So these are all tips to remember when creating content. And then the one important tip here is we want to use white hat techniques. And when we say white hat techniques, that means, if we've chosen keywords that are going to answer somebody's question, we don't want to stuff those keywords into the content. We want the content to be naturally written. So when we say opt for white hat techniques, that's what we mean. Write the content naturally. Keep it organized, keep it readable, include third-party sources, and make sure it answers a question. So there are different types of content. So there's content where you just write words. It's all text-based. You could also use an infographic. An infographic is simply just a graphic that visualizes exactly what you're trying to explain. For example, if we want to write an article about how to write good, engaging content, we don't necessarily have to write all that out as a text. We can create an infographic. So for example, here's an infographic on 20 effective ways to basically not bore your readers, but write engaging content. So you could see this is an infographic. It's all graphically laid out. So infographics tend to be easier to understand because they're visual. They're easy for the end user to comprehend because there's generally no jargon. It's usually images that are portraying the point of what you're trying to get across. And so it tends to break it up, the monotony of just text. It's more visually appealing, and it's laid out and organized. So you can see this infographic has 20 different steps or rules, and they lay those out all here in this infographic. And the great thing I like about infographics is you could share them on social media, you can re-engage them as a post, you could save them on really any social platform. So infographics tend to tell a better story versus, say, just writing text. You can use video and images, so you don't necessarily have to lay it all out in an infographic. You can certainly insert a video or an image into your content, especially if it's a blog post. If it's a blog post, then sometimes video and images on its own tell the story. You don't necessarily need text to go ahead and tell your story. A video or an image, as they say, tells 1,000 words. And so images and videos are great to use in a blog post. So using different forms of content, you always want to review your content. When a user dwells on your web page for a longer time, Google will tend to think, okay, this person's engaged, so we're going to rank that favorably. So if you're using infographics, videos, and images, then the chances of somebody being more engaged are going to increase versus just text that's not well organized and written out in a way that somebody doesn't necessarily understand. So be creative in the types of content you use. So longer engaging content tends to bode well with search engines. So this is according to HubSpot. So the more word count you use, the more words you use, the chances of you ranking higher are going to be better. Just take into account best practices. You want to maybe break up the content with an image, organize it, make it engaging, use headers. So it's not necessarily just words, it's the words and how those words are written, how they're structured, the types of keywords you're using, how you're engaging with your audience. There's a lot of factors, again, those best practices we just went over. But the key is, if you have longer, more engaging content, then it's going to bode better for you on search engines. So a couple of steps to create high quality content. So you want to begin with a comprehensive introduction. So always introduce your content. Remember, the content should be relevant to the keywords. So if you're choosing keywords in your keyword research, think about answering that question. If somebody's typing in bread recipes, maybe they're looking for banana bread recipes. How to make the best banana bread, or how to make banana bread using dried figs. We want to be able to align our content with that keyword naturally. You want to create a title that's worthy, that's click-worthy. So remember, if you're in Google search and you're doing search for something simple like bread recipes, we want to make something that's going to be engaging for somebody to click on, like easy perfect yeast bread or easy crusty French bread, or something that's going to be engaging. The best bread recipes, or how to make the best homemade bread. Something that's going to draw somebody's attention to the title of that blog post. So we want to include LSI keywords. So what I mean by LSI keywords in your content, we mean, long tail keywords, make it natural. Headings and subheadings should consist of keywords and variants. So if you're writing headers and subheaders, include the keyword in there. And that way, the content always stays relevant to the audience. Okay, shorten your sentences and paragraphs, so don't write long paragraphs. Remember, we want to break this up. We want to make it easy for the end user to read. And we want to always put internal links on our blog post. Why? Because if we have internal links, then if we have a link from one blog post to another blog post, or say our blog post to an internal page on our website, we want to make sure that it's relevant content. That way, if somebody's reading something and you have an internal link, let's just say from a bread recipes page to a banana bread recipes page, then they may find it interesting, click on that link, and go to the banana bread recipes page. So it's keeping somebody engaged on your website. So putting in internal linking will help keep the end user engaged because you're offering up links that's relevant to the content. You always want to break up that content with images. Okay, we want to use alt tags, meaning we want to pen the image with text. So that way, if the image doesn't load, then at least the alt text will load. So we can incorporate call out boxes. And more importantly, we want to update our content regularly. So we always want to get the best recipe out there if it's banana bread, or different ways to create banana bread, or always just coming up with ways to update the content. So we want to keep our content, our blog post fresh. And then we want to include a CTA, call to action. If we include a call to action, then that's going to keep somebody engaged and have them act on your content. So these are steps to creating high quality content. And so let's look at an example here. And this is a 3-month-old post on BuzzFeed. And it's 21 pictures that restore your faith in humanity. So it has a lot of likes, a lot of tweaks, and that means it's engaged. People are engaged when reading that. And so if we go and look at it as an example, we could see it on BuzzFeed here, 21 pictures that will restore your faith in humanity. So this was written back in 2012. Again, a lot of engagement. But if we look at it, we can see immediately that it's taking into account third-party sources. It's got some content, it's got images, it's being broken up by images. We could see there's call to actions on there in the form of social, so people can go ahead and share it if they like it. Okay. It includes videos, it includes images, third-party sources. So it's a good post because, listen, it's engaging content. It's probably answering somebody's question about humanity. And we could see clearly that, look, there's a lot of different examples here from a lot of different sources, and we could take action on this content. So not just video, not just images, but text as well. And so it's very engaging, answers questions, takes into account the different types of content available. So this is a good post in that regard. So content's updated regularly, it's engaging, and it includes sources from high authority websites. Some do's and don'ts on the content. So take into account the best practices I mentioned about creating high quality content. Okay. Answer those questions that the end user wants to hear, because that likely is going to be their search. And so you want to be able to respond to the end user. That's part of creating high quality content. Different types of content, i.e. in the form of infographics or videos or text or images. You can add images from public domain sites. You can be relatable and use examples to clarify points, just like the BuzzFeed article. Simplify complex words. Don't use sophisticated language. Talk to your audience as if they were standing right in front of you. And use bullet points to exemplify your examples, your points. So some do's, the don'ts. Obviously, don't lift content. We don't want to lift content from another website. So that's plagiarism. So we want to have our own unique content. We also don't want to take images from other websites. And so if you do happen to find an image that works for your post and it's on somebody else's website, ideally that's not a good situation. But if you do happen to do that, then always give credit to the website. Okay, so if you took it from xyz.com, credit xyz.com for the image. And even put a link back. But ideally, you don't want to take images from other websites. Just as much as you don't want to take copy, you don't want to take images. Use your own imagery and content. But if you don't have imagery, then you can always go to stock photography. There are plenty of websites out there where you can sign up for a subscription, like Adobe Stock Images as an example. You can sign up for an account, and in some cases you can sign up for a free account and use stock imagery. Okay, don't give less information to your audience. Give your audience what they deserve, which is the information they're looking for. They're looking for the best banana bread recipes. Give them the best banana bread recipes. Incorporate your own images. Break it up with titles. Give them a good quality piece of content that they're going to be able to engage with. And so if you put long paragraphs in your content, then it's going to be less engaging. So try to avoid those long paragraphs. Remember, shorten up the paragraphs, keep the language simple, add in images, answer those questions, use third-party credible sources, but write it in your own words, and you should be on your way to creating good quality content. Okay, so now that we've talked about high quality content in order to get your pages ranked high on Google search, let's turn our attention to optimizing on-page elements and discuss some website level factors that are both going to help you rank high on Google search. So let's just do an overview of what we're talking about when we talk about on-page elements and website level factors. So optimizing on-page elements include a number of different things. But primarily, we're going to focus in on meta tags, also known as meta description tags, header tags, also known as title tags, and URLs. So those are just some of the on-page elements we want to be able to optimize using relevant keywords in order to rank high on Google search. We also want to take a look at some website factors that will affect our ranking on Google search. They include website architecture, having a secure website, having a sitemap, and taking a look at page speed. So all of those are some of the website factors we need to take into account in order to rank high on Google search. So title tag and meta description together are considered meta tags. So both play an important role in ranking high on Google. So we want to be able to write unique title and descriptions for each page on our website. When I say unique, that means the title and the meta description need to be different for every page on the website. And so if you're not quite sure what a title tag and a meta description tag is, if you go to search and just type in any particular search query, the title tag is what's going to show up here in bold, and then the description is going to show up below it, below the URL, and that's going to describe the page. So both of these meta tags are important because it describes what your page is all about, and that's what Google uses in the search results pages. So we want to be able to pay attention to the length of our meta tags. So if we go back to our search results pages, title tags are generally 65 characters. Meta description tags are generally 160 characters. So anything really longer than that, then what's going to happen is the meta description tag or the title tag will get truncated. And so if we look here, for example, we can see all of the title tags here fit the 65 character limit. But if you run over the character count on meta description, then Google is going to truncate the copy. So you want to stay within your parameters in order to avoid getting your content truncated. And so the other thing when we're writing title meta description tags, we want to minimize keyword repetition. So if we're optimizing for keyword, we don't want to necessarily just plug that keyword into the title tag and meta description multiple times. We want to make sure our title tags and meta descriptions are naturally written. So if somebody's typing for banana bread recipe with dried figs, we want to have a nice title tag and a description that is going to get somebody to respond based on their need. And so we definitely want to avoid keyword repetition, but we want to be able to use that keyword in the title tag. Because if you remember from the earlier segment, when we did the all-in title syntax to find out exactly how many competitors were using that particular keyword, well, we obviously want to use that keyword in the title tag because, again, the title tag is an important factor when it comes to search engine results. So we want to use the keyword, but we want to avoid stuffing or using it repetitively in our title tag and our meta description. We want the title tag and the meta description to describe the page, sound natural, but also be engaging, because the point is we want people to click on our link and go to our website from search engines. So title tags with numbers tend to result in higher click-through rates. This is according to Moz. So for example, if you just put in a title tag that says learn digital marketing, well, that may work, but if you put a number in there like 5 easy ways to learn digital marketing, that might get somebody to click on your link and go to your website. So having questions in your meta tags can also increase your click-through rate. For example, if you just put learn the importance of first page rankings, not too bad, but again, generic. But if you put it into the form of a question, how to rank #1 on Google, it's more action oriented. It's going to get somebody to resonate with the question that they have. And that may be their query, how to rank #1 on Google. And so these techniques will help you get higher click-through rates. And so according to Backlinko, title tag with a keyword can improve site ranking. So remember, we want to include that keyword in the title tag. Even though we only have 65 characters, we want to include that keyword, but we want to avoid stuffing the keyword in there. We want to, again, make the title tag action-oriented, maybe with a number, maybe as a question, with the keyword in there once, naturally. Not easy to do, but that's the beauty of SEO. If you can follow these best practices and write a good title tag, then the chances of you improving in your search results are going to be greater. So having only one H1 tag in your post is going to be good. So remember, when somebody clicks on a link, so let's just say they do find a title tag engaging and they click on this link here and they go to that website, you want to start out with having that particular H1 tag, because the H1 tag, especially with the keyword in it, is going to signal to Google, hey, we're organizing our page, and because it's an H1 tag, it's important. We're structuring the page according to best practices. So having only one H1 tag in your post is definitely helpful. Having multiple tags, H tags in your post, help organize the page a lot better. So we want to add that targeted keyword in that tag, and your header tags should be relevant to the content. So if we go back to our example of the using dried figs with banana breads, well, the title says California Fig Banana Bread. And remember the last segment when we were talking about high quality content? Well, look no further than including a video into our content. So not only will this video help keep the engagement high, but it breaks up the monotony of the page. And it's from a third-party source, so it adds credibility to the page. So adding a video based on the last segment of high-quality content definitely helps with ranking high on Google search. So following hierarchical structure, that means putting those H tags in there. H2 tags help break up the content. And we want to avoid repetition of H1 tags on your different web pages of your site, meaning don't just put the same H1 tag with the same keyword in it and keeping it blasé. We want to make those H1 tags exciting to read, but also used appropriately to break up the content. So remember, all white hat techniques. We want to avoid hidden tags. We want to avoid stuffing keywords. We want things to be natural. We don't want things to be forced. And your H1 tag should be 20 to 70 characters. Don't make long H1 tags. If we go back to our page example, a short, sweet tag here, California Fig Banana Bread. It's relevant to the content. It's short, sweet, and breaks up the monotony of the content. And more importantly, and again, any content you have on the page should always answer the user's intent. Remember, people are using search to answer questions, find information. Our content should be able to answer that for them. So, according to John Mueller, Senior Webmaster Trends Analyst at Google, header tags would definitely help Google for rankings in the search results. So we want to use header tags. So when it comes to URLs, we want to use hyphens and avoid underscores. So if we look at this URL here, this uses hyphens, fig and banana bread. So it's all broken up with hyphens. That's a best practice. Remember, canonical URLs. A canonical URL signals to Google this is the original content. So we want to use original content. And if you have multiple sources of content out there on, say, different websites, we want to use a canonical tag to signal to Google, this is the original content. Please index this content. And that doesn't hurt to use a favicon in URL, meaning a small icon. It helps to break up the monotony and help your URL stand out. We can add targeted keywords in the URL. So again, looking at the URL here, I can see we're using targeted keyword as part of the URL structure. Fig and banana bread. And notice the H1 tag is fig banana bread. So it's all consistent and it flows naturally. URLs that are no longer existing, then we want to be able to set up a redirect for those URLs, meaning a 301 redirect is a server response for Google that says, hey, Google, this page is no longer available, but we permanently redirected it to this page, which is now available. So that's what a 301 redirect does. It helps signal to Google and all the other search engines that if the page is no longer there, that's fine. You're just going to go to this page. This is the page that's permanently there now. And another thing we want to do here is if you have mobile URLs, you want to include those in the sitemap. And we're going to hit on that in just a minute. But all URLs should be mobile friendly as well as desktop friendly, meaning take into account those best practices. Keep your URLs short, use hyphens, put the keyword in that URL, and make it easy to understand. Want to avoid capital letters in the URLs. The URLs are case sensitive, so go lowercase. You should always go lowercase on the URL. Readable URLs, again, the rule of thumb here is if you understand what the URL is, then Google is going to understand what the URL is. So the shorter the URL, the easier it is to read. The easier it is to read, the better chance you have to rank high on Google search. So according to Backlink 2, URLs that are shorter definitely help you rank. So we want to be able to shorten those URLs. Keep them short and sweet. Don't make them long and unreadable. So those are some optimized ways or on-page elements that help you optimize. Now we want to look at some website level factors that will help you optimize and rank high on Google search. So good site structure provides better crawling for search engine bots. And what do we mean by that? Well, we mean having your site organized in a fashion that Google's going to be able to find all the pages. So what do we mean by that? Create a logical hierarchy structure. So if you're selling shoes, you're going to have a home page, break the structure up into men's shoes, women's shoes, children's shoes. Then under men's shoes, you could have it by brand. It could be Nike, Puma, Adidas. On the women's side, it could be Nike, Puma, Adidas. On the child side, it could be Nike, Puma, Adidas. And so you want to keep the structure, flow, in a hierarchy. So we want to balance the amount of subcategories within each category. So the men's, if it has Nike, Puma, Adidas, the women should have Nike, Puma, Adidas. And so you want to code your site navigation in CSS or HTML, meaning we want to be able to use something that Google is going to be able to index. So most sites are built in HTML, and that's what Google likes to index. They like to index something that they could take back to their servers. And then more importantly, build a comprehensive structure for internal linking. So internal links mean that if you're on a site, you should have natural links pointing to other pages on your website. So to keep the flow going. And we don't want to have unnatural inbound links. You always want to have natural internal links to keep the flow of the user going from one page to the other. So here I can see, as an example, all the ingredients in this recipe. Well, this has an internal link to another page on our site. And this happens to link to a page where somebody can buy the ingredient. So it's a natural internal link. So John Doherty of Credo has claimed that one of the biggest changes that he can make in fixing the Credo website is architecture. So for example, in Credo, John Doherty has increased the organic sessions by 74% and pages per session by 41%, just by changing the site architecture. So you'd be surprised by changing the site architecture what that will do to engagement. And so let's turn our attention to secure versus non-secure. So what we mean by that is securing your site. We want to make it sure that compliant with certain protocols. And so if we go back here, we can see that this particular site is compliant, it is secure. HTTPS means it has a secure license, meaning the site is secure. So Google likes secure versus non-secure. So non-secure would be HTTP. So we want HTTPS as our protocol. And what that means is just enabling SSL certificates. And that means when you enable Google an SSL certificate, that means your domain or your protocol is going to be turned to HTTPS. So Google prefers sites that are secure versus non-secure. So if you use HSTS as a protocol, that adds an extra layer of security over the HTTPS. And HSTS prevents cookie hijacking. So adding multiple layers of security always helps. In my opinion, if you have an HTTP website, a non-secure website, you should look into buying an SSL certificate, getting your sites flipped over to HTTPS, because what's going to happen is your URL structure is going to change. When your URL structure changes, Google's going to recognize that because they're going to index your site. And when they index your site, they're going to see those secure URLs. And that's going to work favorably in your favor and help you rank higher on Google search. So websites using secure or HTTPS have a higher chance of ranking higher. So HTTPS is a ranking signal because Google indexes those pages. So let's also talk about sitemaps. So sitemap is one of the most important ways to improve your website ranking. Why? Well, because sitemaps are a way to organize all your URLs into one file. So we're basically going to prioritize all our web pages in a sitemap. So if you go to any particular website and you type in sitemap XML, you're likely going to see all the pages on your website. So usually the sitemap is located in the root directory. So if I type in sitemap.xml, I'm going to be able to see all the pages in my root directory. And I can also prioritize them. I can also alert Google as to how often they change. And every page is going to have a date stamp associated with it. So Google can actually see how often it changes. So remember, we want our content to be updated frequently. So if content's not updated frequently or it's not fresh, then Google's going to see that that date stamp, that last modification date. So we want to be able to make sure our content's updated frequently. We want to let Google know that we changed it frequently. And we want to be able to prioritize our pages, let Google know, hey, these pages are important to us. So all that can be set up in a sitemap. We want to be able to add canonical versions of URLs in the sitemap. So we want to be able to add all our original URLs in our sitemap. And so we always want to build dynamic URL sitemaps for larger websites. And what I mean by dynamic URLs, that means that if I look at this sitemap and we're always adding content, let's just say in the form of a blog, well, guess what? We want those pages to be added to the sitemap as they're published. So as we add pages to the blog or to the site, then they should automatically be added to the sitemap. And so in effect, what's going to happen is we're going to be able to see the sitemap grow with more URLs. When the sitemap grows with more URLs, then that means then Google's going to index more pages. They're going to index more fresh pages. So they're going to be able to get those pages that are just published quicker. So that's the whole idea behind dynamic sitemaps, is we want to be able to capture all the URLs just as they're published. And we want to be able to maintain our sitemaps. And so I would always recommend a dynamic sitemap, but you can always create your own sitemap just by going to a tool called XML Sitemap. So if I just type in XML Sitemaps into Google search, here I could see XML Sitemaps Generator, and I can be able, if I have a small website, just create a free and simple sitemap on my own. When XML Sitemaps creates it, or your platform creates a dynamic sitemap, either way, the sitemap's going to sit in the root directory. And then what we want to do in turn is let Google know where that sitemap is. So in Search Console, we want to be able to submit the sitemap. So you're going to add the sitemap, you're going to let Google know where it is. It should be in the root directory, and it should be called sitemap.xml. And when you do that, Google's going to be able to take those URLs and index them. So we could see we submitted 528 URLs, Google indexed 521. So one thing about URLs here is when we create a sitemap, we're putting all our URLs in there. We do not add no index URLs in your sitemap. And what that means is that any URL we don't want Google to index, we're just going to exclude from the sitemap. Okay, so we want Google to take all the URLs we want indexed and put them in the sitemap. So according to Edgy, using sitemaps for SEO can increase your website's visibility and help you get indexed. Why? Because what you're in effect doing is taking all your URLs that you want indexed, you're telling Google how often they're modified, you're telling Google which ones are important, and you're submitting that to Google. And so Google's going to be able to take all these URLs quicker, index them quicker, and when they're indexed quicker, you can get ranked quicker. And when you get ranked quicker, you can get traffic quicker. So that's the whole idea behind sitemaps. So let's turn our attention to page speed now. So one of the last factors for our website, besides architecture, making it secure, and adding sitemaps, is we want to take a look at how quick our pages load. Here are some tips in order to optimize page speed, because ideally the quicker a page loads, the more engaged the user is going to be. If it takes a longer time for the page to load all the elements of that page, then what's going to happen is the user is going to get impatient, maybe leave the website altogether or go to another page. And so we want to be able to optimize images. So any image that's of large size in terms of megabytes, we want to be able to optimize that, compress the image. So that's one way to speed up page speed. We want to use a simple website design. HTML with CSS or cascading style sheets. Just a simple design with simple hierarchy and website navigation structure. So nothing fancy, nothing complex, just a simple website design with optimized images. We want to leverage browser caching, and we want to upgrade the server response time, meaning all your files are sitting on the server. So when somebody goes to a web page, the server is serving up all of those files, the images, the text, etc. And so we want the server to respond as quick as possible. So when it comes to page speed, we can look at the factors affecting page speed in Google Analytics. So if I go to Google Analytics and I go under behavior and I go under site speed and I go to overview, I'm going to be able to see what my average load time is for my site. And ideally, we want our pages to load as quick as possible. So that means anything under 4 seconds. Anything 4 seconds or higher, and it's likely the end user is going to leave the page. There's a correlation between page load time and bounce rate. And so what Google actually does is give you speed suggestions. So if we do have a page that loads slow, we can just go to speed suggestions in Google Analytics. And we go to speed suggestions, then Google's going to be able to tell us, hey, this particular page load fast, this particular page load slow, and if it loaded slow, why is it loading slow? So here we could see the home page, as an example, is loading on average of 7 seconds. Well, if we look here, they're going to give us some suggestions. So if I click on this page speed suggestions, it's going to load a report and a tool called Page Speed Insights. And basically what it's then going to do after it's done running is it's going to tell me all the ways in which I can optimize my pages. Not only for desktop, but also for mobile. So here I can see for desktop or for mobile, I can look at some ways in which I can optimize it to increase page speed. For example, sizing my images properly, server response time, reducing my server response time, avoiding multiple page redirects. So there's a lot of opportunities that we can do to speed up page load time. And all that's found in Page Speed Insights, and all that's found within Google Analytics. So remember, optimizing code, minimizing redirects, optimizing your images, upgrading your server response time, all of those are factors. And so again, you can go into Analytics, Page Speed Insights, and you can see exactly what Google is recognizing as what's lowering or slowing down your page load time. So Google takes site speed as one of the most important ranking factors. Why? Because they're going to rank pages not only with high quality content that are relevant to the keyword queries, but they want those pages to have a good user experience. So if somebody clicks on the page, then the user should be able to see that content fairly quickly. And so that's why it's such an important factor. So the quicker your pages load, the chances of you ranking higher are going to be better. So according to Web Performance Today, Walmart, as an example, experienced a decline in conversions. So what they did was looked at their page speed. And when they looked at their page speed, you'd be surprised what that did. just increasing it from 1 to 4 seconds or decreasing it basically increase conversion. So there's always going to be a correlation between how quick a page loads and how engaged the user is. Because if the user's engaged, they're going to stay on the site. And if they stay on the site, then their chances of converting are going to be higher. So just even 1 to 2 seconds increase in page load time will make a world of difference in terms of engagement and conversions. Let's turn our attention to off-site engagement. So previously we talked about on-page elements and website factors that affect our rankings for search results, but we also need to turn our attention away from our website, meaning what we do on our website, and turn our attention what we can do for our website off our website and onto other websites. So that's off-site engagement. And so let's look at an example. So that ice cream recipes blog, I'm going to talk about how to rank YouTube videos today. So at Simplilearn, we take our videos on YouTube very seriously, meaning that when we create videos, we want people to see them because we know we make good videos and we know we have good content and we know that our audience is going to enjoy it. And so we want our audience to see the videos that we're creating. And so we're going to give you some tips and tricks and methodology and ideas on how to get your videos to rank on YouTube. So at Simplilearn, if I go to YouTube and I just type in machine learning, you can see we're right here is the first organic video on YouTube for machine learning. If I jump over to Google and I type in machine learning basics, you can see we're number 1 for machine learning basics under videos. If I click on all, we're also ranked here as well under the videos section on organic search results. Another example, data science for beginners. We ranked number 1 for that. If I look at another keyword, data science interview questions, okay, we'll rank number 2 for that. So we're ranking for a lot of videos. And why are we ranking for a lot of different content and videos on Google search and on YouTube? Well, we put a lot of work in behind the scenes of creating the video, and that's what we want to show you. So part of that has a lot to do with, how our audience engages and sees our video. So for example, we're looking at the machine learning basics video here. And we can see that it has over 221,000 subscribers for this video, 234,000 views. We've had over 2,000 people like the video, and we have had over 270 plus comment on the video. So when we get our videos to rank, then we can see there's a lot of engagement. And so that's the whole idea, is when you do a video and you want it to show up on YouTube, you want people to enjoy it, you want people to share it, you want people to like it, you want people to comment on it. And that's part of the whole ecosystem of YouTube. It's, we're going to show you behind the scenes of what it takes to get your videos to rank. And then we're going to show you some of the metrics involved with some of these videos to help you stay ranking. So without further ado, let's go into how to get your videos to rank on YouTube. So we're going to talk about keyword research for YouTube. We're going to talk about some ways to create high quality videos. So the importance of user engagement, just as I showed you with the machine learning basics video, all the shares, all the commenting, all the views and subscriptions. Then we're going to get into how to promote your content. And then we're going to just review a little checklist for you and sum it all up. So let's get started with keyword research. So basically what we want to do is center our keywords, just like our website. We want to center our keywords around, or our content around, good keywords. So the videos on YouTube are no different than the web pages on our website. So if we have somebody who states YouTube is the world's second most well-known engine, well, it is, because it's right behind Google. It's not a search engine per se, it's a video platform, but if it was a search engine, it'd probably be second right behind Google. So YouTube is pretty popular. Majority of people use YouTube search every day to watch videos on a number of different topics. So they can find these videos in Google, but because YouTube's so powerful and so popular, people go directly right into YouTube for their searches. And so the whole idea behind YouTube being the second most well-known search engine is centered around keywords. So if you have the right keywords for your video, then the chances of you ranking higher increases. keywords on YouTube. So we're going to share with you a few easy ways to do keyword research. This is the most important step in getting your videos to rank on YouTube. Just like for those of you who watched any of the SEO videos we produced at Simplilearn, you know that keyword research is so essential to getting your web pages to rank on Google. Well, it's no different. Keyword research and choosing the right keywords is just as important for your videos as it is for your web pages. So we're going to go into a few things to do here to find the right keywords. So we have the search suggestion. You can look at your competitors. We have different tools we can use, some other factors involved in Google itself. So let's start talking about some of these ways to really hone in and do some good research on your keywords to align them with your videos. So first thing is search suggest. So YouTube has a feature called autocomplete. So if you've done any searches on Google, it's very similar. If you're typing something into YouTube search, then YouTube is going to suggest other related popular keywords. So let's take a look at that. If we go back to YouTube for a second, and I just type in machine learning, YouTube is going to populate on the autocomplete in the search bar some other popular keywords that we can potentially use. Or in this case, if I choose, machine learning tutorial, I'm going to see a video about machine learning tutorial. So here you can see Simplilearn's ranked #1 for machine learning tutorial, but there are other videos that show up in my search result. So we want to be able to use the search suggestion box in the search box field. So when we're typing in something, YouTube, just like on Google, is going to give us those suggestions. So if we're focusing a video on machine learning, then, we have some ideas of some other keywords that we could center around, because these are our popular keywords. These are keywords that people are using to search on YouTube. So that's one suggestion. Looking at competitors is another suggestion. So we could search for keywords used by our competitors in their video title and description. So let me talk a little bit about that. What you want to do is you want to go to that particular channel of your competitor. So when you go to your particular competitor's YouTube channel, you want to be able to click on the videos tab. When you click on the videos tab, then you're going to sort by most popular, and then what you could do is see a list of videos, and then when you look at a list of videos, you're going to choose a video, and then what you're going to do then is take a look at the keywords used in the title and description. And then once you do that, you're going to have a list of keywords that you can use yourself for that video. So for example, let's go back to YouTube. So if I go to type in Simplilearn, here's their channel page just by clicking on Simplilearn. If I click on videos.
Ever wonder if there's
So now I can see all the videos.
Ever wonder if there's an easier way?
Go back. So here I can see all the videos, sort by most popular. Once I do that, then I could choose a video. This is the most popular video right now for Simplilearn. If I click on that video, it's automatically going to start playing. But what I could do is simply just look at, the content and description. So just by clicking show more, I can see all the content that align with this video. That's one way to do it, is simply by looking at your competitors. Now, what you could also do is look at the tags associated with the particular video. And so what you want to do is you want to look at the HTML. And so that means looking at the page source. So just like web pages, what YouTube does is they look at meta tags. So if you call from SEO, in order to get your pages to rank, you need to have a title tag and a meta tag description. So videos are no different. What we're doing for YouTube is aligning certain keywords with the video. So if you take a look and do a search for keywords by viewing the page source, you're going to see all the keywords associated with a particular video. So for example, if I go back to YouTube and I look at the page source of a video, let's just say this video here, Facebook's ad tutorial, I'm going to pull up the page source. And all I need to do is Control F and type in keywords. And now for that Facebook video, I can see all the keywords associated with the video. So you can see there's a lot of different keywords we're aligning with this video. And so why do we want to do that? Because we want, our video to show up for keywords that people may type in. And so if you use that YouTube autocomplete, it's going to give you those ideas, those most popular keywords. So if they're related, align those keywords with the video. So here you can see Facebook marketing, Facebook ad strategy, Facebook ads for beginners, so forth and so on. So there's a lot of keywords we've aligned here with that particular video. And again, all you need to do is look at the page source. So right-clicking, view page source, do a Control F for keywords, and you'll be able to see the keywords aligned. So you could do that for your competitors' videos as well. So you could see what keywords your competitor's using for a video that's most popular for their channel and is also ranking on YouTube and on Google. So using the autocomplete gives you those keyword ideas. Looking at your competitors' videos also gives you some other ideas for keywords that you can align with a video that's relevant that you want to rank for. So let's look at some other ideas here. So you can install plugins, and there are plenty of plugins available on the Chrome browser that will help you see the video tags associated with a particular video. So a couple of examples are vidIQ and TubeBuddy. Those are extensions that work in Chrome, and what they do is they give you the exact tags that a particular video is using. So for example, if I go back here and I look at a video on YouTube, let's just say the machine learning basics video, I have vidIQ installed on my Chrome browser. So just by clicking on that, vidIQ is going to give me a lot of information about that video. They're just going to give me an overview of their particular metrics. They're going to give me some other information associated with Facebook, some engagement metrics. Really what I'm interested in is those keywords. So if I scroll down a bit, here I can see the video tags associated with the machine learning basics video. So vidIQ is telling me is these keywords are associated with this video. And not only does it show me what keywords are associated, I can also see where they rank. So for machine learning basics, this particular video ranks number 1. If I go down, I could see what is machine learning and how does it work. I could see it's ranked number 2. Here I could see machine learning algorithms, it's ranked number 9. So I can get some ideas of the types of keywords that are being used as tags for that video. Further down, I can also see some channel tags. But really, this is the video tags are the idea place I want to be able to look to get an idea of the types of keywords that are associated with the video that are also ranking or not ranking. So that's another way for you to really get an understanding of what keywords to use with a particular video. So autocomplete, you can look at the page source of a competitor's video, or you can use a Chrome extension. In this case, I'm using vidIQ to give me some information about the video tags for a particular video. So according to an industry study, using keywords and video tags will help you rank well on YouTube. So you have to use keywords and video tags if you want your video to rank. There's been a lot of studies. YouTube is so popular and videos are so prominent in today's world where if you have videos and you're going to upload, it's going to be engaged, then associate the right keywords with those videos. So some important factors when we look at keywords. What we want to do is look at search volume, we want to look at competition, we want to look at relevancy, we want to look at the primary and secondary keywords that we want to use. So well-chosen keywords will help you rank. So we just gave you some ideas on how to do some keyword research. Again, those ideas were really to use the autocomplete on YouTube or Google. They're going to give you some popular keywords. You can look what your competitors are doing by looking at the page source and just looking at the keywords that are aligned with that video. Or you can use a third-party extension in Chrome. In my example, I use vidIQ that gave me the keywords associated with that video. So you have ways to get the keywords. So what we want to do is we want to make sure we choose keywords with high search volume. They're going to drive more traffic to your video. However, we want to balance it out with keywords that have low difficulty and are easier to rank for. So you don't want to choose something very broad that's just going to be very difficult to rank for. And of course, we always want to go with relevancy. So if we're talking about machine learning basics, then we want to choose keywords associated with that. And that's where that autocomplete comes in handy, because what Google's going to do and YouTube's going to do is give us keywords that are very closely related to the video that we're trying to optimize for. And so we have a number of different keywords at our disposal that are relevant that we can look to see if they have good volume and low competition. And so the whole idea is we want to choose a keyword that defines the nature of the content, and then what we want to do is support that with secondary keywords. So we want keywords that are highly relevant to the primary keyword. So that's the way to go about aligning your keywords. You want keywords that are high volume, low competition, are relevant, and you want to choose that one keyword that is really what the content's about, and then those secondary keywords that support the primary. So if you have a machine learning video, you could choose your primary keyword as, in this case, the machine learning basics video. So well-chosen keywords help you rank well on YouTube, just like the machine learning basics. So if I go back to our video, our machine learning basics video, if I just type in machine learning basics, I'll be able to pull it up. And so here it is. If I click on it, I'm going to go to YouTube. And so here I can see this keyword.
We know humans learn from their past.
Is well aligned because it's in the title, it's in the copy, and it's aligned as a keyword tagged with the video. So we know that that keyword has good volume, low competition, is relevant because that's what the video is about, the basics of machine learning. It's an introduction to machine learning. So instead of honing in on just introduction to machine learning, primary keyword is machine learning basics. And then we supported that video with those secondary keywords. What is machine learning? Because somebody who doesn't know what machine learning is probably going to type in that keyword. And then introduction to machine learning is a good secondary keyword because it's explaining the basics of what machine learning is all about. So primary keyword, machine learning basic, secondary keywords, what is machine learning, and introduction to machine learning. So that's the whole idea behind choosing keywords. You want that keyword that really is going to define the content and then support that with those secondary keywords. So remember, when you're performing your keyword research, choose keywords for your videos that Google shows on the video results page. So what I mean by that is your video can get more views if you rank on Google as well. So the whole idea is not necessarily to be found on YouTube, it's also to be found on Google. So if I go back to Google and I just type in data science for beginners and I type in videos, then you could see we're ranked #1. So even if you're not looking at the videos, clicking on the videos link on Google search, you can always just, when you do a search, what Google's going to do is also put in the videos here as part of the search results. So what they're going to show you is the top videos that are ranking for that particular keyword. And so we may not rank overall for data science for beginners, but we're ranked #1 in the videos category. And so if somebody's looking for a video, that's important. And you can see here that these first two are ads. So what Google is doing is they're saying, hey, this is so relevant, this particular video, for the keyword query data science for beginners, that we're going to show it above the organic listings, even though it's a video. So the whole idea is to be found on YouTube and Google because you're increasing your visibility. You're increasing your chances of getting found on both search platforms. So according to Backlinko, Google ranks videos with keywords like how-to, tutorials. So, a lot of the videos that you find on YouTube are going to be instructional based. And so what Google's doing is they're saying, hey, if somebody types in how to or tutorial or an introduction to, anything that's going to signal to Google that it's instructional, it's going to help you rank. So when you search for machine learning tutorial or how to become a machine learning engineer, you're going to get results related to that. Because if you look at these examples, we have machine learning tutorial in our title, or how to become a machine learning engineer. So keep that in mind. If you're creating a video and it's educational in nature, use those key terms like how to and tutorials in the video title, because that will help you rank. So let's move over now to video title. So we want to use our target keyword in the title of the video. And again, we want to make sure if it's educational to include that keyword tutorial or how to. So for every video title, YouTube has a limit of 100 characters. So we really have to pick and choose really wisely. So if we look at the video that we were focusing on a couple of minutes ago, so machine learning basics, here we could see under 100 characters, we have machine learning basics, what is machine learning, introduction to machine learning, and then the brand name. So that is the title of this particular video. So it takes into account the primary keyword, the secondary keywords, and the title. And it also includes that key term that really Google and YouTube like, and that's what is machine learning. So it's helping us rank by having our keywords in the title with that key phrase, what is. Okay, so that's a good tidbit on creating a good video title, is to align it with the right keywords, your primary and your secondary. And so we want to use those catchy words and numbers to gain high click-through rates. Just like you would on the title tag of your web page, we want to do the same with our video title, because the video title is what's going to show up in search. So if I go back to, search, here we could see, data science tutorial, data science for beginners. So we want to make sure, in this case, you can see data science in 5 minutes. So that was purposely done so that, hey, I don't have time to watch a video. I only have a couple minutes. Data science in 5 minutes. Okay, great. I'm going to click on the video, and now I have an opportunity to watch something and learn something under 5 minutes. So choosing the right words in your video title is going to help you get that click-through rate up. Remember, click-through rate is clicks divided by impressions, and an impression is how many times your video shows up in the search results on YouTube or Google. So we want to keep our click-through rate high, and in order to do that, we want to be able to write some really good title tags for our video. So use catchy words like a number or how to or what is, because that's going to resonate with people when they're searching. Now for the description, what we want to do is we want to use the target word at the beginning of the description, the title, and the tags itself. So if I go back to my video here, machine learning basics, we know it's in the video title. And right off the bat, if I look at the description of the video here, I can see this machine learning basics video will help you understand what is machine learning. So our primary keyword is in the first sentence, right in the introductory of the description. And so that's going to bode well for optimizing our video. The description length is 5,000 characters. So we have a lot of characters to work with. So if I go back to my video, I click show more, we have a lot of characters to really describe what the video is about. Okay, there's no shortage of including keywords into the content. So you have 5,000 characters. Go ahead and see if you can work in naturally your keywords. But one of the key tips here is just make sure that first sentence starts out with that keyword. That's a good tip. Of course, you always want to make it sound natural as possible. You don't want to stuff it with keywords. At the same time, work them in naturally. Work in your keywords naturally. And then include hashtags in your description to help the audience find your video easily. So if I go back here, we want to be able to include hashtags. So hashtags, it's like anything else you would use on social media. It just signals to the end user, hey, this is what the video is all about. And if I go ahead and type in that keyword, then our video has a better chance because it's aligned with that hashtag. And then there's target keywords and LSI keywords, latent semantic indexing keywords. We want to be able to use those keywords as target keywords with our video. So if you recall the example I gave a few minutes ago, we used the Facebook ads tutorial as our example. Here I could see all the target keywords associated with that particular video. So don't be afraid to use those LSI related keywords, meaning keywords that are related to the content. Use them as target keywords with the video. So between your LSI keywords, target keywords, and then using our primary and secondary keyword in the title tag, using our primary and secondary keyword in the description, and then using hashtags in the description, the combination of all of that, if we chose the right keyword, then we should find that our video will eventually rank on YouTube. So just doing these small tidbits with our keywords really help get our video to rank. So at the end of the day, we want to be able to use the tools available to us, YouTube itself by looking at our competitors, those extensions like vidIQ, the autocomplete, to really find our good keywords, and then incorporating those keywords into, the title tag, the description as target keywords, hashtags. We should really be off and running with our video on YouTube. Let's turn our attention to creating high quality videos and some of the best practices around that. So along with everything we mentioned about choosing the right keywords, we always need to keep in mind that the videos we create need to be of high quality. So the content itself, in addition to the keywords, is a primary factor in ranking. So in order to have keywords, we need to have content. And in order to rank, we need to have, good content. So let's talk a little bit about creating content and what's involved with that and what we really mean by high quality videos. So if you have a video content that is not informative or relevant to the topic, it won't rank. So that's just common sense. So you need to create content that's aligned with the topic, obviously, and then that way you have keywords that are aligned with the content. So, but if you have content that really isn't aligned with the topic, then you're not going to rank, no matter how much you've optimized that video. So just keep that in mind. So there's a couple of things we want to look at here. So high quality content is determined by really two metrics. So if we're not sure about how good our content is and how good of high quality video we created, we want to look at audience retention and user engagement. So audience retention is simply the percentage length of your video that the audience has watched. It's the percentage your audience has watched. So focusing on audience retention is important for people who want their videos to rank high. So if you want to rank, you need to optimize for the keywords, but got to keep in mind content. So content is related to audience retention and user engagement. So audience retention, percentage length, your video that the audience has watched. And for example, it can be both absolute in minutes or percentages. So audience retention can be the average view duration or percentage of the audience that watched. Then we have user engagement. So user engagement are viewers who are engaged with your content. And so that means they're either sharing it, subscribing, commenting, or liking. So those are all forms of engagement. So the percentage of users who watched or how long they watched versus engagement or in combination with engagement are two factors for ranking. So let's talk about some tips for creating high quality videos. So we want to publish longer videos. And so what do we mean behind longer videos? So what's the reason for longer videos? Let's just suppose we have two videos, one shorter in length and one longer in length. First video is 15 minutes long. The second video is 7 minutes long. So on average, if viewers watch about 40% of both videos, then video X, which is 15 minutes long, will have more than twice the watch time of the video that's 7 minutes long. So remember, duration. We want, people to watch our videos longer. So if the video is longer in length, if it's 40%, then it's going to have a longer audience engagement, audience retention. So that's one of the reasons, from a metric standpoint. So even when viewers watch, both videos, the time is going to differ. So we want to take into account longer videos for primarily that reason, is because, it gives an end user an opportunity to watch the video longer, and then it's going to help us rank our videos longer. So when we talk about watch time, so if one video has higher watch time than the other, watch time is just the number of views times the average view duration. So another tip is we want to plan our video script. So we want to keep the content organized. My recommendation is, create an outline first And once you create an outline of how the video is going to flow, then start populating with content. And so to me, that's how you can keep the flow organized, okay, is really with an outline, starting out with an outline. Videos are no different than, say, a presentation. If you've done a PowerPoint presentation, you always want to start out doing an outline. And then we want to upload high resolution videos. High resolution, we don't want to create videos that, are small resolution, like say, 400 by 400 resolution or something, something really small. We want to create something a very high res. So according to Linko, more than 50% of videos on the first page of YouTube are high definition. So high definition videos of higher quality are going to be shown on the first page of YouTube more often than not. So high resolution videos, organizing the content, publishing longer videos are examples of creating high quality videos. We also want to make sure that content is relevant to the title. So if we're talking about machine learning basics, obviously the content is going to be about, intro to machine learning or what is machine learning, and then the title should reflect that content. So aligning the title sets the expectation for the end user. So when they see a title, what is machine learning? Then when they watch the video, they're expecting to learn about machine learning and what it is. So if it meets expectations, then the chances are that person who's watching the video is going to watch it longer. And that means it's going to fulfill the viewer's requirements. And when you align everything accordingly, keywords, titles, content, then at the end of the day, the user is going to watch it. And the more they watch it, the higher the engagement. The higher the engagement, the better chance you have to rank. Some other tips that you could use to create high quality videos. So we want to be able to, use examples to clarify our content. So, don't be afraid to go into another screen like I am. If I'm talking about videos, jump into the machine learning basics video, which I've done throughout this session. I can simply do that by keeping the user engaged. Here, this video is about machine learning basics. Well, the titles align with the video. We made sure that we have a nice description about what the video is about, and we're aligning the expectations. So not only that, I'm showing you an example within the video itself. So we want to use examples throughout your video to keep the user engaged. It will also help clarify what you're trying to express in the video itself. So we want to make it visually appealing. So visually appealing means imagery or examples in the video. And then when we talk about imagery, you want to use good images in your video. So use public domain sites that are available to you, like Shutterstock or Flat Icon. There are plenty of those sites out there. So feel free to use any one of those sites to use high quality images in your video. Give more information to your audience. Giving maximum relevant information can help gain more views. And so when we talk about more information, again, it goes back to, the examples you use. Should be no shortage of examples. Here, description. Use all 5,000 characters at your disposal. Imagery. We want to build up as much information as you can in the video itself to keep the end user, the viewer, engaged. We also want to create original content. So always create original content. You could certainly get ideas from YouTube. If you want to create a video about machine learning, see what else has already been done. Do searches on YouTube itself. But, when you're going to create a video, you can create another video about what is machine learning, but just make sure it has your own take on it. You're the subject matter expert when creating the video. Create it with your own original content. Have high audio quality and video effects. So just like you see here on this video, we have effects in it, and the audio is of high quality, meaning no background noise, no distortion, and we want to be able to speak clearly in the video. So you want to speak clearly, loudly, concise, just as I'm trying to do now, so that you can understand what I'm trying to say, or what the viewer's trying to understand when they're watching the video. So watching and listening are two of the components, and you want to make sure both of are high quality. Avoid distractions. We don't want to pause. You don't want to ramble on a particular point too long. We want to keep users engaged. So you always want to move from one point to the other, intermix it with examples. Those are ways to keep the users engaged. We want to include transcripts or subtitles. for your video. So transcripts is just more content that's aligned with the video, and the search engines will be able to pick up that content and help your video rank. So to me, that's a key component to creating a good video, is having the necessary content to go along with the video. That outline I referenced earlier in terms of organization, you always want to have a content outline. So what topics are you going to cover in the video? That's why you need the outline, to point that out, confirm that before you actually start creating the video. Okay, focus on the initial 15 seconds. So that's key. Somebody's going to click the play button of your video, and if you don't catch them in the first 15 seconds, then they're likely going to pause the video or just go ahead and close it out altogether. So you want to be able to capture somebody's attention right off the bat. And even before they click on that play button, you want to make sure, again, you're exceeding expectations. That title is aligned with the content. So in your first 15 seconds, it basically needs to be catchy, but also setting the expectation of what the user's expecting. So in this example here, we want to pay close attention to the first 15 seconds. That's when viewers are most likely to drop off. So we can look at audience retention in YouTube. So use the options above the graph to view absolute audience retention or relative audience retention. So audience retention is basically how many views a video received and the percentage of the total number of video views. And that includes every moment of the video as a percentage. So we'll show you an example of what that looks like. So here, if we go to the machine learning basics video, we can look at the audience retention report. And this is, since it's been uploaded, the lifetime audience retention. So here we can see a nice graph, the percentage of people who viewed it and how long they viewed it. So in percentage. So here, for example, I can see, 43, 44% watch the video for at least 2 minutes. Here I can see 28.6% watched it for 6 minutes plus. So that's the audience retention. It gives us an idea in terms of percentage, how many people or percentage of people watch the video at what length. So that's audience retention. So we want to keep that number high at the very initial stage of the video. And we want to keep it high throughout, and that's why you always want to create high quality content, using those examples, using imagery, making it organized content, not pausing, going from one point to the other. Those are all best practices to keep the viewer engaged. And then we want to add resources from well-known sites. So throughout this video, we've used Backlinko. There are other sources we've used. So if you have a source, go ahead and put it in your video to add credibility. And then we want to use cards to your video. So this cards is basically a feature that recommends relevant videos to your audience. So in addition to machine learning basics, there could be other videos about machine learning that we can recommend, or YouTube can recommend to the audience. To set up end screens, you want to make sure that with end screens, you can use relevant videos to your audience towards the end of your video. So you can recommend relevant videos towards the end of your video. You can also create playlists. So this is a feature that keeps your audience engaged with relevant content by auto playing the next video. So if you enable this feature, it's going to go from one video to another. Pattern interrupts keep the audience engaged. So basically, it allows your audience to stay within one video without having any interruptions involved. And so going back to the Did You Know, audience retention report helps you analyze how well your videos are engaging to the audience. So what do we mean by that? Well, if I go back again to my audience retention report, how engaging was it? Well, I could see 42%, 43% watched it on average of 3 minutes and 21 seconds. So to me, that's pretty good. Of course, we always want 100% of the video. If the video is 7 minutes long, if almost half of our audience saw over half of the video, then I would say that's pretty good. People were engaged. So audience retention just is a good report to start looking at to help you understand how engaging is my video. And if your video is not engaging, you can always go back and edit it or fix it or tweak it. So remember, the average view duration for all videos and top performing videos listed by all time, we can look at that information as well. In addition, we can look look at demographics so we can get an overview of the age, gender, and location. Okay, we can look at playback locations report, and what the playback locations report does is it helps us determine the platforms where our videos are being streamed from within YouTube. Look at the traffic sources. Where did the viewers come from? Devices, did they look on mobile or tablet? And so if there's any doubts, if you have any questions, please drop a comment below, but especially if you have any doubts on the metrics. So if we go back into YouTube, we can look at analytics. And if we're looking at analytics, we can see more. And then this is going to show us everything we need to see from device type. So if I click on more, I can see my playback location. So this will show me where the video was watched. It was on a watch page or a channel page. I could see the traffic sources. I could see the gender and age. So if I click on the viewer age report, I can see the percentage of views by age. So I can get a lot of information about my video and how it's performed, who's watched it, what they've done with it, where they come from, all the information they need to know. Okay, so it's all within YouTube Analytics. So again, if you have any questions about that, just drop a comment below. Especially if you're new to YouTube, you may have some questions, but just know that every video you publish to YouTube, high quality, aligned with your keywords, you're going to be able to view the metrics by looking at YouTube Analytics. So let's talk about the importance of user engagement. So engagement is, as we mentioned, important because basically we can't rank without engagement. Our videos won't rank unless we have engagement. So that's why it's important. So engagement is somebody liking the video, commenting, sharing it, or subscribing. Each one of these is important to ranking. So yes, you need to align keywords. Yes, you need to have high quality content. So when you do both of those, and you upload your video, then it's up to the viewer. And so the hard work that you put out for the video is hopefully going to pay dividends with engagement. So you want people to do one of these four. Okay, so let's talk about what that means. So how do I get engagement? So we already talked about creating engaging content. So there are a lot of tips to creating engaging content. And so according to WordStream, if your content is entertaining, then over 3/4 of the users are going to share it. So that's part of keeping users engaged, is keeping it entertaining, is part of getting a high quality video. So remember, on that high quality video, when we say entertaining, the audio portion has a lot to do with it. Examples has a lot to do with it. Quality of the video itself has a lot to do with it. So there's a lot of components. So all those components on a high quality video are going to lead to engagement. So parts of what you could do in your videos is conduct a quiz. So meaning the quiz itself is a way to keep people engaged in your video. So that'll also help you get some more comments. So according to Backlinko, video comments help in ranking your video higher. So just as I mentioned in the last segment about YouTube Analytics and all the different reports available on YouTube, hey, if you have questions on those, just go ahead and add a comment. So that's a way to entice your users or your viewers to add comments, is if they have questions. Because, with videos, you're not going to be able to cover every detail or every minute detail about a particular topic. You can only cover, in some cases, the topic at a high level. So users are going to have comments or questions naturally. And so the comment section is a good way to remind viewers, hey, if you have a question or comment, go ahead and put it in the comment section, because that will lend to engagement as well. So we want to add sources from high quality websites. That'll help with engagement. Okay, use humor in your video. We want to be able to basically, make it human based. We don't want to be robots. So we want to be able to sound like, we know what we're talking about, but at the same time, talk to the viewer, not necessarily at the viewer or looking the other way and just going through the motions. So adding humor, adding personality never hurts. At the end of the day, we are all human. Adding that clear call to action at the end of the video will also lead to engagement. So if we win the video with, hey, leave your comments on this video, or hey, feel free to share this video with colleagues who are interested, then that's a call to action that's likely going to lead to more engagement. reply to your comments as well. So if you have comments, we always want to reply to them. Likely those comments are going to be questions because, again, as I mentioned, even in this video about how to rank your videos on YouTube, okay, there's a lot of information, and a lot of information sometimes doesn't get covered in its entirety. And so we want to make sure that if we miss something, because we're only human, that we're able to respond in the form of an answer to a question that somebody leaves in the comment section. So more comments also lead to higher rankings because it's engagement. So when you're getting high engagement and your video starts to rank well, you're going to start feeling really good. And what is that going to do? Okay, that feel good is going to lead to confidence, which in turn is going to probably lead to more videos. And that's exactly what we do at Simplilearn. I mean, we're in the education business, but we're in it to not only educate, but making sure that our videos are shown to as many people as possible so that we can educate as many people as possible. So it's contagious. So getting ranked feels good. And then once you get ranked, then you probably have good engagement. Okay, let's talk about how to promote your content. So once you've done all the hard work, getting your video done, high quality content, optimized with keywords, and then published to YouTube, we want to let everybody in the world know about it, right? So we want to promote it. We've done all the work. We want to promote it now. So is it necessary to promote it? I would say yes, because once your video is published, you want to reach out. You want to reach out to your audience, not necessarily on YouTube, but on different platforms. So if you're active on Facebook or Twitter, that's an opportunity for you to post or tweet something about the new video. So when we say different platforms, I am talking about, social media platforms. So it depends on what you're active on. So if you're active on Facebook, go ahead and post something. If you're active on Twitter, go ahead and tweet something. It could be, on LinkedIn group. If you're part of a LinkedIn group about, machine learning, then go ahead and post something to that group to promote the video. So that's going to help drive traffic to the video and then help with engagement. So we want to engage with our audience on those social media sites. So it really depends on what you're active on. So if you have a large following on Twitter, then go ahead and share that YouTube video link on Twitter with the tweet. That's going to drive traffic from Twitter to YouTube. Remember, you're going to be able to see audience engagement or retention by getting people to watch the video. So you're going to be able to see right away by promoting the video and driving traffic to the video how engaging it is. And remember, the more people you have watch the video, the more engaging it becomes, the better it's going to rank. So it's an ecosystem, and promoting your content is part of that ecosystem. So it all starts with social media. If you're active on whatever platform that is, go ahead and promote it. So you can also look at, content-based social media sites or social media content-based platforms like Reddit or Flickr, for example. So you can participate in a forum discussion on Reddit. So in this example here, it's about machine learning. So we want to be able to post something about machine learning with the link to our video. So we can also go to content-based sites that are Q&A related, like Quora, for example. Quora is a really good site where, if you go there, post information about machine learning or the basics of machine learning with the link back to the video, it's going to help because not only is it going to drive traffic, but it's going to signal to Google, hey, you get a lot of traffic coming from Quora. This is going to bode well for this video in terms of ranking. So here's an example. If you find a question that you can post on Quora, then you're going to get people to click on your video and respond accordingly on Quora. Or you can act as the person responding to a question that's already there. So if somebody already asked a question about what is machine learning, you can respond with your video as the answer. So you can just simply embed your video URL as part of your answer. That'll help drive traffic. So you can also create your own blog and embed your video. So in the case of machine learning, here we have an example. Machine learning, what is it and why it matters? So this goes nicely with the video. So here you can see the person, the author of this blog, went ahead and embedded the relevant video in the blog post. So they play off one another nicely. You can also opt in for influencer marketing, meaning, hey, you can reach out to somebody. In this example here, Katie Nuggets posted information about machine learning. So in this case, why choose machine learning as a career? Well, they got information, and then what did they do? They went ahead and embedded the video about machine learning basics. And so working with, influencers in a particular category or topic will help drive traffic to the video. You can also create a YouTube playlist. So playlists tend to rank high in YouTube searches. So if you find yourself doing a lot of videos, well, go ahead and go to your channel, and simply in your channel, you can go ahead and create playlists. So when you create playlists, basically what you're doing is you're organizing the content into different playlists. No different than, say, the music you have set up on your iPhone or iPad or iPod, whatever it is you're using. So you're just creating different videos in a particular category. And YouTube likes it, it's organized, it's gonna help you get your videos found quicker and easier on YouTube itself by putting your videos in a playlist. So here you could see we have entire playlist on machine learning, trending technologies, cloud computing, big data, digital marketing, project management, so a lot of different playlists. Very organized. If somebody goes to the channel, they're going to be able to go to the playlist that's interesting to them and see all the videos there. So it allows not only the end user to find what they're looking for, but it's good for YouTube because YouTube likes those playlists. So we want to engage our audience by posting your video link on a community page. So you could do that within YouTube, and you can prefer to link your YouTube channel in your email. So you can also do that. So for example, if I go back to YouTube and I'm looking at a YouTube video, I can always click share. So here I'm going to get a particular URL that's associated with the video, and I can just embed that. So I can embed the whole thing in my email. I can embed it on a web page or a blog post. So just by clicking share, I can also immediately share it onto the social media platforms that we mentioned: Facebook, LinkedIn, Reddit, Tumblr. So there's a lot of ways to embed the video, not just on a blog post or influencer blog post, but in our email and on social media as well. So here's an example of what we can do with a YouTube discussion. So we can also bookmark the video on a popular bookmarking site, like Stumbled Upon or Reddit, or, there's lots of other ones out there. So there's plenty of sites that you'll be able to go to and bookmark that content so that people can find it. And you can always opt for backlinks. So that means that, hey, if there's a blogger out there that blogs about machine learning, you can always, ask that blogger to create a link back to the video, and you could reciprocate, do the same thing. So that helps increase the authority of the video. So there's a lot of things you could do to promote your video. So let's do a quick review on everything we talked about in terms of ranking your video on YouTube. It all starts with the keywords. So we want to identify a list of keywords that are relevant to the video. So we can use tools to choose our keywords, but remember, we want to choose keywords that have high volume and low competition. And so where can we go to choose those keywords? Well, we can use the autocomplete on YouTube. We could check out our own competitors' videos, or we could use vidIQ or TubeBuddy or any of these extensions in Chrome to help us look at the keywords that are tagged with a particular video. So remember, we want to have a primary keyword that's aligned with the content, then we want to choose LSI keywords as our secondary keyword, or keywords that are related to the primary keyword. So we want to create high retention videos, meaning that first 15 seconds are the most important, but throughout the video, we want to use examples. We want to keep it interacting by adding quizzes, imagery, good audio, good video quality. So we want to focus on the user experience. And we also want to optimize our video content. What does that mean? Well, those keywords that we chose, we want to use them in the title. We want to use them in the description. We want to use them as hashtags. We want to use them and tag them with the video themselves. So we can add keywords to our meta tag. Okay, we don't want to overdo it, but we want to add a handful of keywords that are associated with the video. So we want to be able to write eye-catchy video titles and descriptions. So remember, use some of those key phrases like a number, or a question like, what is machine learning? So we want to use relevant meta tags for the videos, and we want to use popular YouTube tags. So we want to be able to tag our videos appropriately. So watch the length of your meta tags. So there are lengths involved. Remember, keywords at the beginning of the title, target keywords in the title, description, and tags. We want to use interesting thumbnails to increase our click-through rate. Ensure that thumbnails are relevant, meaning when I say thumbnails, I mean the actual title tag itself or the meta description. We want to use high-res videos. We want to create, videos with good high audio quality. Don't be afraid to put in video effects like some animation. Don't be afraid to use examples. And then, obviously look at the draft of the video before you publish it. So does your video follow an outline? Is it organized? So these are all the things to take into account. And there's plenty more you can do. You remember, once you create and optimize that video, you want to promote it. You want to make sure that you're sharing it on social media. You create a complimentary blog, generate backlinks from, say, other blog posts. So there are lots of things you can do to promote your video. So before you promote it, you want to organize the content, create good quality content, align it with keywords. Once you publish it, keep organizing it by creating those playlists, and then reach out on social, reach out on different communities related to the topic. And all those things combined will help you to get your YouTube video ranked. We're going to talk about how to increase YouTube subscribers. So with YouTube, it's all about subscribers. The number of subscribers you have on YouTube, it's just one of the key metrics to measure success. So gaining more subscribers can help you achieve more view counts on your YouTube videos. So it's all about how to get subscribers. And today we're going to talk about how to get more subscribers. And before we begin, let's just show you what we did at Simplilearn. So if we look at the past 365 days on our YouTube channel, you can see we started here back in, if we look back at March 9, 2018, we had 208. And you can see just over the course of the year, it kept creeping up. And creeping up, we've gained, a significant number of subscribers over the last year. And what's our secret? Well, it's posting videos. So you can see we've posted a number of videos over the course of the year. And then our subscribers have gone basically 165% over the last year. So you can see part of it is about posting videos, because when you post videos, you have people who can watch those videos. When you have people watch those videos, you can have engagement. And then when you have engagement, you have shares and people who like it, and then other people who see it. So it's kind of a halo effect, so to speak. So getting subscribers, it takes a lot more than just posting videos. And today we're going to talk about some tips to help you increase those subscriptions. And so let's start out with some of those tips. We're going to start with creating engagement and informative content. So engaging in informative content, that's where we're going to start talking today about how to increase subscriptions. Then we're going to talk about publishing videos frequently. So with Simplilearn, you could see the past 365 days, we were consistent in publishing videos consistently throughout the month and the weeks. So another tip we're going to talk about is how to optimize your YouTube videos. So there's a lot that goes into optimization, but this is a key tip to pay attention to, because when it comes to publishing videos on YouTube, you need to align certain things like keywords and content and metadata. So optimize on our videos, we're going to talk a lot about that. Then we're going to talk about optimizing the YouTube channel. So there's some tips and tricks here you want to do to optimize your YouTube channel. Producing high quality videos, we're going to talk about that. Adding a subscriber watermark to your videos. Okay, that's another tip we're going to mention today. Engage with our audience. Okay, that's what we want to do. We want to engage with our audience. That's a really key tip. And we're saving the best for last. Promote your videos in different platforms. So all of these tips we're going to talk about today. So let's get started and talk about create engaging informative content. So that's the first place we want to start. Okay, so create engaging and informative content. So if we want to gain more subscribers on our channel, we have to create highly engaging and informative content. Why? Because if not, our audience is not going to pay attention attention and they're not going to watch the video, and then the engagement's not going to be high, and they're not going to share the video, and they're not going to tell their friends or like it. And so this is where it all starts. You have to be able to plan your content, and not only planning your content, but you got to create it so it's engaging and informative. So how do you do that? Well, let's talk about that. So the first thing is you have to know your audience. Okay, so when you create a video, who you're creating the video for? I mean, that's where it all starts. So when you're creating your content, you're creating your content for your audience. You're not creating it for the entire world. Now, we know on YouTube there's a lot of cute videos about kittens and jokes and, people playing games, and, everybody likes positive things on YouTube. But, when we're talking about a specific topic, we really have to hone in on a target audience. And so if you know who your audience is, then you can really hone in on your content. Okay, so that's the first thing. Ask yourself, who is your audience? And then build your content around that specific audience. Don't build it just for the mass general population, because it's not going to be engaging and informative. So that's the first place to start. Then you want to engage that audience with relevant content. So if you know your audience, and depending on the topic, you want to make sure that whatever the topic is, the content matches the topic. Don't veer off course. If you veer off course, you're not going to engage your viewers. Your viewers are coming to watch the video for a specific reason. The reason is the topic. Okay, so if they're your target audience and they want to watch the video that's a specific topic, then the content has to align. So plan your video script. So if you know who your audience is and you know you want to engage them with relevant content, go ahead and plan the script out. So what I normally do is, have an outline, and then once I have the outline, then I go ahead and create my slides, if I will, or my topics, points I want to talk about, and then I write out those points. I want to make sure I get all my points in, and that's what you should be doing. You want to plan it ahead of time so that you can get all your relevant points across. That's what makes a video informative. Okay, you want to ensure to give maximum information to your audience. So the key here is maximum information. So you don't want to overload the audience, but then again, you don't want to cut out information. So you want to make sure that when you're planning your script and you're writing the outline, that you're making sure you include all your points that you want to get across. Once you include those points, then go ahead and, write your script and make sure all the information for all those points are in the script. That's how you're going to ensure you give maximum information. But you don't want to overdo it. So if you feel like it's too much information, it probably is too much information. Back off a little. Use the information to create another video. So it's all about knowing your audience. So all of these points play against one another. So be clear and use more examples in your content, just like we're doing here. Okay, just like at the beginning of this session, I showed you an example of Simplilearn subscribers over the past 365 days. And so that's what we want to do. We want to be clear, but use examples to punctuate the content or the point we're trying to get across. So we want to include sources from high quality sites. So if you're going to use examples, make sure they're from relevant high quality sites. And when I mean high quality, meaning does your audience know who that source is or that site? If it's really specific and your audience may not know, then it's probably not high quality. So just keep that in mind. Always play to your audience. So you want to start your video with an interesting hook. So again, I go back to this example. If you're still watching this, then the hook worked. We showed you our subscriptions. We showed you how we grew over the course of a year. You could see our growth, and part of it was posting a lot of videos with relevant and informative content. And so you see how we did it, so you're paying attention. You want to know how to do it. And so part of what we did is exactly what I'm telling you now. We know who our audience is. We plan out our scripts. We use good examples, and we start our videos with interesting hooks. Now, when we do our videos, we also create original content. So that goes back to planning your script. Okay, you always want to, come across as original and informative. When you do that, you're going to be engaging. But if you're leveraging somebody else's content, then the engaging part may not resonate because it's not your content to begin with. So always, always, always use original content. Okay, so keep the content flow organized. So again, that goes back to an outline. Feel free to change up the outline so the flow makes sense. Add visuals to your content and make it appealing. Always include images. To me, if you can use images in your videos and play off the video or the images, then it's just going to flow and make it a little bit more engaging and appealing, meaning the content. So visuals help guide and aid in the points you're trying to make. So don't make it so text heavy, accentuate it, balance it with some images. Use simple language and crisp sentences, meaning don't use jargon, don't come across and talk above your audience. You always want to talk to your audience and talk in a language that they're going to understand. So it goes back to point one. If you know who your audience is, you're talking to them as if they're right in front of you and not you're above them or they're below you. You want to talk at them. So add cards, end screens, and pattern interrupts to engage your audience. And so YouTube cards are just interactive panels that slide in and out when a video is playing. So it encourages interaction by the viewer. Okay, so you can add up to 5 cards, which include images, text, or clickable links. So feel free to play around with some of these features that YouTube has to offer to make your content more engaging. So tip 2, publish videos frequently. So creating and uploading videos consistently will help you increase your YouTube subscribers. So suppose you haven't published videos for more than say a month or 2 months, it's likely that that audience is not going to subscribe to your channel. So think about YouTube videos as a popular TV program that comes on once a week. When a new episode comes on based on the regular schedule, it's consistency. And that consistency is what helps your users stay engaged. So for example, if I go back to our YouTube channel, what helped us gain subscribers was our consistency in publishing videos. You could see we were consistent in publishing a couple of videos a week, every couple of weeks. And so this helps users stay engaged. They know when the video is coming out. They know that Simplilearn is good for 2, 3, 4 videos a month. And the great thing about publishing videos is that when somebody does subscribe to your channel, they're going to get a notification, or YouTube has an option where they can get a notification via email. So I subscribe to Simplilearn's channel. I subscribe to other channels like Google Analytics, for example. So anytime Google Analytics publishes a video, I get an email that says, hey, Google Analytics YouTube channel just published a video. And the great thing is I'm checking my email and I'm getting this notification in Gmail. So guess what? I can watch the video right then and there just by clicking on the link in the email. I don't even have to go to the channel. But knowing that if you publish consistently and somebody does get the email once a week, then it's more likely they're going to engage, especially if the content is original, engaging, and informative. So frequent video publishing equals more subscriptions. So according to Social Media Examiner, YouTube channels that publish videos more than once a week are performing much better. So if you can afford to publish more videos more than once a week, the chances of you gaining subscribers quicker are going to be greater. So keeping a fixed frequency can help you quickly gain more subscribers. Posting videos is almost like blogging. I always say start small. If you could do 1 blog post a month, and then once you get in a routine, then you can ramp up the frequency. So from 1 blog post, you could do 2 a month, then 4 times a month, then once a week or twice a week. Same with the YouTube videos. You want to get into a rhythm, start with once a month, then ramp it up. Okay, you'll find that the more you ramp it up, the more subscribers you're going to get. So tip 3, optimize your YouTube videos. So optimizing your videos will help your content rank higher on YouTube. So this is a must. It's not a given, it's a must. You must optimize your videos if you want people to see them. Of course, if you don't optimize, people aren't going to see them, then people aren't going to engage and then not subscribe. So it's just kind of a snowball effect. So this is an important tip. So I mentioned it at the beginning when we were going over all the items we're going to discuss. This is the one item that is a must and a given to some degree, because if you don't optimize your videos, they're just not going to be found. So you need that audience to watch your video. So audiences who tend to interact more with your content have more chance to subscribe to your channel, but they're not going to subscribe if they don't even watch your video. So there is a snowball effect in play here if we don't optimize your videos. So, okay, Rob, what are some of the tips to optimize your YouTube video? Well, let's go through some of those tips. So to ensure your videos reaches the relevant audience on YouTube, you need to optimize the title title, description, and the video tag. Okay, Rob, what do you mean by title, description, and video tag? So let's take a look at that. So when you actually create your YouTube video, you're going to have an opportunity to put in a title. You're going to have an opportunity to put in a description, and you're going to have an opportunity to add tags. So those are the three key areas. Okay, so once you put in that, what it looks like on the front end is this. So if I go back to YouTube, and here you can see another video that we did about a month ago, you can see what is SEO. So if that's our topic, if that's our title or of the content of the video, then the title of the video is going to be what is SEO. And you can see we also added in some other content for the title. So what is SEO and how does it work? SEO tutorial for beginners, and then our brand name. So we have some content to work with for the title. Okay, and then the description, we have a lot of characters to work with description. So use as much as you can here to describe what the video is about. Here you can see we did that. And so it's always good to include this information. Okay, and then you can see we have tags up here: SEO, SEO tutorial for beginners, digital marketing. So we put in the necessary information here on this video to help us rank, because if we don't optimize it, we're not going to rank. And so you can see we just put a lot of relevant content around the description, around the title, and around those tags. By doing so, we're able to optimize this video and get found. So that's just an example. 3 of the things you can do to help optimize your YouTube video. So if you want to watch more on how to optimize meta tags, then I suggest maybe watching the other video we did on the subject, how to rank YouTube videos. So this goes into more detail about how to optimize the title, the meta description, and the meta tags. But those are 3 quick fields or areas that you can use to optimize your video. So just something to keep in mind: write a long description with keywords, timestamps, and links. So what I mean by timestamps, with timestamp, an audience can choose the section of the video that they want to look for, and then links, prefer to include relevant links of your other videos. So those are just some additional tips to help keep your content engaging. So remember, when your content is engaging, then people are going to like it, people are going to share it and watch it later. So upload a captivating thumbnail. Okay, so you want to include a thumbnail that's going to grab people's attention. You want to upload a transcript of the video. So that goes back to when you're creating your content, when you write your original content, you want to keep a transcript of the content of the video so that you can upload that as well. And then add a start screen and end screen to your YouTube videos. So that way, you know, when somebody plays the video, they're going to see it, what it looks like up front. And then when they finish it, they're going to see an end screen at the end. And so you just don't want to keep it dark and black and non-descriptive. So according to Backlinko, using an exact keyword in your video title can help you with rankings. So high ranking, more views, more subscribers. So that's what I've been saying all along. You need to get these videos optimized. So again, use an exact keyword in your video title. So let's go back again to that video I just showed you a couple minutes ago. What is SEO? So here we started out with a question: what is SEO? That's the name of the title. That's our exact title of the video. That's our exact keyword. Okay, so what is SEO and how does it work? And then SEO tutorial for beginners. So what is SEO is our exact keyword. And that's part of the video. That's the content of the video. That's in the title. And we use it throughout the description as well. So using that exact keyword in your video title can help with the ranking. So whatever your topic is, your title of the video or the topic of the video, include it in the title. So Backlinko also mentions that there is a moderate correlation between a channel's total subscribers and rankings. And so for some of you, this may be common sense. It's just like organic search. If you're not ranking, you're not going to get traffic. On YouTube, if you're not ranking, you're not going to get eyeballs on your videos and you're not going to get subscribers. So higher rankings can help you to get more subscribers, but you can't get those rankings unless you optimize. And so again, just for the sake of simplicity, going back, focus in on your title. Make sure your title matches the title of the video itself. When you're publishing your description, use all the amount of content available to you. So you can see it. this entire description has a lot of content. Maximize the content. And then use tags. Using those 3 fields, those 3 areas can help you optimize your video and gain the necessary ranking you need to get viewers, which will turn into subscribers. So tip 4, optimize your YouTube channel. So we just talked about optimizing our videos. Now we're going to turn our attention to our YouTube channel. So one of the easiest ways to ask your viewers to subscribe to your channel is really by creating a great YouTube channel trailer. You also want to add channel keywords, a description, and some good artwork, and then having sections and playlists to keep your videos organized. These are all good tips to creating a good YouTube channel. So let's talk about some of these tips here. So we want to give your audience a preview what your channel is offering. So this is by hooking your audience with a trailer. So you can create a trailer to, just give your audience an idea of who you are as a brand, what kind of videos you're going to be posting, and give them a kind of a taste of what the future videos are going to be like. Okay, you can even tell them your release schedule in the trailer. So you can start out by saying, hey guys, we're new to this. We're going to be posting 1 video a month, but as we get rolling, maybe 2 per month and 1 per week. Just being honest and open and talking to your audience and get them excited about future videos. That's what the trailer is all about. So you also want to keep the channel description short and interesting. So in your channel, you want to have a description of what the channel is all about, what kind of videos you're going to be posting. So in addition to the trailer, you want to write something short and interesting. Then we want to use keywords in our channel description, just like in the videos with what is SEO. We included what is SEO in the title. We included, what is SEO in the description. And so we want to be true to what our channel is. So pick keywords, not only include those keywords in the videos, but include them in the channel description. Pay attention to the first 100 to 150 characters of your channel description, because that's what's shown next to your channel in the search results. So for example, here you can see we have a description here. Simplilearn is one of the world's leading certification training providers. We partner with companies and individuals to address. And so you can see those characters, 100 to 150, are what shows up in the channel description. When somebody's trying to understand, hey, Simplilearn just uploaded this video. Who is Simplilearn? So you want to write short, interesting channel description so that when somebody's first introduced to your video, they could see what your brand's all about. So, and your description with an appropriate call to action. So short, interesting, good call to action at the end of the video. A good call to action would be, hey, check out our next video or check out our latest video. Something that's going to gauge somebody and get them to watch one of your videos. So you want to pick interesting channel art. So let's turn our attention to the Simplilearn channel page. And here you can see we recently had reached a milestone. So recently reached the 200,000 subscribers. So 200,000 subscribers is a big achievement for Simplilearn. We went ahead and updated our channel art. And I'm sure when we reach 500K, we'll update the artwork then too. But the point is, you want to keep your channel art kind of interesting, hip, and cool, and feel free to change it out every once in a while. So you have that option in YouTube to do. So it's very simple. So here you can see Simplilearn's channel. If we go home, we got all our videos listed here. We got the About Us, something very short and interesting about us. Here's our call to action. For more information, visit Simplilearn. So you want to make sure when you create your channel, get some good artwork in there, put your description in play, and create your first videos and get them posted up there and optimize them accordingly. Okay, so some other tips to go with that channel art and description is a profile picture relevant to your brand. So you always want to maybe put the company logo up there. Okay, so here you can see we have the company logo. Add accurate and relevant channel keywords. So if we go back to who we are, who are we? We're the world's leading certification training provider. Okay, that's who we are. Okay, we partner with companies and individuals. So we're all about training, and training is one one of our keywords. So you could see at Simplilearn, we provide online training in machine learning, AWS, Amazon Web Services, DevOps, big data, digital marketing, project management, a lot of different topics. So make sure that's included in the channel description. Feature the playlist on your homepage. So if we go back to the homepage, we can see here we have our channels. So you can see we have AI, machine learning, trending technologies, cloud computing tutorials, DevOps tutorials, popular videos, big data. We have a lot of different channels. So you want to organize your videos into different playlists. So those playlists are going to feature on the homepage of your channel. So how you organize the playlist is totally up to you, but I would certainly create a playlist for different sections. So depending on your product, your services, think about how you want to organize. Don't just stick all your videos in one playlist. Then optimize the playlist titles and descriptions for search rankings. So just like the videos themselves, just like the channel description, you have an opportunity to optimize the playlist titles and descriptions. So be very keen on aligning the right keyword with the playlist title. So here you can see programming language tutorials, project management tutorials, digital marketing tutorials. So we're very clear on how we go about choosing our titles because we want to optimize those playlist titles. Okay, we can rearrange our videos in a playlist. So we want to rearrange the videos in a way that we're maybe putting the freshest, the most newest, the video that's been published last first. So almost in descending order, if you will. So we want our users to see what video has the latest in that particular playlist. So they're seeing the most recent first. But you can rearrange your videos any way you want. Feel free to play around with it. Of course, you can also take the video that's the most popular and put that up front so people could see that first. Vice versa, you could take a video that maybe hasn't gotten a lot of views or isn't ranked particularly high. Maybe put that video up so it can get some views and some shares and likes. So how you rearrange your videos is totally up to you. Just have some rationale behind that. So choose a playlist thumbnail from a top performing video. So for example, if I go back to our YouTube page, you can see the top performing videos here. You know, for example, this one, we got a nice thumbnail here. What is machine learning? So if I click on that, that's one of our most popular videos. So 3,000 likes on this video, a lot of views, 250,000 plus views. So have a thumbnail to go along with that particular video. So according to Backlinko, YouTube SEO ranking factors study discovered that channel keywords have a small yet significant correlation with higher YouTube search rankings. So channel keywords. So when you're optimizing your channel and you want to include keywords, start with your description. So if I go back to our channel, okay, if I go back about us, make sure your description has those relevant keywords in it. That's where it all starts. So in case you have any doubts, if you're not sure about everything we talked about on optimizing the channel, go ahead and drop a comment below because we do respond to every comment that gets posted on our videos. So if you're not sure how to go about optimizing your channel, when you say align keywords with the channel, what does that really mean? So if you want some clarity on that, go ahead and drop us a channel. If you're not sure about the trailer video, drop us a comment. We're more than happy to expand upon the explanation of how to best optimize your channel. Okay, tip number 5, produce high quality videos. So we need to get in the habit of producing high quality videos because viewers don't prefer to watch videos that have poor audio and video quality. It's just that simple. You need to know what it takes to produce high quality videos. If you don't, you're just going to discredit. You're not going to come across as relevant. You're not going to come across as qualified, professional. There's a lot of things attached to poor quality videos. So we need to create high quality videos for the end user. So let's talk about some ways in which you can create high quality videos. And so the first is to avoid any noise in the background. So you want to have a nice quiet atmosphere, no distractions, so people can hear you clearly and only you clearly. You want to use good audio recording equipment. There's plenty of options available on the internet. Usually I would recommend going with something paid, not overly expensive, because you get what you pay for. So if you use something free, it might might not be of good quality, and you might not have all the features and bells and whistles with a free option. So, use good audio recording equipment. Again, it could be online or it could be some software. Just make sure that you're able to produce good, high quality video and audio. So when you do purchase that audio recording equipment, you want to have something similar to an input volume meter. That way you can see whether your audio is coming across or not. So if you're not seeing green lights, then your audio is not coming across. If it's red, it might be distorted. And so you want something that's going to signify that you're really pushing out good quality audio. You want to create your videos in 1080 pixel size. Okay, that's HD. And so you want to have at least minimum 1080. So anything less than that's probably going to come across as not so good, maybe staticky, blurry, not professional, not high def. So you want to create a high def video, and 1080 is about the minimum you want to go. And then you want to plan your video script before filming. So it goes back to some of the other points I made earlier. You always want to have a video script available so you know what you're saying when you're recording your audio. That way you're not doing something on the fly. And then you want to use good lighting for video recording. So you don't want to be in a dark place. You want some nice lighting so your video comes across well lit. People can see you. They're not struggling to strain their eyes on what it is you're trying to show and appear because of poor lighting. Again, it just comes across as professional. So if you can, shoot a high def video with good audio, speaking clearly, having a professional script with some good lighting, then people are going to take you serious and they're going to start to listen and engage and see the video as good quality and very relevant and informative and share it. So use slow motion and jump cuts wisely. So there's some features you could do with your video. Using slow motion and jump cuts are some of the features you can use to accentuate your points. And then set up a green background for recording. Again, this is for making sure that the video part of it comes across in good quality. And then stabilize your video recordings with a tripod. That way you're not moving your video camera all around and again it's coming across as shaky and poor quality. Shoot horizontal videos. You don't want to go vertical. It tends to cut the screen. So you want to stay horizontal so that people can see everything that should be included in the video. Okay, you want to capture a wider shot using a clip-on lens. Again, a good feature, a good tip to use that wider shot. Okay, so you could do that using a clip-on lens. And then choose good video editing software. I can't state this enough because you're putting all this time and effort into a video. You need to be able to edit it, to cut out, some of the things you didn't want to say, or maybe some poor quality, or you just want to have a smooth, professional output for your video. And so you gotta have good video editing software. There's plenty of options available on the internet. Again, I would go with something low cost but paid. Usually free isn't exactly the way you want to go if you're trying to create a high def, good quality video. And at the very least, review your work before publishing. I just said it a minute ago. I'll say it again. You want to be able to have a really professional video in high def. When you have a good professional video in high def with good audio, horizontal shots, nice green background image, nice well lit, it's going to come across as professional. And if you have a professional video, then people are going to take you seriously. They're going to see you as a professional, and then share or subscribe and like, and then they're going to watch more videos. And that's how you start to build up a reputation as being a very professional organization. So just following these simple tips on producing high quality videos. So you want to review your work, because if you don't, you put all that effort into it and then you're going to realize, hey, your video is low quality, and then you're going to have to do it all over again. So follow these tips, get a high quality video, and you should be on your way to ranking. In fact, according to Backlinko, YouTube preferably ranks HD videos. So you got to have that 1080 pixel size. That way, your video is going to come across crisp and clear, and YouTube prefers that. Tip 6, add a subscriber watermark to your videos. So this is a great feature in YouTube. So it's a feature that allows you to add a watermark that can be shown on all your videos. The reason why you want that watermark watermark because you want to keep reminding your audience to subscribe to your channel. The watermark can be whatever you want, but normally it's going to be some type of logo or brand and a call to action. And so how do you add a watermark to your video? Well, you log into your YouTube account. It's pretty simple. At the top right corner, you're going to select your Creator Studio icon, and then you're going to go to channel, select branding, and then add a watermark to your video. So if we look at that in YouTube, so here, Creator Studio, on the left side navigation, I'm just going to click channel, then I'm going to click branding, and then once you click branding, you have the ability to add your watermark, and then you can add it to the entire video, at the end of the video, at a specific start time. And then just click update, and that's pretty much it. So you want to be able to add this so that you can brand your videos with an image and then add that CTA. So this is a good feature for YouTube. It allows you to be consistent with all your videos by branding and adding that call to action. Tip 7, engage with your audience. So you want to be able to interact with your audience as much as possible. Just because it's a video and you can't see people doesn't mean you can't engage with them. So when you interact with your viewers, especially when you interact with them immediately, there's gratification. You know, everybody likes to be responded to. Nobody likes to be ignored. And so when somebody is responded to, there's a higher chance that your viewers are likely to gonna become customers. It's just customer service is how you really wanna look at this. Okay, so when you engage, you're creating a service for your customers. So here are some tips on how to engage with your audience. So first is at the end of every video, convey a thank you message to your viewers. You know, thank you for spending the time out of your busy day to watch this video. You know, some of our videos go an hour plus long. And so when somebody's taken an hour to watch a video, it's only the least you can do is thank them. Now, you can thank them and give them some information about where to go for more information. Because if they watch the whole video, they're already engaged and they're probably going to want to learn more. So you always want to follow up the thank you with where to go for more information, just like our videos always convey at the end. Okay, you always want to ask your audience for their feedback or ideas on the video. So with YouTube, there's a comment section and you always want to encourage comments. So comments can be in the form of feedback. So as you're watching this video, feel free to leave feedback on other ways to engage with your audience or some other tips to increase your subscribers on YouTube. So we're always looking for those ideas. We want to keep it engaging. So somebody may have some other ideas that we didn't think about. And so we always appreciate that from our audience. So we very much appreciate the feedback that our audience gives us. So not all the feedback is always going to be positive. Some of the feedback could be less than positive or even negative. There could be mistakes. So the idea behind getting feedback is you want to look at it, you want to read it, and you want to react to it. You want to react to it positively in the form of, you know, a thank you for the feedback and looking at the feedback, weighing it, and incorporating the feedback. So you don't always want to make the same mistake twice in a video. So if there's something definitely wrong with the video that we're doing, for example, and somebody looked at it and gave us feedback on it, we'd definitely take a deep look into that and try not to do the same mistake twice, because likely that user is going to watch the video again. So you always want to learn from your mistakes, okay? And you want to turn those mistakes or turn those comments into future videos, okay? So create videos based on your commenters' request. The audience is giving us feedback. We should take that as positive, and sometimes that's creative. Sometimes there's ideas for more videos, okay? You always want to ask questions to your audience and reward excellent commenters. So we try to ask questions in our videos, and when users respond with their answer, if there's an excellent comment or excellent answer, you know, we can reward them. You know, reward them in the form of, say, some type of gift card or gift certificate or promotion or something. There's always some way to incentivize somebody who provides excellent feedback. You can always give emoji hearts. There's so many emojis out there that you can use emojis just to engage with your audience based on the feedback they're giving. The point is, if your audience is taking the time to give feedback, you always want to respond to it. And you want to respond to it positive. So emojis tend to have a positive positive connotation to them. And so responding with an emoji, especially to a favorite comment, goes a long way. So you can reward your community both on and off YouTube for their engagement and support. And that's just being creative. You can reward in many ways, not necessarily monetarily, but by recognition. You could do promotions, you could do something fun. There's always ways to reward. And prefer to host live streams and interact with your audience. So you don't always have to do a pre-recorded video. There's certainly YouTube has them, other platforms like Facebook have them, Instagram. So you can certainly reach out to your audience with a live stream. And that's talking directly to your audience right there in the flesh. So when you can have an opportunity to talk to your audience and engage with them, that's always going to work because they can see personality, they can see what you're all about, and there's two-way conversation. And so that will lend to more of a, relationship, so to speak, with your audience. So you want to create videos for subscribers. Subscribers can get impressed when a channel dedicates a video for them. So, take the time out to create a video just for your subscribers. Subscribers are the ones who are most likely going to engage with you. Okay, they're your loyal fan base. So if you create something for them, that's a form of a reward. So you can captivate your viewers by uploading interesting YouTube stories as well. You can also hear from your audience and get their videos and use their videos and upload them to your channel. So according to Backlinko, video comments have a very strong correlation with rankings. So as you create a video, feel free to talk to your audience and ask them, hey, if you have any comments, feel free to put them in the comment section right below this video. I see that a lot now with a lot of videos, and I'm going to ask my audience right now to do the same thing. If there's anything you see about rewarding the audience or engaging with the audience, feel free to comment. We'd love to get your suggestions, because if you can engage with the audience even more, then that's only going to net positive results, not only in rankings, but with your subscriber base. So comments are the way to go. Solicit comments, respond to the comments, reward the comments. Tip number 8, promote your videos on different platforms. So promoting your videos on different platforms has been around for many years. It's a good strategy. Once you create your video on YouTube, you want people to see it. You want to get it out there. So if you want to increase your YouTube subscribers, this is a strategy you have to perform. So let's take a look at all the ways you can use and leverage different platforms to increase your subscribers. So before you do that, you want to research and discover how you can use different platforms. So the first thing you want to do is look at the platforms you're already using. If you're using Facebook and Instagram, that's probably a good place to start. But there's other platforms you can also leverage, and we're going to talk about those. So social media, most companies, most individuals are on in some form or fashion amongst the most popular, like Facebook and Instagram. So you can start there. So with Facebook, you can post something, include the link of your YouTube video. With Facebook, if you're a business, you have a business page, you're communicating with your community. And that's a great way to get started by promoting your YouTube video. You can also do the same on Twitter or Instagram or whatever platform you're on. Go ahead and post something or tweet something and include that link to YouTube. You can participate in forums and blog discussions. So there's plenty of forums and blogs out there where you can participate in a discussion and include a link to the YouTube video if it's relevant and natural. So for example, here, there's a blog about machine learning. You can include, if you have a video about machine learning, in the response to that conversation. In this example, we've done that on Reddit. Okay, you can list your video in relevant and reputable directories. There's plenty of directories out there. There's plenty of video directories, okay, that you can just go ahead and publish your video on. You can use testimonial link building, okay, so somebody can provide a testimonial, include the link of your video. You can opt for influencer marketing. So if there's somebody that is associated that likes your brand or product and has a large following, you can ask them to post a video on your behalf. It's a great way to reach an audience fairly quickly. Okay, you can earn backlinks from relevant and authoritative websites. So for example, if you look at this website here, Techgenics, okay, there's a article here about, certificate of achievements, okay, for AWS. So if you scroll down, we could see our video is included here in this particular web page. So this is a high quality web page. okay, that's generating a backlink for us. Not only is it generating a backlink, it's also generating traffic and awareness for the video. Go ahead and find out if there's any websites that are relevant to your video topic and see if you can collaborate with them on producing a web page to include that video. You can also take advantage of email marketing by adding your YouTube link in the email signature. For example, it's a simple email. Any email client like Gmail or Yahoo or even Hotmail or Outlook is going to have an ability to, or give you the ability to add a signature. In the signature, you could simply just include a link to the video or to your YouTube channel. It doesn't have to be to a specific video, but it's a way to get people to your YouTube page or to that video. So the whole idea is more eyeballs, more potential subscribers. Engage your audience by posting your video links on community pages. So for example, we're promoting something here on a community page, and that's going to get some additional traffic over to us. You can always bookmark your videos on bookmarking sites like stumbledupon.com. Again, this is free, very little time to do this, but it's a chance for you to get the video out there and even generate a backlink. You can collaborate with other YouTube channels. This is always a good strategy. If you're creating a video on a particular topic on YouTube, chances are there's probably somebody else out there doing the same thing. It doesn't have to be necessarily a competitor. It can be a complementary product or service. And if you offer that, then go ahead and collaborate with them and see if you can exchange your videos on their channel. And you could take their video and put it on your channel in a particular playlist. Okay, so that's a way to collaborate with other YouTube channels, is swap videos. You could join high PR QA sites and post answers to the questions related to your video. Like Quora is always a good example, or eHap. Okay, so Quora, there's always a question being posted, and if you have the answer to that question in the form of your video, then go ahead and post a response with a link to the video on YouTube. It's a great way to get the video noticed, and it's relevant and natural. Okay, you can embed videos in your blog posts, or if you're using a platform like WordPress, for example, very easy to go ahead and just take that video. You can even just put the link in the blog post. I like this option. I think blog posts are always good because you don't have to be text heavy with a blog post. You want to create a blog post that's nice and balanced with an image and text, but if you put a video to support your blog post, that goes even further. And blog posts themselves can be engaging and interactive with your audience. So having a video in your blog post always goes well, in my opinion. Okay, so you can promote other videos in your end screen. For example, at the end of your video, you can always promote something related, like we've done here in this example. So lots of ideas. Get your video out there. Use them in email. Use them in your blog post. Go to free bookmarking sites like StumbleUpon. Collaborate with other people on YouTube. Go to Quora, respond to a question. Use social media to your advantage. There's lots of opportunities to get your video out there. The more you can get your video out there, the more traffic you're going to get. The more traffic you get to the video, the more subscribers you're going to get. So that's how the game is played in order to get your video out there. But these are relatively, low time consuming ideas to get your video. So we're going to talk about how to get traffic to your website. So thank you for joining, and let's get started. So let's imagine you're setting up your own website. Okay, you're clicking away, you're developing using some good tools. You're developing, you're designing, you're doing some QA, you're testing, you're sharing with friends in an alpha version, and then finally, your website is all set up. Congratulations. Well, when you hit enter and your website is finally published, what's going to happen? Well, a few days later, you're checking your website and you're looking at analytics and you notice your traffic's very low. Okay, well, you're scratching your head because you've done all this work with your website, but you're not getting any traffic. So the reason is you spent all your time developing and designing the website to make it look good, but you didn't do anything or any planning or any strategy around bringing users to your website. So the two go hand in hand. You just can't build a website without thinking about how to drive users to the website. And so before I tell you how to bring traffic to your website, let me tell you why this is so important. Okay, why do we want to bring users to our website? I mean, it has to be on equal ground as web development and design. Is somebody who goes to your site and then does something when they get to your site. So you have users, and when those users get to your site, they're generating page views and traffic. And you want to turn that traffic into engagement. Okay, so each page's traffic is configured independently of all their pages. So when somebody goes to your website, they look at a page, that's a page view. And certain pages on your website, you want to turn that page view into a conversion. Okay, whether that be, looking at a video or purchasing something. So think of these pages on your website as salespeople. They're trying to convert visitors who come to your website. But first, we need to get the visitors to your website. So when you get visitors to your website, again, you can generate sales, which means revenue, or you can increase brand awareness, or you can earn revenue through sponsored posts and advertisements. So if you have, for example, a lot of content on your website, you can turn that into revenue by hosting ads on your website. So when somebody clicks on that ad, you're going to earn a percentage of that click, okay, what that click is worth. So having a website means a lot of good things for you, but first you got to get the traffic there. And so what we're going to do is we're going to tell you how to drive traffic to your website. So there's lots of different ways in which you can bring traffic to your website. Well, the first is paid advertising. So paying to advertise your products, services with ads is one of the easiest ways to drive traffic to your website. So some of the options available are search ads, social media ads, or display ads. So search ads are ads that are displayed in the search engine results. So when a user types in a keyword query, you want your ad to show up based on that keyword query. Okay, so an example is digital marketing course. Somebody types in digital marketing course and Simplilearn is the first ad that shows up. How do we know it's an ad? Because you can see the word ad next to the domain. So when somebody clicks on that link, Simplilearn is going to pay Google. So that's how search advertising works. Okay, the next is social. So social media marketing involves increasing traffic or engagement or brand awareness, so lots of different strategies. But instead of doing this on search, you're doing it on a social media platform. Okay, so for example, you can advertise on any particular platform. And the way you advertise could be with an image, it could be with a video. So in this case, you could see Cobrio is doing a sponsored ad here, how to succeed with Google Ads. And then another form of advertising is display. So display means creating ads that are placed on specific websites. So with display, unlike search, you have a choice in the ad format. With search, you only have text ads. But with display, you have text ads, image ads, rich media ads, video ads. So you have lots of different options in which you can advertise on other websites. So the idea here is to get your ad in front of the right audience. When they could see your display banner, your banner ad, then it's going to be more visual, more appealing, generate some brand interest, and hopefully you can get somebody to click on that ad and over to your website. So that's paid advertising, again, through search, through social, through display, but you can also promote your site on social media. So once your content has gone live, you could take advantage of different social media platforms. I mean, it really depends on what you're trying to promote, because what you're trying to promote needs to align with the appropriate social media platform. So Facebook is best suited for industries like food and beverages and news and media, and if you're selling a product. So you fall under one of those categories, and Facebook could be the right platform for you. If you're involved in, again, beauty or food and beverage or e-commerce, then you can also leverage Instagram, which is part of Facebook's ecosystem. So if you advertise on Facebook, you can also advertise on Instagram and/or Instagram. So it doesn't have to be and Facebook and Instagram. It could be Facebook or Instagram. You also have LinkedIn as a platform. LinkedIn is great for B2B. So if you're trying to promote industry news or tips and best practices or job postings, then LinkedIn is the place for you. It's a B2B platform. It's great for targeting specific industries, targeting specific job levels, or job descriptions. Okay, so LinkedIn is great if you're into B2B, focusing on the business side of it. So you also have YouTube. Now, YouTube is part of Google's ecosystem. YouTube is a video platform. Okay, so it's great if you're trying to promote gaming or entertainment, or if you're a vlogger. Okay, so YouTube's a great way to promote your site by getting your product out there in the form of a video. Okay, then you have Twitter. Twitter, to me, encompasses a lot of different industries: beauty and fitness, news and media, entertainment. Okay, you have limited number of characters, but a lot of people are active on Twitter. And it's a great way to generate some awareness and get some clicks over to your website. So these are just some of the most popular social media platforms. Of course, there are plenty more out there. The third way in which you can drive traffic to your site is guest blogging. So most of you already know what blogging is all about. Well, if you're blogging for your own site, you can jump on somebody else's site and blog on their behalf. So having the opportunity to guest post on another website can be very helpful because, one, that other blog could have lots of traffic and have a well-known brand. So if you're blogging on another blog, it's going to build your brand awareness and potentially increase traffic to your blog or website. So it exposes to you to targeted traffic. So if you're going to guest blog on a site that's very relevant to your business or industry. That way you're targeting the right audience. Okay, you can expand your personal network. So getting yourself out there, getting your brand out there in front of a different audience. And then obviously for SERPs, because it generates a backlink. So SERPs, search engine ranking pages, means that, hey, if you want to rank organically, you're going to have to generate some backlinks. So guest blogging is a way to generate some backlinks to your site. And in effect, that's going to help you get your pages ranked higher because Google is going to recognize the relationship from one blog to your blog and build up your relevancy. So some other benefits here to guest blogging is you can grow your social media following because you can then promote that on social media that you're guest blogging. Okay, again, you can improve your online authority, okay, because when you're guest blogging and you have recognition on that guest blog, if it's a popular blog, then that's going to help your domain and page authority for SEO. And then the end result is going to improve your backlink score. So there are a lot of benefits to guest blogging. To me, at the end of the day, it's just about reaching out to your audience, using another platform to do that in the form of a blog. And the results of that is going to mean more brand awareness for you in turning that traffic from that other blog into qualified leads. So you can also interview industry thought leaders. So that's another way, an interesting way to generate traffic to your site. So reaching out to thought leaders for interviews, okay, could generate some credibility for you and the other person. So it's reciprocal. So it means that you're active in the industry that you're in. And it allows you to engage with other leaders in the industry. And the indirect net result of that could be increased traffic because if you do the interview and you record it, or if it's via video, then you can obviously post it on other platforms. And that could in turn drive traffic to your website. Obviously, just like guest blogging, it's going to increase your reach. So getting yourself out there. If nobody knows who your brand is, and they know who the thought leaders are, and they see you're interviewing the thought leaders, then that's going to put you in front of these people. And so it's going to increase your reach. Another way to drive traffic to your website is just to make sure your website's responsive. And what do we mean by responsive? Well, we mean, does it work on multiple devices? Specifically mobile. So depending on the device, your website hides, shows, shrinks, enlarges, or moves content so that it conforms to the browser that person's looking at on for your website. So if somebody's looking on mobile at your website, you want to make sure that your website adjusts accordingly. So you want to be able to, test to make sure it's responsive. And so is content arranged based on importance? Okay, does it work across different browsers on different devices? And do the images, text, and everything else align just like it does on desktop? So there are plenty of tools out there on the web. All you need to do is just do a search for, check my website for responsiveness. So you can use plenty of tools to check to see if your website is responsive towards multiple devices. Why is that important? Because if somebody goes to your website via mobile and your site doesn't align properly, or the content's all stretched out and somebody has to maneuver their browser just to see your website, then chances are they're not going to come back. Chances are they're not going to convert. Okay, so you want to be able to revise your device browser combinations. You want to make sure that everything works accordingly. You want to be able to test those fonts, make sure they look good. And then you also want to make sure that people can navigate. So if they're on mobile, are they going to navigate just as easy as they can on desktop? And if you have any pop-ups, you want to probably make sure they're removed. So that way when somebody's looking at your website, they're not getting interfered with on mobile. And then, of course, you want to make sure that these pages load. Okay, so they load just as quick on desktop as they should on mobile, and vice versa. So they should not take a long time to load. So moving on from responsiveness on mobile to building a brand community. So brand community refers to a group of people who identify your brand and use your brand as a platform to exchange ideas and contribute content. Some advantages of having a brand community are promoting brand evangelism and loyalty. It can be a source of feedback, loyalty, and ideas. So build a community, build a brand community who, identify with you. Okay, so continue to, treat these people as loyal customers. Okay, maybe give them a promotion to use specifically just for them that they can use on your website, or talk directly to them because you know that they're followers, they're repeat customers, they purchase from you multiple times. So talk to them differently as well. You know who these people are. And that's what building a brand's all about. It's about identifying your brand with other people, okay? And identify people who identify with your brand, and messaging and talking to them as if they're part of your own community, your own family. So you can use user-generated content that provides future marketing strategies. So the feedback you get from your own community could be in turn used to promote or used in future marketing strategies, i.e. advertising, i.e. post on social. Okay, it can also provide PR opportunities. So it's a chance for you to, put out press releases based on the community that you built. So any brand, regardless of who it is, should be able to identify with their audience, their target audience, and that target audience eventually going to become part of a community. These are a group of people who identify with you, what you're trying to sell, what your cause is, what your mission statement is, what your service is. They identify with you. So leverage them and reciprocate. Identify them, talk to them separately, give them what they deserve, the respect and loyalty that they deserve as well, because they're communicating and they're following you as a brand. So the next thing you could do to drive traffic is be active in the comment section. So engage in relevant and thought-provoking conversations on other blogs and sites. It doesn't necessarily have to be another blog per se. It could be other sites like Reddit or Quora or Medium. Sites that have a lot of content that are broken out by industry, that allow you to engage in conversation, that allow you to either upvote or share or respond. Okay, so be active, because when you're active, people are going to see that, hey, you're a leader in the industry. You know what you're talking about. You have some brand equity. You have some thought and some knowledge on the specific topic and subject. So it just puts you in a better light when you can respond and be active on these different platforms. Okay, let's turn our attention to search engine optimization, also known as SEO or organic search. So in order to drive traffic to your site, you're going to have to implement an SEO strategy. Why do you want to implement an SEO strategy? Because it can help you improve your overall searchability and visibility on search engines. And obviously that comes with advantages. One of those advantages is obviously more traffic to the site. Search is still king in terms of volumes of people using search on a daily basis. So you have a great opportunity to be found. It also builds trust and credibility, because still a majority of the people who do a search click on an organic search listing. And so if you're found organically and you're ranked number 1, then chances are somebody's going to click on your listing. And it provides increased engagement and traffic. And so what that means is more traffic, more engagement. And engagement is something you define. It could be, again, a download of a document, or the clicking on the play button of a video, or submitting a form, or signing up for a newsletter, or calling. These are all forms of engagement. So the amount of traffic you drive from organic search to your website is only going to improve engagement. Okay, so you can also provide an improved user experience. And what do we mean by that? Well, if you're getting lots of traffic from organic search, you have a really good opportunity to do A/B testing. And when you do A/B testing, you can improve user experience, meaning you're showing one variation against the other from people coming from organic search. And so this is helpful in that, if you're running an A/B test, the variation has a chance to improve or outperform the original. And if it outperforms the original, you're improving user experience. And then it helps target quality traffic. So SEO, to me, or all search, is the only medium in which you're meeting somebody halfway. You're addressing what they're looking for. So if somebody's looking for a pair of red women's Nike shoes, the 2019 model, and you have that particular product to offer, well, you have a chance of showing up via organic search. Somebody types in, women's red Nike shoes, size whatever, at the year 2019 model, then of course they're going to likely click on your listing because you have what they're looking for. And that goes with any keyword, any industry, any business, any segment, any type of product you're selling. So again, you have a chance to really be visible for what people are looking for. And so that's the beauty of search engine optimization. You have a really good opportunity here to meet people halfway, to drive quality traffic, to get them to enjoy a good user experience, all the while generating engagement. And along with SEO, we want to be able to build backlinks. So SEO is a two-pronged approach, meaning you have two strategies in one, on-page and off-page. And so off-page involves backlinking. So backlinks are just links that direct users from other websites to your own website. So with that, inherently, it's going to drive traffic, qualified traffic to your website. Because if somebody's on a relevant website that's linking to yours, and they click on that link and go to your website, it's likely going to be qualified, meaning they're going to be relevant. And so backlinking, because it's an off-page strategy. Why is it an off-page SEO strategy? Because if Google crawls that other site that has a link to you, then that's going to give you credit, because Google will say, hey, this site's getting some links from some relevant sites. We must think they're relevant, and therefore we're going to trust this site. So by Google trusting your site, it's going to improve your organic ranking. And with the organic rankings being improved, meaning it's going to mean faster indexing. So what does that mean? So you want to be indexed by the search engines. And so the quicker Google can find your pages, even if it's on somebody else's site, then that means they're going to follow that link, go to that page on your site, and take that page back to their servers to be indexed. Okay, so the quicker you can get indexed, the quicker you can get found. And then it helps with referral traffic. So again, we noticed that our efforts are on SEO, organic search, but if you're getting traffic from another website, hey, that still counts. That's referral traffic. Okay, so that's a side advantage to having backlinks, is good traffic from other sites. Okay, so those are inherently some of the reasons to do backlinking. Okay, never hurts. I mean, there's brand awareness reasons to being on other sites as well. There's industry leadership, meaning if you post content on Reddit, okay, you're coming across as an industry leader, but yet generating a backlink, which helps with SEO and referral traffic. So there's a lot of benefits to building backlinks. And the opposite of backlinks are internal links. So you want to do internal linking, and that just means connecting one page on your site to another. And why is that beneficial? Because it can help direct visitors to other pages they wouldn't normally otherwise find via your navigation. So if you're active on a blog, don't be afraid to include multiple internal links. You want to move people through your site. You want the flow of traffic to go from one page to another to another. And so when you do internal linking, just like with backlinks, it's going to improve the indexing of your website. Google's going to follow those links and index those pages. And Google does give credit from an SEO perspective, from an internal linking perspective. So if one page is linked to another and that page has really good relevance in the eyes of Google, then the other page is probably going to benefit from that. The other reason you want to do internal linking, again, you want to move people from your one page of your site to the other. And when you do that, it's going to reduce bounce rates. So bounce rate is simply the rate at which people land on a page and then leave. So if I have 100 people land on my home page and only one person went to another page and the other 99 left the site, then that's a 99% bounce rate. So by putting internal links in place, you're helping people move from one page to the other and thus reducing the bounce rate. And that's what you want. You want to keep people on your site. You want to be greedy. It also drives traffic to older posts. So again, when we say older posts, we're really referring to blog posts. So if you have a relevant blog post and you're writing a new blog post, then link the two together. If it's relevant, link it. Regardless of how old it is. You want to show Google that these older blog posts, just because they were written a year ago, doesn't mean they're outdated and old-fashioned, okay, or useless. You want to keep them alive by linking to them. So to me, that's a good strategy for internal linking. Link to older blog posts. Show people you're an industry expert. You've been doing this for a while, and then you have lots of content to share. Okay, so the longer you can keep somebody on your website, the more likely it is they're going to engage and convert. And some other inherent benefits: improves page rank. So what we mean by page rank is simply just a rank that Google gives pages. So the more internal linking you have, the better off you are. And then it helps spread link juice across websites. And what we mean by link juice, again, just like backlinking, it builds relevancy. So just keep all these inherent benefits in mind to internal linking. The end result is keeping the flow of traffic on your site, and all these other benefits will fall into place. Okay, so another way in which you can really hone in on traffic to your website is long tail keywords. And long tail keywords to me are more than just one or two keyword phrases. Okay, so they're usually 3 or longer keywords in a phrase. Okay, so long tail keywords really nowadays account for most web searches. People really take the time to even pose questions as a search query. So it's unlikely somebody's going to go into search and just type in the word shoes. They might type in red shoes, but that's unlikely. What they're probably going to type in is, red Nike running shoes 2019 or some variation of that. Okay, that's a long tail keyword. And some of the advantages of using long tail keywords to be found for are less competition. So if you're using broad keywords like red shoes, then who doesn't want to be found for red shoes? Well, you don't want to be found for red shoes because it's too broad. You don't know what type of shoes somebody's looking for. You just know they're looking for red shoes. It could be running shoes. It could be work shoes. It could be, boots. It could be slippers. Okay, it's too broad. So long tail keywords help narrow it in. And the more narrow and focused a keyword is, the less competition it's going to have. And when something's not competitive in the form of a keyword, then that means your chances of ranking for that keyword are going to be greater, and the chances of you ranking faster are going to be greater. And then, of course, if somebody's looking for exactly what you have to offer, then you have a higher chance to convert that person. So if you have exactly those 2019 red Nike women's running shoes, and somebody does a search for that, and that's a long tail keyword, and they click on your organic listing, if you have the right price, then they're probably going to convert. So you have a really good chance of converting somebody using long tail keywords. So my point here is, if you're looking for keywords to use, focus on longer tail. Don't focus on 1 or 2 keyword phrases. What it also does is it brings targeted traffic. So even if somebody doesn't convert, hey, they could be back because it's exactly what they're looking for. And if you're focusing on longer tail keywords, like I just mentioned, stay away from the shorter ones. It's just easier to optimize your page for SEO. So remember, SEO is a 2-pronged approach, on page and off page. We talked about off page with internal linking and backlinks. On page is all about making sure those keywords you choose are integrated in with the page you want to be found for. And so if you're using a long tail keyword, it's just easier to work that keyword in. So it enables easier on-page optimization. Okay, let's switch away from SEO to email marketing. So let's focus on email marketing as a form or method of driving traffic to your website. So email marketing has been around a long time in terms of digital marketing. Why? Because it provides an effective way to convert leads into sales. Why? Because you can send personalized emails to a target audience. So when you send an email to somebody on a regular basis, you know who that person is. So what are you doing in the email? You're writing a specific message to that person. Well, email marketing is the same thing, except you're just sending an email to a larger group of people. And when you send an email to a larger group of people, you're still going to personalize the message, right? You're not going to send a generic email to 1,000 people. Okay, nobody's going to do that. So make sure your email's targeted. And if it's targeted, it can be cost effective. Why? Because sending large amounts of emails, or let's just say an email to a large amount of people or a large group of people, is going to be cost effective. It's not cost per click, it's not cost per open. Okay, so email usually, depending on the email provider you're using, really is a flat fee. So it just really depends on how many emails you're sending or how many people you're sending the email to as well. So, but email generally tends to be more cost effective than other forms of marketing. So look at the email content provider you're using and just get a sense of what they charge. But if you look at it and do a comparison, email generally is cheaper than, say, doing pay-per-click, because with pay-per-click, you're paying for each click. Okay, so that could be expensive depending on the keywords. So email marketing is also time saving, okay, meaning it's a one-time thing and done. So once you send the email, it's just a matter of, watching and looking at the metrics and learning what's going on so you don't make the same mistakes again. But it is time conducive, meaning you send out one email and that's it. With pay-per-click, you're constantly measuring and managing the campaigns. And it provides real-time marketing. So when you do send the email, more than likely a majority of the people on day one or the day you send the email are going to be able to view it, open it, click on some of the links, and convert. So that's normally what happens in email. Majority of the people open it on day one and it kind of tails off from there. So think about it as real time. So when you send that email, and if you have 1,000 people on your email recipient list, break it up. Send the first 500 first with a different subject line. And then you can see the data come in. And if you don't see the good results from the subject line or the body of the email or, the page you're going to, then make adjustments before you send the other email to the next 500. So that's a great thing about emails. You can break up the email into two groups, the first group and then the second group with different subject lines. And you can probably send them a little bit of time apart. That way you can learn from the first email, because with email, you are generally going to get results right away. Okay, within the first 24 hours. So that's a great thing about email. Okay, so the other thing about email, it's less intrusive. So normally people who are going to get the email are the ones who sign up for the email. So they're almost expecting your email. So when they get your email, again, as long as you're not sending an email on a daily basis, normally most companies send it monthly or bi-weekly, it's not going to be as intrusive. Okay, and then it also helps build credibility, increase visibility and brand awareness, meaning you're going to build your brand in that email. You're going to put content in that email that's going to show off your credibility, meaning you could put some testimonials in the email, you could put some good affiliations, you can put a good article to an industry article you just wrote. So email is going to inherently continue to build brand awareness for you. Okay, and it's an easy way to track ROI. So if you're e-commerce, it's pretty clear. You send the email, somebody opens it, clicks on it, checks out and purchases something. It's easily trackable because you could track it right from that email. So one thing I want to say there is just if you do send an email, make sure you're tracking that campaign. And you want to be able to use an analytics program like Google Analytics. Okay, if you use Google Analytics, you're going to be able to track when you send the email, who clicks on it, and who converts. So you want to be able to measure an ROI for these emails, and you can. And that's the beauty of email marketing. Okay, let's move away from email marketing to webinars. So webinars, great method for effective social media promotion. It's a great way to bring traffic to your website. So why do we recommend webinars? Well, because it provides direct contact within your target group. What do we mean by contact with your target group? Well, you're going to host a webinar and you're going to invite this targeted group of people who are interested in your product or service. So if you have a Facebook community, you could do a Facebook Live event, or you could do a YouTube, or you can even set up a webinar on another platform but promote it on social media. And if you're promoting something on social media, you're probably promoting it to people who are already following you or like you. And so that's what we mean by direct contact with your target group. So you're going to be able to create a webinar and talk directly to that group. And that's going to help build brand awareness and credibility. And the great thing about webinars is you don't need some fancy software. I mean, I'm talking to you on a webinar right now. And so webinars are free. All you need is a video camera and a recorder. That's all. And that's all built in with software. So there's plenty of software out there that allows you just to do a webinar really quick and easy. There's lots of opportunities in software. So, and a lot of them are very cost effective. So if you want to create a webinar, you can do that by spending very little money. And webinars, again, allow you to talk to your targeted group, your community, maybe prospective clients. It helps build credibility and, in effect, drive traffic to your website. And when somebody does attend a webinar, they're likely going to be highly engaged because you're inviting them, they're going to opt into the webinar. And the great thing about webinars is even if they don't attend the webinar the day you have it, it's going to be recorded. So they can always go back and watch it. So whoever watches the webinar is going to be engaged because it's going to be a topic they're interested in. And then users are likely to become prospective customers. So having a webinar, talking about something inherently interesting to maybe a larger group of people, you can promote that on social media and potentially get prospective customers to sign up and watch the webinar. And if you do, they're going to be engaged and then take the next step. Oh, I like what this person has to say. They seem to be credible. I like their personality. I like their brand. I like their product. I'm going to go check out their website. Okay, so webinars allow you to kind of pull in more people as well as just your community because you can promote the webinar and you can promote it in advance and you can leverage social media for that. Okay, so something related to webinars is incorporating video content. So videos have been proven to be a really good way to attract new visitors. And it makes your website very engaging when you have videos on your website as well. So if you create video, you have an opportunity to post it on various video platforms like YouTube or Vimeo. Okay, there's plenty of video platforms out there, or just embedded in a blog post, or embedded in a Facebook post, or a tweet. Okay, so you can do a lot with video. And having video on your site is going to increase engagement. Okay, when you increase engagement, good things happen. That's going to lead to increased conversions and sales or ROI. Or just like we mentioned, the webinar can help build trust with your audience. So even that webinar you could post on your website. So you want people to engage by watching this video. If they watch the video, they're going to gain trust in you because you're talking directly to that person, that user, that audience, that visitor to your website. And when you can build trust, it's going to increase engagement. And that's the beauty of video. Unlike text or imagery, videos really do engage with the audience. And so the more video you can do, the better off you are because, again, you can leverage social to draw attention to your brand and product and service. And then you can have that video on your website to increase engagement, which in turn increases conversions and sales and improves the ROI. So always think video. There's plenty of video software out there that you can leverage. And the great thing about video too is, hey, most people are using mobile phones these days, smartphones. And so video works just as well on mobile as it does on desktop. So keep that in mind. Video is going to be engaging regardless of what device somebody uses. And then of course, if they're watching the video on Facebook or YouTube, then chances are they're going to share that particular video, which is going to bode well for your brand and traffic. Okay, so video, if somebody likes a video, it's very easy to share video, especially from a mobile phone. So YouTube just makes it so easy to share or like or subscribe to a channel. It becomes that much easier. Things can go viral, and chances of them going viral with video are going to be greater. Okay, so other ways to drive traffic to your website is submit your content to content aggregators. So what's a content aggregator? Well, a content aggregator is like Reddit that provides a great platform for you to post your content. So that's what a content aggregator is, really a site like Reddit or Medium or Quora, where you could post content to a large number of people. Okay, so with Reddit, people are either going to upvote it or downvote it. So the more upvotes you get, or thumbs up or likes, or people who encourage that content, the more of a chance it has to be found. And so first thing out of the gate, if you do provide content to a content aggregator like Reddit, make sure it's good quality content that's interesting. And that should be the case across the board, whether it's a social post or blog post. Make sure the content's unique, professional, and interesting. And then if you do, say, put something on Medium, or you do put something on Quora, and it is professional and interesting and thought-provoking, then people are going to react to it. And then that, again, could lead to traffic. But even if it doesn't lead to traffic, it helps build brand awareness. So if you have content, just like videos, leverage it. Put the content out there. Okay? And when you put content out there, it's only going to, especially if it's good content, it's going to put you in a good light. So don't be afraid to share your content on the likes of Reddit or Medium or Quora or some of these other content aggregator websites, because good things are only going to happen. And again, referral traffic, SEO, brand awareness, conversions. So all these are inherent benefits of just sharing your content. Okay, and then finally, we want to learn from analytics. Okay, so what do I mean learning from analytics? So there are plenty of analytics platforms out there. One of the most popular is Google Analytics. So you want to make sure you're tracking traffic on your site with Google Analytics. So all you have to do is just go to Google Analytics via search, sign up, add the analytics code to your website, and voila, they're doing all the heavy lifting. They're going to track traffic coming to your website. And not only are they going to track traffic, but they're going to tell you how that traffic engaged. And so the benefits of it, Google Analytics, is, hey, you could figure out where users are coming from. Are they coming from that email campaign that I sent out to 1,000 people? Are they coming from YouTube based on that video I posted? Or are they coming from Reddit based on the content I just posted there? Or are they coming from organic search? So Google Analytics can help us understand how much traffic we're getting from organic search. So it'll help us measure our SEO efforts. And then with Google Analytics, you could segment. So we could segment by mobile, we can segment by desktop, returning user, new user, by campaign, by page, by language, by city, by region. I mean, there's so many ways in which to segment your audience. And segmenting simply is breaking up the entire group of people who come to your website into different segments based on what you want to see. So if you want to look at, females between the ages of 18 to 24 who come from mobile via organic search, that's a segment. And you can look at that information in analytics. If that's your target audience, then you could see how they're performing. Okay, so there are a lot of benefits to Google Analytics. Definitely want to take advantage of segmenting in Google Analytics. You could look at your competition. So there's a benchmarking report. The great thing about Google Analytics, you can also look at content and how your content's performing once somebody lands on your website. What page are they spending time on? What page are they engaging on the most? Okay, what pages have the highest bounce rate or the lowest time on page? So you can really determine what pages work best. And then, of course, the end result in analyzing all this data is you want to be able to fine-tune your website. So take advantage of the data that Google Analytics or any other analytics platform is giving you by learning. Once you learn what's going on with your website, you can make adjustments to your website to improve user experience. Today, we're going to cover search engine optimization, interview questions and answers. So thanks for joining again, and here's how it's going to work. So if you have any questions to these questions or answers, feel free to just comment right below this video and we'll get back to you as soon as possible. We're going to go through a series of questions and I'm going to answer those questions for you. Okay, so the first question that you might be asking in an interview is differentiate between do follows and no follows. Okay, so if you've taken or listened to my SEO courses on YouTube for SEO, we talked a lot about do follows and no follows. And simply put, I mean, do follows are just signals to the search engines to follow the link. So there's a link on site A pointing to site B. We're going to basically tell Google, Bing, and some of these other search engines, hey, go ahead and follow that link. Now, a no-follow is just the opposite. So no-follow link doesn't allow the search engine crawlers to follow it. So if we have a link on our site, site A, pointing to site B, we could put a no-follow tag in there. And what that's going to do, it's going to signal to the crawlers, hey, don't follow this link. So in the end, if the crawlers don't follow the link, then there's not going to be any link juice passed. And so Google is not going to give you credit or give that site credit for having a link pointing to it or pointing to another site or from another site. And so it's all about linking. So we can control if there's links on our site, whether we want the crawlers to recognize those or not, simply with no follow tags. So just a reminder, link juice is the reputation or equity passed from one website to another. So if you have a link on another website and that website is of high quality, meaning their page authority, their domain authority is high, they have a lot of content, they're not spammy, they're really rich and they're relevant, then you may want to make sure that the link pointing from that site to your site is a no follow. So that way that Google can recognize the link from that site to your site. And basically that reputation is going to be passed on to you. Okay, so that's a do follow versus a no follow. And why would we do a no follow? Well, it depends. It really depends. A lot of social media platforms like Facebook have no follows. If you have a lot of content, you may not want to be pushing out a lot of do follows. It could actually look bad from an external linking standpoint. And so a lot of sites are really particular about who they want to pass link juice onto and give credit for the link. So it's a business decision at the end of the day. There's really no hard, fast rule here, except from an SEO perspective, if I have a site and I have a lot of external links pointing outward to other sites, I'm going to be particular about who I allow the search engine to follow and what links I allow not to follow. Okay, so here's an example of what they look like. So do follow is simply just the href. Notice the no follow has the tag appended to it, the href tag with a no follow. So if the search engine's crawling your site and they see that no follow there, they're not going to follow that link, and vice versa. If there's a link on another site pointing to yours and there's a no follow there, you're not going to get credit. The search engines aren't going to pick up that link. Okay, so question 2, what is 301 redirect and how is it different from a 302 redirect? So 301 redirects tell users in the search engine specifically that an original page has been moved, and this is the keyword here, permanently. So permanently moved. We're going to explain that in a minute. So it's just moved from one page to another. And so if we don't have a page anymore, but we have a new page, let's just say you built a new website with new URLs, you want to make sure the old page is pointing to the new page with a 301 redirect. So if a 301 redirect is permanent, then a 302 is temporary. So we want the search engines to recognize that we have 301 permanent redirects in place. Why? Because if we have temporary, then it might alert Google to not keep that page in its search engine rankings because it's temporary. So why would Google want to keep a temporary page or even a page that is pointing to another page on a temporary basis? So they may remove both pages from its index. Okay, but if we have something permanent in place, Google may say, okay, this page is permanently linking to another page or redirecting to another page. Therefore, it's stable, it's permanent. We're going to keep that new page in the index and eventually remove the old page. So really, something permanent is more stable in the eyes of the search engine. Something temporary may not be as stable in the eyes of, say, Google. And if they don't see it as stable, then they may remove both pages from the index. Okay, so the idea is we want to be found in Google Search Index, and we get it. Sometimes pages go away. for a variety of reasons. And if it does go away, just make sure you have a new page for it. And that new page is a 301 permanent redirect. Okay, so question 3. Why are backlinks important in SEO? Well, we kind of hinted on that a bit with the nofollow, because if we have a link from another website pointing to ours, and that link from that other website is really relevant and it has a high page and domain authority, then it's going to benefit us. And so backlinks are important because if we have backlinks from high quality sites, it's going to improve the credibility of our site, especially if it's a do follow tag. So the search engines are going to recognize the relationship between the site that has a link pointing to us. Okay, so it's just going to build our credibility. It's going to increase our domain authority. And then the net effect of that is if we're credible and we have high domain authority, then that's going to increase the rankings of our pages. And when the pages increase in ranking, then we're going to get more of a lion's share of the traffic for certain keywords that our pages are found for. And if our pages are found and getting traffic, then because we have increased rankings, we're likely going to have increased traffic. And then it's just a snowball effect. So more traffic leads to more engagement and conversions. So the whole idea for SEO is, remember, you have an on-page strategy and an off-page strategy. Building external links is part of an off-page SEO strategy, and we want to make sure that, we are relevant in the form of a link or in the form of content on other high-quality sites. Being on a high-quality site only benefits us because, again, it increases our domain authority. Google sees us as more relevant. Therefore, our pages are going to benefit by ranking higher, and therefore, when we rank higher, we get more traffic. So it's a snowball effect. So having backlinks is important because it snowballs all the way through to conversions. Okay, so what are the best practices to rank your videos on YouTube? This is a great question, really great question. Given the importance of videos, especially with SEO, because videos are found. YouTube in itself is a search engine. So if we have a video, how are we going to get it to rank on YouTube? Well, first things first, you never want to put a video out there and want it to rank if it's not engaging or informative. So make sure you go ahead and follow the best practices of having engaging and informative content in your video. Now, once you have that video in place, you want to optimize it. And then some of the key factors for optimizing the video are, you want to choose a title that has high search volume and low difficulty. Just as you would keyword, for example, for a web page, you want to choose a title with a keyword in it that has high volume and low difficulty, i.e. low competition. Okay, so you want a nice ratio there. And you want to choose a title that's going to get people to watch the video too. So it's not all about just choosing a title just for the sake of high volume. You also have to choose something that's relevant, that's going to be catchy as well. And then with that title goes the description. So you want a description that's very relevant to your title, okay? Because most people aren't going to click on a video just for the sake of the title. They're going to want to probably get a sneak peek via the description of what it is. So again, you want to optimize that description, but make sure the description is just as snazzy as the title. Okay, you also want to use accurate and relevant video tags, just as you would on Twitter or Facebook. Tag these videos. Okay, so make sure your title tag length doesn't exceed 100 characters because it will get chopped off. So again, that goes back to just writing something really short and to the point that's going to grab somebody's attention. Okay, you also want to upload a captivating thumbnail, something that's relevant, that's going to grab somebody's attention. And then again, we set it similar to the video tags. We want to use relevant hashtags. Again, just as you would with Twitter and Facebook. Go ahead and throw some hashtags in there that people could see because people search via hashtagging. And then this goes without saying, you did all the work, created a really great video. It's engaging, it's informative, you optimized it. Feel free to promote your video on other social media platforms. Okay, don't just stick with YouTube per se. So the benefit here is if you post it on Facebook or LinkedIn or whatever platform of your choice and it gets engagement, people click on the link, go to YouTube, they're going to like it, and then other people are going to see that engagement. They're going to see how many people liked it or how many subscribers you have. So promote your videos to help you with the ranking of the video on YouTube. So that does play into it. So go ahead and promote it so other people can watch it, like it, comment, etc. And that's going to engage other people to want to do the same. So what is mobile first indexing? This is a really important and timely question. Mobile first indexing means Google's just using mobile friendly content for indexing and ranking websites. So in other words, Google, for example, has two bots. They have the traditional desktop bot and they have a smartphone bot. And eventually everybody that has a website is going to be migrated over to the smartphone bot. And so if that smartphone bot goes to your website and starts crawling, what do you think they're looking for? Their smartphone bot, they're looking for mobile friendly content. If it's not mobile friendly, meaning the page isn't designed for a smartphone browser, or let's just say the images are way too large, or you have to expand the text just to read it. You know, a lot of these issues that somebody would have just simply trying to read something on a web page on their mobile device, Google's not going to grab that content. So you want to make sure it's mobile friendly so it gets indexed. And so if your website has a responsive design, Google will rank your website based on its performance on mobile devices. Okay, so you want to make sure that your website is mobile friendly. And if you're in an interview and somebody asks you this question, you could even take it a step further and say, look, I'm going to measure how friendly my website is for mobile devices in Google Search Console. Because Google Search Console has a report that will show you what pages on your website are not mobile friendly. And it's not a guarantee, but I can tell you if I'm Google and I'm crawling your site with my smartphone bot and that page or one of my pages is not mobile friendly, I'm probably not going to index it or rank it. So you want to leverage that report in Google Search Console to see what pages are mobile friendly. So that's a little bonus for you to really impress the interviewer who asked you this question. Because how are you going to know if one of your pages is mobile friendly or not if you don't look at a report? So keep an eye on Google Search Console's mobile usability report. Okay, number 6. List down the most important local SEO ranking factors. Okay, so organic local ranking is just as important as anything else in organic search. Because if you have a local business, you want to use the likes of, say, Google My Business to show up when somebody types in, looking for a florist or, looking for a coffee shop. So what you want to do is you want to create a web page for every product and service. Okay? You also want to opt for your business listings on Google My Business. And there are plenty of other local business directories out there like Yelp, for example. Or Bing even has one. So go ahead and also make sure you have a business listing as well. But since Google in the United States has a huge market share, you want to start with Google first. You want to update your NAP citations on your website, maintain consistency of your NAP. Okay, so NAP is name, address, phone number. So you want to make sure that that's current and consistent. So if you have a number on your website, make sure it's the same number on Google My Business. Okay, you can embed a Google map on your website. You could certainly optimize the meta tags and content, not only on your web pages, but within your Google My Business directory. So you can add your business to other local directories, like I mentioned, Yelp. And then also, just as important, opt for reviews and ratings. Okay, so the more reviews you have, the better off you are. Okay, so I always say this with local search. 3 of the main factors in showing up for local search on, say, Google is obviously the keyword. The second is the proximity of where that person is. And then third is the reviews. So you can't really control the proximity, but you can control the keyword and you can control the reviews to some degree. So work hard at getting reviews for your business, but at the same time, you can certainly work in some keywords, let's just say for your product and service pages on your website, but also you can translate that over to Google My Business. Okay, so working in those keywords, making sure your number, your address, your name, they're all consistent. And really just spreading the business out on other directories. That's really, all these are really key factors for local SEO. Okay, so question number 7, how to avoid duplicate content, getting penalized for duplicate content. So for example, if you have two different versions of a web page, you may result in a duplicate content issue. So it's just SEO 101. You never want to have two or more pages with the same content. So what do? Well, we can avoid this in having Google penalize us by, again, setting up a 301 redirect. Remember, 301s are permanent. We can also use what they call a canonical tag. And a canonical tag basically alerts the search engines as to which page is the original. Okay, so if we have an original page, we want to point to that page with our canonical tag. And then the third option is opt for preferred domain in Google Search Console. Okay, so if you have multiple domains, make sure you set up a primary one in Search Console. So those are ways to work around it. Of this three, I would always go with the canonical tags, because that's just a tag that's going to sit on the page. It's going to alert Google as to what the original is, just in case they get their hands on the duplicate. So all the pages that have the same content are going to have the same canonical tag pointing to one page. So again, 301s are permanent. You could simply just redirect one to the other if you end up having duplication, or you could just tell the search engines, hey, this is the original page, or you can go through Search Console. Okay, number 8, what are the tactics to increase a web page speed? Okay, so what are some of the tactics? Well, when you build a site, especially for mobile, you want to keep it as simple as possible. And what I mean by simple as possible, really, I mean, hey, use a simple website design. Don't get overly creative, if you will. Most websites, all websites have images. You're not going to be able to get around that, but just make sure you optimize your images. In other words, don't have such a large image size. If you don't need something very large, don't have it. Okay, you want to improve server response time. And what do we mean by that? Well, your site's sitting on a server somewhere. You can own that server, or you can be renting it out from, say, Amazon Web Services, or let's just say GoDaddy as your registrar. They also have web hosting. Well, if you have it on, say, GoDaddy's server, you may be sharing that server with other businesses. And at certain times of the day, other businesses may get a lot of traffic and suck up a lot of bandwidth. What is that going to do? That's going to reduce the server response time for your site. And so you want to make sure you have an idea of, what server your web page or website is on. And you want to be able to have some control over that. Because if your server response is slow, that's going to slow down everything else in terms of loading in the browser, and that's not going to be good for SEO. Okay, optimize your code. We mean by optimize, minifying. When we say minifying, we mean get rid of some of the redundant code. If you have CSS, get rid of the JavaScript you're not using. So that's what we mean by optimizing code. Reduce redirects. Okay, ideally, you just want to have one redirect in place. You don't want to create a daisy chain, so to speak, of redirecting and redirecting after that. That's never going to bode well, and it's going to slow things down as well. Enable browser caching. So if you enable browser caching, basically, if somebody comes back to the page they've been on, say, 2 days ago, they're probably going to see a cached version of that page. And then opt for the content delivery network as well. So these are some of the ways to reduce page speed. Now, if you're curious about the page speed of your website, you can always go to Google's Page Speed Insights tool. And all you have to do is just Google Page Speed Insights, or even just something generic like Google Page Speed. And you're going to get this tool, Page Speed Insights. And all you need to do is just plug in a URL. When you plug in the URL, Google is going to analyze the URL for both mobile and desktop. And so here we could see Google gives a score. So we could see the score for mobile, and we could see the score for desktop just by clicking on desktop. And so here I could see some of the issues that the site may be having in terms of page load time for their desktop. If I flip over to mobile, here I could see some other issues. For example, they have a server static assets with efficient cache policy. Now, if you're not sure what the heck that means, you can always just click on it and you can see some specifics here. Or you can just always Google it as well. Here you got to reduce the impact of third-party code. Okay, so that's another thing. Reduce JavaScript execution time. So again, going back to some of the comments we made about coding. Okay, sometimes too much code or code not functioning as well as it should will tend to slow down the site. Okay, so you can use PageSpeed Insights. You can always get a glimpse of how pages are loading simply by also going to, for example, Google Analytics. Under Behavior, okay, you can go to Site Speed, and if you click on Overview, okay, what Google does is they do a sampling of pages over time. And in this case, based on 89 page views, they have an average page load time. And so you can get a sense of how quick specific pages load your site overall simply by looking at the Site Speed Overview report in Google Analytics to get a sense of how quick your pages are loading. Now, there are certain factors that do affect load time. So obviously the way the page is built with the code, the images, etc., but also the browser. Each browser loads differently. Okay, so you want to take a look at it by browser, also by country. Every country has a different network. Okay, you can be in the United States and have worse network service than you do, say, in Ivory Coast in Africa. Okay, so it really depends on the network you're on. So, and also the page. Every page is built differently. So you want to get a sense of what pages are loading quicker and which pages are not. You can simply just go to page timings in Google Analytics and you get a sense of what pages do not load fast and which ones do. And maybe hone in on the pages that aren't loading fast and address those pages first. Okay, so you have two tools at your disposal, one Google Analytics and one PageSpeed Insights. Okay, so let's look at question number 9 here. So when should an individual target short tail and long tail keywords? Okay, so remember, short tail are usually 1 to 2 keywords, very broad in nature. Long tail keywords are maybe 3, 4 keywords in a query, or maybe an entire sentence. Those are considered long tail keywords. So usually short tail keywords have higher volume, but also higher competition. Longer tail keywords usually have lower volume, but also lower competition. But the great thing about long tail keywords, the conversion rate will tend to be a little bit higher than, say, a short tail because it's less vague and more specific. So you can use short tail keywords if you're trying to drive a lot of visitors because those keywords are going to be vague or broad in nature. Long tail keywords are used for targeted pages such as product pages and articles. So if you have a specific product with a long name, you can certainly optimize that page for that product name. Again, the product name may have low volume, but if somebody types in exactly that product name, you show up, the chance of them converting are going to be very high. So you don't have to always be that specific with the product name, but try and be as specific as you possibly can in order to get somebody to click on your link in the search engine results and get them over to your site to convert. Okay, so those are really the big differences. Short tail, very broad, very vague, a lot of volume, but also a lot of competition. But hey, if you're ranking for a short tail keyword, you're probably going to get a lot of traffic. The conversion rates may not be as high as something, say, long tail, where, hey, maybe you're just honed in on a few set number of products and you don't care a lot about the traffic. You just care about getting the relevant traffic to your site to convert. Okay, number 10, what are the important elements to focus while developing a website? So we're talking in terms of SEO. Okay, so if somebody asks me this question in an interview, what am I going to focus on while developing a website? Well, the answers are right here. Yes, we talked about mobile. Mobile is so important because a lot of websites are going to be indexed with Google Smartphone Bot. So mobile usability is very important. So we need to make sure our website is responsive for mobile. Just some basic practices when it comes to site architecture and navigation. We want to have a simple URL structure. Okay, no overly cumbersome. The navigation should simply be clean and neat. Okay, if you have 5 products, okay, maybe you have in your navigation you have something called products with all 5 listed, or you have all 5 products in the main navigation. The key is you just want to make it clean and neat and easy for somebody to find. The rule of thumb is if it's good for the end user, it's probably going to be good for Google. But if it's complicated for the end user, it's probably going to be complicated for Google. You always want to create a sitemap. Now, what is that sitemap? A sitemap is simply just a formatted file that includes all your URLs and assets, your images and your videos. They're going to be sitting on your server as well. So you want Google or these bots to be able to find your pages and assets. And by the way, you want to take it a step further and make sure you upload that sitemap, which is sitting in the root directory, meaning domain.com/sitemap.xml. Okay, you want to take that sitemap and make sure you input that sitemap location in Google Search Console. That way, Google Search Console has a one-way ticket to grab the elements in the sitemap. Another important element to focus on while developing a website is having a robots text file. And all a robots text file is like a lock, I always say, to a house. So if you lock a door in your house, nobody's going to be able to get in that door. So that's all a robots text file is. You're telling Google and these other bots that are coming to crawl your site what's locked and what's not locked, meaning what they have access to and what they don't have access to. So you want to be able to make sure you have a robots text file if you're trying to non-index specific pages of your website. Because if you tell Google, don't crawl these pages or this directory, they're not going to get crawled. And if they don't get crawled, they're not going to get indexed. So robots text file is an important element to focus on while you're developing your website. And while you're developing your website, it could be on in a directory just called new website. So you probably want to have new website as the directory in the robots text file, and just to let Google know, don't go into this directory because it's my new website. I'm not ready to go live yet. So you don't want it indexed. So there are a lot of reasons to have robots text files. That's the main reason. Sitemap, you want Google to get these pages and assets quickly. Okay, you want to make sure that your site architecture navigation is in order. You want to make sure your site is mobile friendly. And you also want to make sure you have content on your website. That's the key, because that's what's going to keep people on the website and engaged. And when I say content, I don't necessarily just mean words. I also mean videos. I also mean images, something interactive. Okay, you want to keep people engaged. That's the key behind it. Trust me, if an end user finds your site engaging, Google is likely going to find your site engaging. Okay, so those are good brownie points to bring up if somebody asks you this question in an interview. So just a recap here, it's important to have a better site structure so that bots can easily access and index the content. Okay, with a responsive design, helps to make your website mobile friendly and user friendly. Would also increase the amount of time a user spends on your website, which may improve your site's ranking. Sitemap is simply just a file that helps search engine bots to understand the structure of the website. Okay, how many pages are on your website and where are they located, along with the videos and images. Okay, and then the robots text just instructs the search engine crawlers to understand what pages should not be indexed. Okay, this is simply just a text file, and it's added to the root directory. Again, think like a door, think of a lock. Okay, you can lock whatever doors you want in your house.
By this, we have come to the end of our video on the SEO full course. I hope you have gained valuable insights and practical skills to boost your website visibility. Remember, mastering SEO is an ongoing journey, so keep learning and adapting. Do not forget to like, share, and subscribe.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.
Hey everyone, welcome to this video by Simplilearn. Imagine you have opened a great bookstore. You've got awesome books, but no one knows you're there. Your store stays empty. That's where SEO comes in. SEO is like putting a big bright sign on